A man in pirate almost exposed as stronger than Roger. Chapter 1. Let me catch Luffy? Sorry, I'm off work at some point. Without revealing strength in the first year, reward conquerors Haki. The second year did not reveal the strength, reward Zanpakuto. Without revealing strength in the third year, reward 8 inner gates. Logue Town. Located in East Blue, it is the entrance to the Grand Line. Suo Luo finished the day's work, clocked in and went home to rest, and at the same time glanced at his little assistant. In another 3 months, he will be rewarded for the 10th year of hidden strength. Rin-Egan. As one of the traversers of the vast army, Suo Luo naturally knows how strong Rin-Egan is. As long as you stay for another 3 months, you can get this powerful pupil technique. In order to better hide himself, Suo Luo chose to become a seaman, living in a Logue town with few pirates. With the umbrella of Smoker, live a leisurely life. As a result, he was pushed to the position of Cao Chong based on his several years of qualifications. As for why Suo Luo didn't choose to be an ordinary civilian, or find an uninhabited island to hide. Of course, the quality of life is a problem. Joining Marine does not say that there are 5 social insurances and 1 housing fund, but the benefits are not bad. The convenience of modern life is also a very important consideration. Because of the relationship between the traversers, Suo Luo has always been confused and confident about the treatment within the system. That's a civil servant. On the other hand, Suo Luo is not so much eager. It is better to say that his character is that of an ordinary person. He doesn't say any bloody big words, and he doesn't think about how to save the world all day long. There will be no strange thoughts that the greater the ability and the greater the responsibility. He has neither dreams nor ambitious goals. He just wants to live a quiet life and be a salted fish. Bolu Bolu. Just when Suo Luo walked home as usual, his phone worm suddenly rang. Keep crying. It's an emergency communication. Suo Luo thought for a while and chose to answer. After all, this kind of emergency communication is rare in Logue Town for 10 years. An urgent voice came from the phone worm. Suo Luo Cao Chong, Luffy, who is offering a reward of 30 million yuan, appeared in Logue Town. Well, I get it. Suo Luo nodded lazily, and then hung up. Except for the name Luffy, which made his eyes light up. As for the other content, what does it have to do with yourself? I'm off work at some point. Luffy or something, let Smoker. Smoker, who is in charge of public security here, is now running wildly on the street. The target is Luffy, who caused the riots in Logue Town. Boy with straw hat, do you think you can escape from me? Give up struggling. Smoker yelled at Luffy and Sanji in front. He was faintly disturbed. The reason is not because Luffy was offered a reward for the first time. The bounty exceeded 30 million berry, making him a famous pirate in East Blue. But when he was about to be executed, he died with a smile. This reminds Smoker of the One Piece Roger who was executed 22 years ago. The same is smiling to death. And in just a few words, it triggered the era of the great pirates. Who would stop at this time? Luffy yelled without looking back, I want to be the man of One Piece, so I won't be caught by you, Yan Man. It won't work like this. As the Straw Hat Pirates, the resourceful general, Sanji frowned. Smoker is a Logia fruit-capable person. The weapon in his hand is made of sea stone with 10 hands. It has a certain degree of restraint on Luffy. If they can defeat Smoker, they won't be chased all the way. Even Smoker's delay in catching up with them made Sanji surprised. Combined with Smoker, it has the title of White Hunter. This guy is probably trying to consume our physical strength before making a move. In the hunting process, this is a very common method. When the prey is tired, the hunter chooses to take action and can easily kill the prey. Sanji, who was in charge of the brain, began to think to himself. But if you run to the Golden Mary like this, not only will you not be able to get rid of Smoker, but it may also bring danger to Nami. Sanji, who believes in the spirit of chivalry, cannot allow this to happen. After thinking about it, Sanji decided to act separately. No matter how powerful Smoker is, it is impossible to hunt down two people at the same time. And Luffy is the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. As a crew member, Sanji firmly believes in his heart that he will not be caught. Well, I see, then we will meet at the melee. Luffy nodded, then threw his arm out, extending it indefinitely, and grabbed the sign on the side of the street. Without saying a word, Sanji stopped suddenly, turned and ran towards the other street. Next second, Luffy used his rubber abilities and ejected himself, leaving Smoker far behind. Want to escape separately? Smoker muttered to himself, but he cared more about Luffy than Sanji. So Smoker made a gesture and asked others to chase Sanji, while he turned into a cloud of smoke and continued to chase Luffy. Boy with a straw hat, you can't run away! Smoker roared firmly. At the same time, Luffy pushed Smoker 3 or 4 streets away. Thinking of throwing Smoker further away, he rushed to the Mary. But the riots caused by Luffy this time were too serious. In addition to Smoker and his marines, the police in Logetown and the buggy pirates were all looking for Luffy. Even without Smoker, enemies can be seen everywhere. Straw Hat, it's that Straw Hat, grab him! Don't let him run away! Call Colonel Smoker, Luffy in Straw Hat is here. Soon another group of marines found Luffy. These seamen have a clear division of labor. The attacker starts to attack, and the one who contacts Smoker starts to contact Smoker. I won't let you succeed. Upon seeing this, Luffy simply grabbed a fist with 5 fingers, aimed at the communication device in the hand of one of the marines, and threw his fist over. Bang! After a muffled sound, the communication equipment in this marine's hand fell to pieces. Unable to contact Smoker, Luffy smiled brightly. It is this kind of adventure that he yearns for. I'm going to the Grand Line. I am the man who wants to be the One Piece. No one can stop me. Call out. At the end of the sentence, Luffy kicked his feet hard and jumped up, bending his body backwards, clenching his fists with both hands, accumulating strength. Rubber rubber. Machine gun. I saw Luffy quickly swinging his fists, as if countless after-images appeared. Dozens of fists rushed into the marine team, flying these people easily. All spikes. But Luffy's sudden shot also attracted the attention of other marines and police. Click. Luffy landed quickly, holding down the straw hat that was almost flying out with his hands. How come there are so many marines? Luffy couldn't help but complain, looked around, and quickly found a narrow alley. Only the width that 5 people can walk side by side. Here. Luffy talked to himself and ran away. Although all the seamen and policemen encountered along the way were easily beaten by Luffy, the number of people chasing Luffy has not decreased, but more and more. There is Marine again. Suddenly, just when Luffy was about to cross this alley, a black-haired man in Marine Cao Chang's uniform caught Luffy's eyes. And the man quickly noticed Luffy. The two sides face each other. It is Suo Luo. Luffy looked up and down the Marine. He was taller than himself, with sword eyebrows and starry eyes, fresh and handsome, with a slender samurai sword hanging from his waist. Seeing his first reaction, Luffy was sure that this Marine came to catch him. Suo Luo also recognized Luffy. And his first reaction when he saw Luffy was to mutter to himself, "What is the situation? Shouldn't Luffy be caught by Smoker at this time?" Noting the weather changes, Suo Luo introduced a general plot development. "Do you want to block my way? Don't try to succeed. I want to be the man of One Piece." However, Luffy didn't give Suo Luo a chance to speak at all. He shook his arm and extended it toward another exit. Rubber rubber. Pistol. I saw Luffy swing towards Suo Luo using the reaction force of the rubber expansion and contraction. Bang. With a loud noise, Luffy's fist passed Suo Luo's shoulders and hit the building on the side. The smoke spread out to the surroundings, leaving a spider web-like crack on it. Luffy's arm shrank back, but he was a little surprised. Your own attack was avoided by the other party? Do not. This marine had predicted his attack path, and then dodged his attack with just a good pass. Easy. That. Just when Luffy felt surprised in his heart, Suo Luo slowly said, I'm off work at some point and I'm about to go home. Can I trouble you to find someone else for a fight? Luffy. Chapter 2 Ordinary Punch. Looking at Luffy who appeared in Logue Town, Suo Luo realized in his heart that Luffy at this time had completed all the plots in East Blue. Now he is a pirate with a bounty of up to 30 million berry. For other marines, if they could catch Luffy, it would definitely be a great achievement. However, Suo Luo has no interest. He just wanted to feel at ease in this world. During the 9 years of traveling to the pirate world, he got off work on time every day. Seeing Luffy now, he took the initiative to give up away. Looking at a pair of Suo Luo who couldn't motivate, Luffy had a black line on his face. All the marines he met along the way were as if they were beaten up. Surround him, chase and intercept him. It was in great contrast with Suo Luo in front of him. What made Luffy feel most incredible was that in the face of his own attack, he casually avoided it. This guy is much stronger than those marines. Luffy thought to himself. If it were not for this kind of strong contrast, Luffy might have really passed Suo Luo. However, although Luffy usually looks carefree and silly, but when it comes to fighting, his keen intuition is like a fighting genius. I understand, this guy wanted to induce me to relax my vigilance, and then suddenly shot. It must be so. Luffy, who has always been reluctant to think, prejudged Suo Luo's plan at this moment. In that case, then I can only knock you down here. Luffy yelled at Suo Luo, his footsteps suddenly stopped, his hands clenched, rubber. At the same time, the marines who were pursuing Luffy also arrived in this alley. Found Luffy. Grab him, don't let him run. Contact Colonel Smoker quickly. The marines talked a lot, but suddenly noticed another man standing at the end of the alley. That person is Suo Luo Cao Chong. No one in the crowd yelled first. Others noticed that Suo Luo was standing alone at the other end of the alley, blocking Luffy's way. In the past 9 years, Suo Luo has never taken the initiative to catch a pirate. When he encounters a pirate who has a bounty of more than 3 million berry at sea, he directly contacted Smoker to deal with it. At most it is the work assigned to Suo Luo, and he will do his best to do it well. Coupled with being gentle. In the Logue Town Marine Army, Suo Luo has a very good reputation although he has no strength. It was with everyone's support that he was elected as Cao Chong. But Suo Luo has no strength, it is everyone's default. He is the mascot of the Logue Town Marine Unit. Cao Chong Suo Luo, run away. That guy is a pirate with a bounty of more than 30 million berry. The Murloc Arlong was defeated by that guy. Seeing Suo Luo resolutely standing in front of Luffy, these marines shouted. Knowing that he is not the pirate's opponent at all, Suo Luo Cao Chong also stood firmly there. He must want to use his body to delay the pirate and buy time for Colonel Smoker. Knowing that we can't do it, it is precisely because of Suo Luo's justice in Cao Chang's heart. Yes, although Suo Luo Cao Chong is weak and pitiful, his heart of justice is stronger than anyone else. For a time, the marines began to make up for it. It is certain that Suo Luo Cao Chong is to protect the public order of Logue Town, so he decides to stand in front of Luffy. It has always been the belief that Colonel Smoker helped everyone to establish FK. For Logue Town. Suo Luo Cao Chong, we are here to support you. Destroy the pirates. The marines burst out with unprecedented roars, deafening, and attracted the civilians of Logue Town to look here. And this powerful voice naturally reached Luffy and Suo Luo's ears. It's just that Suo Luo is completely confused. There were a lot of question marks in my heart. What are these guys making up for? I didn't mean that, okay? What justice, guard Logue Town? I just want to go home from this road. Moreover, I remember that Luffy didn't come here. You really want to stop me from going to sea? Luffy's eyebrows tightened, once again convinced that Suo Luo came up with an unexpected attack on himself. Machine gun. In the next second, Luffy held a strong will and swung his slapstick attack at Suo Luo. Each arm stretched out for several meters, and the speed was so fast that after images appeared. It seems that there are hundreds of fists swinging at Suo Luo at the same time. Bang! 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 The sound of fists BG on the building rang in Suo Luo's ears. Although he has no interest in arresting Luffy, he also doesn't want to be beaten up for nothing. So, Suo Luo dodges Luffy's fists one by one. The walls, glass, and streets of buildings were cracked by Luffy. Suo Luo simply retreated all the way until he retreated into the wide street. As long as it's not a crowded alley, Luffy doesn't need to smash me. Suo Luo muttered to himself. Rubber rubber. Luffy stared at Suo Luo, starting to feel impatient. What the hell is going on in this Logue Town? Smoker first, then Suo Luo. All can dodge their own attacks. For a while, Luffy couldn't help being a little bit up, forgetting that he was running away. Now he just wants to hit Suo Luo with a punch. Bell. Call out. I saw Luffy's neck stretched out to the rear, using the principle of rubber contraction to increase his attack power several times, and hit Suo Luo with one head. This guy, it's endless, isn't it? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, but suddenly realized that there was a civilian who happened to be passing by behind him. After seeing Luffy's attack, his legs became so weak that he couldn't take a step. If he stepped away at this time, this guy would definitely be hit by Luffy. Although Suo Luo only wants salted fish, he still has some principles in his mind. In a hurry, Suo Luo had to punch the flying man in the head. Just an ordinary punch. It shouldn't reveal my strength. Anyway, Luffy is a rubber fruit capable person, immune to all physical strikes. Just control the strength, block Luffy's attack, and then I will fly backwards. Finally, pretend to faint. This way Luffy shouldn't bother me. Before he could breathe, Suo Luo came up with a plan he thought was perfect, and then took it with ease. A normal punch. Suo Luo let out a low growl, behaving very vigorously, as if he had used all his strength to feed him, and punched Luffy in the face. Boom! A loud noise exploded directly, and the vibration generated by the physical strike directly stirred the air, forming a terrifying air current, spreading out in all directions. Blow every civilian, Marine's clothes. Luffy's facial features were even twisted together and flew out on the spot. Chapter 3 I, Suo Luo, am an actor. Seeing Luffy's facial features sank deep, his neck quickly retracted to its normal size, a mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth, his feet left the ground and flew out. All the Marines were dumbfounded and silent. Watching Luffy's body draw a parabola in the air, he fell heavily to the ground, his eyes turned white, and he passed out on the spot. This pirate who was chased and blocked by them, but could not do anything. Directly killed by Suo Luo in seconds. The weak and sickly Cao Chang, Suo Luo, defeated Luffy? It's a lie. For a moment, the Marines gathered here all looked at Suo Luo, their eyes full of incredible. What's the situation? Luffy was shot by me. Noting everyone's eyes and Luffy who passed out, Suo Luo's brain paused for 0.36 seconds before responding. He frowned quickly, squeezed his facial features into one, put on a painful expression, and pushed his feet hard, causing his body to draw a parabola in the middle of the air and slammed into the cloth stand behind him. Boom! Suo Luo Cao Chang. When Sergeant Katz saw this, he immediately roared and left Luffy aside, and hurried to Suoluo. A part of the Marines followed closely behind. They have been with Suoluo for more than 9 years. It has always been clear that Suoluo is good at clerical work, and his force is not as good as the ordinary seaman first class. Seeing Suoluo flying upside down like a broken kite, they were also very worried. However, this scene also caused an uproar. Hey, it's a lie, Suoluo Cao Chong defeated Luffy. I must have had an illusion. How could Suoluo Cao Chong be Luffy's opponent? He defeated the pirate of the Murloc Arlong. Regarding the name of the Murloc Arlong, none of these seamen is unaware. Luffy, who defeated him, won a bounty of 30 million berry. It is enough to show that Luffy is strong. In addition, Luffy turned Logue Town upside down, which also proved that he is a dangerous man. The police and seamen who were defeated by him were countless. Such a strong man was defeated by Suoluo. Suoluo Cao Chong. Soon, a seaman noticed Suoluo lying in a pile of cloth, took 3 steps and 2 steps, and quickly checked his condition. Other Marines followed suit. Suoluo Cao Chong, don't you mind? Katz asked Suoluo about his physical condition with concern, and quickly helped him up. Suoluo Cao Chong, what is going on? However, more Marines are curious about how Suoluo killed Luffy in seconds. Instead, Suoluo has a black line on his face. Luffy. Was it so weak? It shouldn't. He is the protagonist. Suoluo glanced at Luffy when he got up. Turning his eyes white, lying in the center of the street crouched, the corners of his mouth and the door are full of bloodline. He really passed out. Attracted the civilians on the street to come and watch. As expected of Marine, he finally caught this pirate who made a big fuss in Logue Town. Thanks to Suoluo Cao Chong. The people in Logue Town recognized Suoluo and started chanting his name. Suoluo didn't expect such a scene. According to his plan, he just wanted to fly Luffy out. Because Suoluo, who wears a traverser, knows very well. Although Luffy hasn't grown up yet, his father dragon is now in Logue Town. And his bounty is more than 5 billion, making him the most dangerous terrorist in the world. Once you get involved with that kind of guy, there will definitely be big troubles. After all, I can't kill the dragon here. Speaking of which, One Piece is not an anime from the tale of the crane. When Luffy went to sea, his strength was one of the best in East Blue, and he defeated Shishibukai Crocodile in Alabasta. And the punch just now, I only used 10% of my strength. Suoluo couldn't help but complain. Forget it, it's not a question of Luffy's strength right now. Note that the sky is getting darker and darker. Suoluo's mind cannot help but the image of a dragon emerges. Luffy was knocked out by himself, he would not sit idly by. It's safer to leave as soon as the matter is not serious. As for their own strength, it was all luck to be able to defeat Luffy. Didn't Colonel Smoker fight Luffy before? Additionally, you chased Luffy all the way, and his energy has been exhausted. I'm just the last straw that killed the camel. Suoluo explained to the Marines present. He defeated Luffy, not because of his strength, but just because of luck. Just picked up Luffy's head. So, the credit for arresting Luffy this time is definitely not mine alone, but belongs to all the seamen and police in Logue Town. Suoluo said righteously. And these words made the seamen present even more startled. In fact, many of the seamen standing here are not newcomers, especially Sergeant Katz among them. Before coming to Logue Town, he had seen too many taking credit for his subordinates and pushing his own scapegoat to his subordinate Marine superiors. The superiors like Suoluo who give credit to everyone are extremely rare. If it wasn't for his strength to be too weak, with his brilliance, he would definitely leave his own legend on this sea. However, the biggest regret is here. Suoluo was frail and sick from a young age, lacking the most critical conditions for survival on the sea. Strength. Whenever he thinks of this, Katz feels a pity. If possible, how much he wants to share his power with Suo Luo. Okay, don't worry about me for now. Although I have been weak since I was a child, I won't have any major incidents with this degree of injury. Seeing everyone surrounding him, Suo Luo had no choice but to give orders as Cao Chong. Hurry up and take Luffy back. Anyway, he is a pirate with a bounty of up to 30 million berry. Once you wake up on the way, with your strength, you can't deal with it at all. Contact Colonel Smoker quickly. Such a strong pirate, only Colonel Smoker can deal with him. Suo Luo emphasized seriously. Katz was startled. Haha. Suo Luo smiled bitterly, pressing his arm with one hand. I want to be with you too, but the punch just now hurt me too, so I need to check it as soon as possible. And Sergeant Katz, it was not me who arrested Luffy, but all the Marines in Logue Town. I believe you can handle this matter properly. Suo Luo did not hesitate to choose to believe in Katz and others, which deeply moved the Marines present. I understand, Suo Luo Cao Chong. Katz turned around and made a gesture, ordering everyone to take Luffy away. However, just when Suo Luo thought that the storm could come to an end and he could go home and rest, not far away came a tall man wearing a green raincoat. The storm also became more violent. Boom! A sudden thunder fell in the sky, and the dazzling light reflected the man's facial features. The tattoo printed on the left face makes each Marine's heart tight. That guy is... Why does that man appear in Logue Town? Sergeant Katz's eyes were round, and he only felt the two mountains pressing on him, and he felt strenuous even the most basic breathing. Immediately afterwards, a powerful aura rolled towards Katz. Let every Marine soldier's legs take root on the ground, and he was so scared that his legs trembled, but he couldn't even turn around and escape. Although the civilians at the scene didn't know who came, they could feel that the atmosphere was becoming weird from Marine's reaction. Chapter 4: The Most Vicious Criminal in the World. Revolutionary Army Dragon. Captain Buggy, we found Luffy, but... Several members of the clown pirate group hide in the corner of the street and observe in secret. I wanted to lie in ambush here, and when Luffy resolved that Marine passed by here, he took the opportunity to sneak attack. Unexpectedly, Luffy was defeated by a Marine. And it only took a punch. Scared that they didn't dare to act rashly, they quickly contacted Buggy the Clown with a phone worm. Tell the general situation again. Another street. The storm is getting bigger and bigger, coupled with the strength that Smoker has shown. Buggy can't help but hesitate to leave here in the chaos. However, Luffy was knocked out. Buggy frowned slightly. It was not Smoker who defeated Luffy, but a Marine CAO. According to the man, the reason why he was able to defeat Luffy was not that he was stronger than Luffy. It's just that Luffy doesn't have much energy anymore. He became the last straw that crushed him. And the place where Luffy fell was only 3 blocks away from him. After thinking about it, Buggy decided to take someone there and grab someone from Marine. Kill my uncle like that, I won't let him go. In a short while, Buggy took the elite members of the pirate group to the place where Luffy passed out. However, he didn't take the shot directly, but hid in a safe place to observe. What Buggy didn't expect was that the atmosphere here was extremely depressing. Each seaman stood on the spot, looking in the same direction as if facing a major enemy. They had various weapons in their hands, but their arms trembled. Do these guys know that the uncle is coming, and are shaking with fear? Buggy couldn't help thinking to himself, but he soon realized that things were not that simple. Captain Buggy, look over there. A sharp-eyed pirate quickly reminded Buggy, and pointed his finger at the man that Marine really feared. That person is... Buggy's gaze was attracted. Boom! A shock of thunder fell from the sky, and the sound rolled, deafening. The dazzling thunder light illuminates the entire street, and the facial features hidden under the kabuto hat of the future are revealed. At a glance, Buggy was stunned on the spot. Although there was only a short moment, he would not mistake this man. "Buggy, how come your face is so ugly?" Alvida frowned. Upon seeing the man's appearance, Buggy's face instantly turned pale, like a dead person. "It can't be wrong. That guy is a dragon." Buggy has a low voice, now he understands it thoroughly. Why did those Marines become like that? Why is the atmosphere here so weird? Dragon. On the contrary, he is a member of the Buggy pirate group, who is a little unfamiliar with this name. Seeing that everyone hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem, Buggy quickly explained it. He was identified as the world's most murderous criminal for advocating the revolutionary idea of subverting the world government, and dozens of kingdoms have been overthrown under his leadership. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. The pirates, including Alvida, changed their expressions in shock. Why? Such a terrifying man will appear in Logue Town. Do not know. Buggy shook his head quickly, like a rattle. He didn't know why the dragon appeared here, but what he knew was that besides world government, dragons also hate pirates. The revolutionary army under him has guided the civilians to destroy the pirate group that looted property more than once. For example, the Marine fleet, that man must be more terrifying, don't have anything to do with him, we, leave here. Buggy glanced meaningfully at Luffy who was lying on the ground. Although he wanted to execute Luffy very much, he didn't lose his mind yet. Luffy and his own life are heavier, and he still clearly distinguishes them. Even as he left, Buggy couldn't help but flashed a trace of sympathy when looking at Marine. Run into the guy long. Most of it will be destroyed by the group. Maybe, even Luffy will die in the hands of the dragon. Buggy murmured to himself, and ran madly in the other direction with his pirate regiment without looking back. Long continued to step forward and slowly approached Suo Luo and others. Dragon. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the dragon that appeared suddenly. He is dressed in a green coat, with red square tattoos on his left face, and his expression is fierce. The height of more than 2 meters makes him full of aura. As a traverser, Suo Luo knew very well why the dragon appeared in Logue Town. It is Luffy's father. The reason Smoker failed to catch Luffy was because of the dragon's intervention. Moreover, his strength is by no means only stronger than Smoker. The son of the marine hero Garp is the immediate enemy of the world government and the leader of the revolutionary army. Although the content of One Piece so far does not reveal the true strength of the dragon and the bounty. However, to be able to stand at that height, it is absolutely impossible to have only thoughts. Even Sabo, who was cultivated by the dragon, has good strength. Although Suo Luo didn't study the dragon's bounty after he traveled into this world, according to his speculation, the bounty of the dragon is only higher than that of the 4 emperors. Even if it is conservatively estimated, the strength of the dragon is at least admiral level. Things are getting more and more troublesome. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. However, he didn't have the kind of tension that he felt when he was facing an enemy. The dragon is very strong. But he is not very weak. Wait, the purpose of the dragon, just to take Luffy away. Suo Luo's inspiration flashed suddenly. If the dragon takes Luffy away, then he doesn't count as capturing Luffy. The news that he defeated Luffy would also be covered by the appearance of the dragon, and no one paid attention. There is no loss to myself. After all, I didn't join Marine out of a sense of justice. He just took a fancy to the Marine umbrella, which can help him hide his strength. The man who divides the meat among others is a hero. People who want to eat meat are pirates. And he, Suo Luo, just wants to wait for others to share the meat with him. He is a salted fish. As Suo Luo fell into contemplation, the eyes of other Marines focused. Everyone's eyes are wide, as if they can jump out of their eye sockets at any time. The chin was about to fall to the ground in shock. Naturally, it is impossible for them to understand Suo Luo's thinking changes. What they saw. It was just an ordinary marine cao who stood firm in front of the dragon. Yes. During the time that Suo Luo was thinking, Long walked slowly in front of him, over 2 meters tall. Looking down at him, and at the same time glanced at Luffy who was lying not far behind Suo Luo. All marine is even more dumbfounded. Suo Luo Cao Chong. When did you become so brave? Chapter 5 The Dragon releases Conqueror's Haki? Should I pretend to faint? Suo Luo, who has never had much motivation, is now firmly standing in front of Dragon. There is no backlash at all. Such a scene made Cats and the other marines feel incredible. You know, that's Dragon. The most vicious criminal in the world. It's really worthy of being Suo Luo Cao Chong. Cats rolled his throat, swallowing his saliva in fear and tension. In his opinion, Suo Luo must be upholding his justice and duty. When we didn't know what to do, you gave us the answer. Yes. We are marine, we are not afraid. Even if the enemy is Dragon from Revolutionary Army, we must stand here. Cats summoned all his courage and said this aloud. And these words, like a horn, inspired every seaman on the scene. Yes, we have to stay here. I will follow in the footsteps of Suo Luo Cao Chong. I also. For a time, the marines clenched their weapons one after another and assumed a fighting posture. Although it was Cats's words that infected them. But every seaman knew it very well. Their spiritual pillar at this time is Suo Luo Cao Chong. What the? Rao was moved by the Revolutionary Army Dragon when he saw the scene before him. Although he has a different position from Marine, he admires such courage very much. Nice man. With a low voice, Dragon focused his eyes on Suo Luo, not hesitating to praise him. Boom! Another shocking thunder fell, and the dazzling thunder light spread in all directions. With the help of this thunder light, Suo Luo was able to clearly see the dragon's expression. At this moment he was raising the corners of his mouth. What's the situation? On the contrary, Suo Luo was at a loss and couldn't understand the current situation. The seamen of Logue Town, what did their brains make up for? I don't want to fight against a guy like Long. And many more. Suo Luo suddenly seemed to realize something. The corner of his eye glanced backward. Found that Luffy was waiting behind him. Although the distance is not very close, he has become a unit that hinders the dragon and Luffy. Let Long think that he is trying to prevent him from taking Luffy away. Now. Big misunderstanding. Is it too late to pretend to be shivering now? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. But the dragon is more decisive than Suo Luo imagined. According to Long's original plan, he just wanted to help Luffy go out to sea indirectly. In the end, I didn't expect that Luffy would be knocked out. Once let him fall into Marine's hands, I'm afraid he will be sent into Impel Down. Can only get rid of the Marine here. Thinking of this, the dragon decisively released his haki. In an instant, a faint breath burst from the dragon. Call out. The breath is weak, like a cold wind. But then, everything changed quickly, and in a blink of an eye it became a raging ocean current, surging at an extremely terrifying speed, enveloped the entire street. Surprisingly, Conqueror's Haki. Moreover, the release and spread of this momentum only happened for a moment. Before everyone could react, a transparent half-circle airflow enveloped them. Then came the trembling from the depths of the soul. This force squeezed every cell in these people with incomparable craziness. It caused a violent impact on their consciousness. To them, the dragon is like a terrifying thing that completely crushes and surpasses them from the bloodline. So that their hearts are all dominated by the most primitive fear. Under the influence of this fear, the protective mechanism in their bodies was activated, and their eyes turned white, turning all the pictures in their sights into black. Then comes the sense of hearing, smell, and touch. Disappeared one after another. The body also began to lose balance, and one after another fell towards the ground. In just 2 or 3 breaths, a large number of civilians fell. Only cats, and a few of the elite of seamen first class, barely kept standing. But it is also struggling to support. They can't even understand what just happened. However, even people like cats couldn't hold on for long. Dragon's Conqueror's haki is stronger than the average owner. Within half a minute, cats and others also fell one after another. He looked at Suo Luo with a worried look. Because no one knew, after these marines passed out one after another. What kind of crazy moves will Dragon make? This guy. Sure enough, he is the most ferocious criminal. Katz's tone was full of unwillingness and completely lost consciousness. This scene let the atmosphere at this time become even more weird. The torrential rain became more violent and swallowed up all sounds. The thunder that fell from time to time made the streets even more eerie and terrifying. Long did not speak anymore, ready to take Luffy away. If he could, he didn't want to release his conqueror's haki. But there is no way, this is the safest way. However, just when the dragon was ready to act, he suddenly noticed the marine who blocked his way in the first place, and regarded by everyone as a spiritual pillar. At this moment, he still stands in front of him. Did not fall down. This unknown man has withstood his own conqueror's haki. The dragon who keeps raising his mouth. The expression froze instantly. Soon, Suo Luo also noticed the surrounding situation and found that it was a civilian or his subordinates. All fell on the cold ground, letting the rain wash away them. All passed out. Wait, did I miss something when I just wandered? This picture, shouldn't it be Conqueror's haki? Suo Luo's brain spins like crazy. According to his judgment, the reason these people became like this is obviously because they were attacked by Conqueror's haki. As the leader of the revolutionary army, Long owning Conqueror's haki is not something to be surprised at. But Conqueror's haki is almost the most powerful force in One Piece. Only one existence can be born out of a million people. It cannot be inherited innately, nor can it be cultivated. It all depends on one person's fate. How come I haven't felt such a powerful force? Wrong. Suo Luo couldn't help but shook his head. Now is not the time to entangle these issues. The question now is, what should I do? Do I just fall down? The key is how it feels to be stunned by Conqueror's haki. Will it be too deliberate to just fall down? Forget it, no matter. After some entanglement, Suo Luo simply turned his mind. Why don't you care about it? Just fall straight down. Mr. Long won't put himself up for a fight. However, just when Suo Luo made up his mind, the dragon spoke again. You actually took my Conqueror's haki, it's not easy as expected. Chapter 6 Conqueror's haki that swept the entire Log town. Seeing Suo Luo standing in front of him safe and sound, Long suddenly realized. In addition to his determination to stick to justice, this man has enough strength. His willpower is not even inferior to some marine commodore he has seen. Unexpectedly, Log Town hides such a man. Long thought to himself, but he didn't plan to entangle Suo Luo more. Conqueror's haki, who had just been released, was not his full strength. After all, his purpose is only to take Luffy away, not to provoke the marine of the entire Log Town. If you release Conqueror's haki without reservation, with the strength of the dragon, all the civilians in Log Town, marine, can faint in an instant. Next second, the dragon's pupils dilated in an instant, and the whole person was engrossed until he held his breath and focused his attention on Suo Luo. A faint breath was released again, changing rapidly, sweeping towards Suo Luo like a huge wave. According to the dragon's knowledge, this time the Conqueror's haki level. Even Commodore from the Marine branch can hardly resist. Enough to make Suo Luo lose consciousness. However, It's not true. Suo Luo still feels nothing. Even his mind was not on the dragon's actions. When he heard the phrase "you man is really not easy," Suo Luo realized that it is no longer appropriate for him to pretend to be dizzy at this time. Is my strength already exposed? Dragons conquerors haki should be the top ones in the world, right? In other words, I, who was not affected by haki, are already Shishibukai, or even a powerful person at the Emperor Deputy level, in the dragon's cognition. For a while, Suo Luo couldn't help but start to make up for it. Once regarded by the dragon as a powerhouse at the Emperor Vice level, would it be regarded as exposing one's own strength? Although his current strength is not too weak from the perspective of Pirate World, he can obviously become stronger, so why resist? And if you expose your own strength, you can't get the next reward. No. Suo Luo couldn't help shook his head, and felt confident in his heart. As long as I hide my true strength for another 3 months, I can get Rin Egan. At that time, my strength will undoubtedly be improved qualitatively. Just when Suo Luo thought of this, the expression of the dragon changed again. The smile from the beginning turned into surprise, and now it is shocking. He originally thought that as long as he promoted Conqueror's haki to this level, he would be enough to kill Suo Luo in seconds. But who knows, facing Conqueror's haki of his level, Suo Luo still stood there, as if thinking about something. The strength of this man. On top of Marine Commodore. But why? Didn't the Marines just call him Chong Cao? Why does a Logue Town chief Cao have such amazing strength? He has been hiding himself. Or is there another arrangement for naval headquarters? If it is the former, why did Suo Luo do this? What is his motivation? Have no idea. Grunt. Long swallowed nervously, he was always resourceful. Can't see the purpose of the man in front of me. Could it be that it was the arrangement of naval headquarters? However, let a man with the strength of Marine Rear Admiral and even Vice Admiral serve as the little CAO in Logue Town. Thinking of this, Long once again increased the power of Conqueror's haki and swept towards Suo Luo. In an instant, the transparent circle that should have shown a blue aura turned into black in an instant. From the beginning, the aura became domineering and became violent. The sky changed color, lightning flashed and thundered. Rumble. Thunder bursts, rolling in all directions. However, this thunder is not the thunder in the sky, but the black lightning that breathes from the Conqueror's haki released by the dragon. Full of power. At the same time, a street not far from the dragon release Conqueror's haki. The clown Buggy is rushing with his pirate team for their lives, trying to leave the town where monsters have appeared. However, a breath soon swept towards them, and countless pirates stopped one after another. The brain only felt as if it had been hit by a lightning strike of 100,000 volts, lost self-awareness, and rushed to grab the ground. The cotters and members of Alvita were even more shocked, and their legs inevitably felt soft. Fa, what happened? Why would I suddenly be unable to exert my strength? Captain Buggy, is it Marine? Buggy stopped abruptly and turned to look in the direction haki was attacking. Although his bounty is only 15 million, he is well informed. No, you can't go wrong. Buggy rolled his throat, his face pale. This is Conqueror's haki. And this is just the aftermath. If the opponent's target is us, it will be enough to kill us in an instant. In Buggy's eyes, this Conqueror's haki level does not even lose to monsters like Rayleigh and Bullet. Not Marine. It's impossible for those guys to have such terrible power. Buggy shook his head, and suddenly the person he had just met flashed in his mind. It's the dragon who made the move. We must leave here quickly. Buggy clenched his teeth and slapped himself hard to keep his brain awake. As for the crew members who have passed out, they can only be thrown here. Let's go. Buggy said loudly and then strode hard. The other side. The Marines led by Smoker fell one after another. The speed was so fast that he didn't expect it. When the reaction came, only oneself remained awake. But the consciousness of the brain is not good. Smoker now has a feeling of hangover after drinking strong alcohol. He couldn't help feeling a little weak in his hands and feet. The thunder was even more deafening. Thump. Smoker suddenly knelt on one knee, unable to take a step forward. What the hell happened to Logue Town? Smoker gritted his teeth. This terrible force could never be released by Luffy. It must be someone else. But who is it? This force is simply stronger than the Vice Admiral I know. Do not. Smoker shook his head. He suddenly realized that the other party's breath was slowly rising. No matter who comes to Logue Town, his strength is at the Admiral level. At the same time, Zoro, who was fighting Tashigi, also felt this terrifying aura. Zoro only felt that his brain was being hammered by something, forcing him to retreat again and again. Tashigi, who was fighting with him, couldn't bear the power and lost consciousness on the spot. Before he even hummed, he rolled his eyes and passed out. Hey, what the hell is going on? Zoro blinked vigorously, unable to understand the situation in front of him. This terrible power even exceeded his cognition. Chapter 7 As long as I kill the dragon, my strength is not exposed. Suo Luo didn't expect the situation before him to take a turn for the worse. Should I just kill the dragon directly here? Suo Luo thought to himself. As long as I kill the dragon, no one knows how strong I am now. It can be regarded as hiding my strength in another sense. Moreover, Conqueror's Haki, which the dragon just released, is very powerful. In an instant, all the civilians present, Marine, fainted. In other words, there were no witnesses at all. But having said that, Long's identity is the leader of the Revolutionary Army anyway, and the Revolutionary Army doesn't really know anything about his whereabouts. For something as big as the leader's disappearance, the Revolutionary Army will definitely start an investigation. It's not possible that there will be a large number of revolutionary troops in Logue Town. Suo Luo frowned. There is also Marine. Long is Garp's son anyway. Although the positions are different, does Garp really ignore the dragon's movements? If Garp finds any clues, will he also come to Logue Town to investigate? There is also the dragon's corpse. Are you going to be buried in Logue Town? Or throw it into the sea? The worldview of One Piece has always been inconsistent with common sense. Even the permanent pointer that Roger threw into the ocean can be found. The ghost knew whether the dragon's corpse would cause more trouble. The more I thought about it, the more Suo Luo felt that killing the dragon was easy. But he really didn't want to deal with the subsequent series of troubles. He just wants salted fish. In Logue Town, I commute to and from get off work every day, chatting with my colleagues and bragging. Simply put, I, Suo Luo, just want to be an ordinary person. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain. However, just as Suo Luo's brain made up a lot of messy things, Long had already elevated his Conqueror's Haki to the highest level. As soon as you open your eyes, you can see violent black lightning bursting from the dragon's body, spreading in all directions. This is more than just momentum. The buildings on the streets and roads were all affected by the dragon's Haki and began to fall apart. Especially the spider web-like cracks under the dragon's feet are shocking. The diameter is as exaggerated as 20 or 30 meters. Even in the dragon's cognition, there are only a handful of people who have Conqueror's Haki of their own level, looking at the entire sea. Even Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters cannot be safe. Long muttered to himself. In his opinion, after Vice Admiral of his headquarters received this Haki, not to mention fainting on the spot, he would at least be forced to kneel on one knee. Can't stop myself. Even. The dragon seemed to have a premonition. Suo Luo's expression on his face was shocked, his limbs slowly became weak, and finally he grabbed the ground with his head and fell down in front of him. Thinking of this, the corners of Long's mouth rose, and a smile appeared. The result is the next second. The dragon's smile froze on the spot. When his gaze focused on Suo Luo again, he suddenly found the scene that I expected did not happen at all. Even his top conqueror's haki. It still has no effect on Suo Luo. He still stood there with an understatement. It's impossible. Grunt. The dragon rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, stepped back involuntarily, and his brain only felt a buzzing sound. It's like a bolt from the blue sky. If you say, Suo Luo just now surprised him. So now Suo Luo has completely subverted the dragon's cognition. You know, when Conqueror's haki is upgraded to a certain level, it is no longer a clearing skill to kill miscellaneous soldiers. In addition to bombardment awareness, Conqueror's haki itself is an extremely powerful means of attack. Those shocking cracks under the dragon's feet are the most direct proof. However, Suo Luo is still unscathed. Didn't even feel the pressure. This man has Conqueror's haki of the same level as me. Long was shocked, and his rosy cheeks suddenly turned pale, without the slightest trace of blood. Like a dead man. Do not. Another voice roared in the dragon's heart. It's not just as simple as the same level. Suo Luo at least possesses Conqueror's haki, who is even more advanced than him, so he can stand in front of him so lightly. The scariest thing is, judging from Suo Luo's reaction, he doesn't seem to be confused by the situation in front of him. This is equivalent to saying that Suo Luo knew very well in his heart what moves he had just used. He said to Conqueror's haki, "Know it all." An ominous premonition sprang up in the dragon's heart. Perhaps, from the beginning, there was a conspiracy here. A big conspiracy designed by Naval Headquarters. They first issued a reward to Luffy, and attracted their attention with the amount of 30 million berry. Then, lure yourself to Logue Town. Although it is not clear how Marine discovered the relationship between himself and Luffy. Otherwise, how to explain it, Logue Town clearly has such a terrifying combat power as Suo Luo. Can Luffy still make a fuss for so long? Can't it be Suo Luo who fishes when he is at work, right? Eliminate all the impossible, then the remaining possibilities are the only and correct answer no matter how impossible they seem. It's like verifying the dragon's mind. Suo Luo's body began to release a majestic murderous aura. He finally made up my mind. Thank you for a little trouble. Suo Luo's eyes became serious and determined, his hands clasped together, and his 5 fingers grabbed his fist. Ling Li's murderous aura caused the surrounding temperature to drop rapidly. Even the corners and the ground began to form ice crystals at a speed visible to the naked eye. In 3 more months, I can get the next reward. Rinnegan. Once I get Rinnegan, it will undoubtedly be a huge improvement to my current strength. So in any case, my strength cannot be exposed here. And as long as I kill the dragon, no one will know how strong I am. Also, in order to prevent the Revolutionary Army from coming to Logue Town to investigate Dragon's disappearance and discovering me. After I get rid of the dragon, even the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army will be destroyed together. Suo Luo made up his mind. But Dragon is not an ordinary character. If I guessed correctly, this guy must also be demon fruit power. And the most effective way to deal with those with fruit ability is haki. In an instant, Suo Luo began to release his Conqueror's haki unreservedly. Boom! Just listen to a loud noise, which instantly overwhelms all the sounds on Logue Town. Whether it is the violent thunder in the sky, or the monstrous waves on the coastline. Compared with the power released by Suo Luo, it looks bleak. Even the buildings on both sides of the street fell apart in an instant because they couldn't bear this force, and were directly razed to the ground by Suo Luo's haki. The dragon who witnessed this scene was even more dumbfounded on the spot. He suddenly felt like he never understood Conqueror's haki. Chapter 8 The most vicious criminal in the world. Flee in a hurry. Dragon, you have too much control. Suo Luo made a low voice, ready to be here and kill the dragon directly. However, the picture that caught Suo Luo's eyes was empty streets and buildings on both sides reduced to ruins. The invincible, Haki dragon, disappeared without a trace. Suo Luo never thought of this scene. He thought that the dragon guy would smash himself to the end. Suo Luo suddenly turned around and looked at the building on the other side. The dragon in the green coat is now standing on the roof of that building, sweating. The whole person was panting heavily. It can be said to be extremely embarrassed. He never dreamed that there would be a monster like Suo Luo in a small log town. If you continue to fight with him, he will definitely die here. And he still has something to do now. Then, Long watched Suo Luo's actions while shaking his right hand. Call. A green gust of wind whizzed across the street, rolling up Luffy lying on the ground on the spot and sending it to the dragon's hand. Well, what just happened? At this moment, Luffy woke up suddenly, feeling a sharp pain in his brain. The memory of being stunned by Suo Luo's punch emerged. However, Luffy soon realized that he was being carried in his hands. "Uncle, who are you? Let me go!" Luffy yelled dissatisfiedly, struggling hard. Bang! The dragon hit Luffy's head with a punch, and a big bag instantly bulged. Then, the dragon ignored the explanation, kicked his feet hard, and left here without looking back, and controlled the squally wind here, forming two wind walls. Attempt to stop Suo Luo. Must quickly leave this ghost place. Otherwise, neither he nor Luffy will survive. On the contrary, it was Suo Luo, standing alone, messing up in the wind. His hand just tightened the samurai sword on his waist. There is no time to make a move. The dragon ran away. That reputed to be the most vicious criminal in the world. It turns out. Chose to escape. Long, is that so confusing? Suo Luo blinked his eyes vigorously, wondering if he had seen something wrong. He thought that the dragon would never die with him. I didn't expect. Suo Luo's mouth Janin couldn't help but vomit, but his consciousness opened the hidden power system in his mind and glanced at it. There is no problem. It seems that just releasing Conqueror's Haki does not mean exposing one's strength. Never mind. Looking at the direction the dragon was running away, Suo Luo simply took 2 steps back and sat down on the ground. Such a finishing touch is not bad for Suo Luo. After all, going to New World deliberately to destroy the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is still a bit troublesome. He, Suo Luo, just wants to be a salted fish with peace of mind. However, what he didn't know was the Conqueror's Haki that he just released, centered on this street, caused huge ripples. In order to return to going merry, Sanji ran all the way in Log Town, but suddenly met Zoro, who was supposed to be behind him. How did that green algae get ahead of me? Sanji couldn't help but complain. Curl your brows? How come you, that guy Luffy? Zoro couldn't help but frowned. He clearly remembered that Sanji was with Luffy. Have you lost our captain? However, as soon as Zoro's voice fell, a huge shock swept toward him. Power than shock. Tashiji's power does not know how many times more terrifying. Even in this breath, a black thunder and lightning burst out, like a dragon with its teeth and claws, swallowing towards Zoro. For a moment, Zoro was shocked and quickly drew out all his weapons to meet him. Boom! A loud noise exploded, and the majestic power instantly flew Zoro, causing his body to draw a parabola in the air, falling heavily to the ground, and rolling several laps before stopping. And Sanji didn't get there either. The back hits the ground, bounces, and hits again and again. Eventually fell to Zoro's side. Scalp blood flow. Fainted directly. If it were not for the willpower to become the world's #1 swordsman and worry about Luffy's situation, Zoro would have the same result. Hey, it's a lie. Zoro clenched his teeth, supported his body and stood up from the ground, his hands all cracked, blood oozing out, and his palms trembling constantly. In this situation, he couldn't even hold the knife. And this is just the aftermath. What kind of monster is it that can possess such terrifying power? In Zoro's view, the opponent's strength is even much higher than Hawkeye. Then, Zoro shook his brain vigorously, picked up the samurai swords that had fallen out one by one, and kicked Sanji's arm hard. No response. There was no other way. Zoro had to carry Sanji, who had lost consciousness, on his back and prayed in his heart. Such a terrifying shock wave, don't do it again. Logue Town is really scary. Zoro took a breath, found a direction casually, and set off toward the Golden Mary. At the same time, the huge buggy pirates now only has the clown buggy, Alvida, and Makai left. Even his lion niche was stunned by Conqueror's haki. And Suoluo's haki directly blasted a few of them. In addition to the clown buggy, Alvida and Makai also lost consciousness. It's just this time, Buggy said angrily, but his heart was also full of fear. He glanced back at the direction where Conqueror's haki had released. Really worthy of being the most vicious criminal in the world. I said, once you get involved with that kind of monster, you will never end well. But the Conqueror's haki just now is really scary. Enough to compare with Captain Roger. Buggy couldn't help thinking to himself. Although he was always awkward, he was a member of the Roger Pirates when he was young. Some knowledge about haki. Not only did he know, but he had also witnessed the release of Roger, Whitebeard, Rayleigh, and Bullet. And haki just now has undoubtedly reached the level of Roger's heyday. No wonder the world government is so jealous. Result. Just when Buggy was sure that haki just now came from the dragon's handwriting, he saw a figure rushing towards him. The face is full of fear and tension. That person is a dragon. Buggy took a closer look and found that the person who came was not someone else, it was the dragon. Moreover, he still carried Luffy in his hand. Flee in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, Long passed Buggy and disappeared into his sight. Wait, what was the situation just now? Why does the dragon show such an expression? Could it be that the Conqueror's haki just now was not released by the dragon? Chapter 9. What do you think of me? I don't know, I'm off work at some point. Smoker slowly opened his eyes and got up from the ground. The scene that caught his eye suddenly made his scalp numb. At first glance, the buildings on both sides of the street were destroyed 7 or 88, and some were even reduced to ruins. The seamen who followed him either lay on the ground, rolled their eyes and passed out. It's like a battlefield. Immediately after, a sharp pain swept through Smoker's brain, making him press his temple immediately. The memory of just now came to mind. The Straw Hat Boy. Smoker bit his cigar, remembering that he was hunting Luffy. However, Conqueror's haki was attacked on the spot. In fact, Conqueror's haki in the first few rounds only shook Smoker's consciousness. Did not knock him down. On the contrary, it was the final blow, Conqueror's haki, which was menacing. Let him unexpectedly. Although he used his 10 hands to fend off the enemy in the first place, his body was still shocked, and it flew upside down like a kite with a broken line. Even elementalization cannot be used. Thinking of this, Smoker picked up his weapon, only to find that his 10 hands broke in the middle, breaking into 2 pieces. You know, 10 hands are made of sea stone, which is harder than ordinary steel. But even the aftermath of the shock created by the opponent could not resist. What kind of monster is it that appeared in Logue Town? For a while, Smoker couldn't help but wonder. But he didn't stay here for a long time. He tried to wake up the fainted seaman, but he didn't succeed. He simply clenched half of his hands and moved in the direction where Conqueror's haki burst out. About 5 or 6 minutes of effort. The incredible scene entered Smoker's sight. Half a block of buildings was razed to the ground, and the streets were full of shocking cracks and pits. It is not difficult to say that this is where the war took place. But the Marines here did not die, but just like his men, they all passed out. It seemed that the other party didn't want to take the lives of these Marines. Isn't it a pirate? Smoker made a judgment immediately. If it is a vicious pirate, there is a high probability that it will not be so kind. Then, he looked around and found that Straw Hat Luffy was not here. Combined with the clear weather, it is not difficult to see that he has fainted for a while. Could it be the Straw Hat Luffy did it? No, no, no. That guy didn't have such a terrifying strength. Suddenly, Smoker's gaze was drawn to him, slowly focusing on a certain Marine who was waking up. Suo Luo. When Smoker saw this, he took 3 steps and 2 steps, and asked him about his condition. Although Smoker's expression looked fierce, he was very concerned about his subordinates in his heart. Water. Suo Luo did not answer Smoker's question, but an uncomfortable expression. Smoker heard this and had to help Suo Luo get some light water. Cao Jun Cats, as well as some seamen first class, also woke up at this time. Although he didn't see Luffy, seeing Smoker's figure made his heart calm a lot. After Suo Luo swallowed the fresh water, Smoker asked again, "What happened?" The eyes of other people also turned to Suo Luo. Especially Cats. In his impression, Suo Luo seems to be the last to fall. "It's a dragon." Suo Luo thought for a moment, and responded to Smoker. On the one hand, he had nothing to hide, except for himself. All the Marines present saw the figure of the dragon. On the other hand, the identity of Long is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Selected by the world government, the world's most murderous criminal. Naturally, he and naval headquarters cannot have any intersection. This also means that I only need to push the Conqueror's haki just now onto the dragon. No one will know the truth. My strength has been concealed for another day. The result was the same as Suo Luo expected. When Smoker heard the name dragon, his face suddenly became pale. It turned out to be the dragon guy. If it was the dragon guy, he could explain the scene just now. Then Smoker looked at the others. When these seamen met Smoker's sight, they nodded one after another to help Suo Luo prove it. Indeed, the dragon appeared. "Nothing, Colonel Smoker." However, at this moment, Cat stood up from the ground with a loud noise. He repeatedly confirmed that Luffy had disappeared. The Straw Hat Boy. Smoker didn't show any surprised expression when he heard the words. Although he is only a branch colonel, his true strength is not lost to some commodore in his headquarters. According to the current clues, he reasoned. If I'm not mistaken, the Straw Hat Boy either took the opportunity to escape after you passed out. Either I was rescued by the dragon guy. As soon as this remark came out, the audience was in an uproar. That dragon saved the Straw Hat? But why? Katz's eyes widened, and he was puzzled. I don't know. Smoker shook his head without thinking. Where will he know the truth? Not long after he woke up, he was even more confused about the appearance of the dragon. But I don't know why, Smoker felt that the second possibility was the greatest. Suo Luo, what do you think? Suddenly, Smoker turned his head to look at Suo Luo and asked him what he thought of the matter. Me. Suo Luo frowned deliberately. If this matter is related to dragons, it is not a big event that we can intervene. So, I think we should go home from get off work. Boom. As Suo Luo said this, all the Marines fell to the ground. The point is there. That's a dragon, Suo Luo Cao Chong. It's really Suo Luo Cao, who really implements the sentence of getting off work on time into the creed of life. Suo Luo shrugged upon hearing everyone's complaints. 8 hours of work, 8 hours of rest, and 8 hours for myself. There is nothing wrong with it. And Suo Luo paused for a while, then reluctantly shook his head, the corners of his mouth rose, and he couldn't help but smile a few bitterly. You can't expect a small person like me to catch Long, the most ferocious criminal in the world, right? Even if 100 years have passed, the strength gap between me and Long will not be shortened. After speaking, Suo Luo stretched his bones and waved to Smoker, indicating that he would go home and take a hot bath. What's the matter? Let's talk about it at work tomorrow. At the same time, the dragon who had just sent Luffy and his party away hid on an island closest to Logue Town and got in touch with the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Notify all members of the Revolutionary Army, especially those cotters, tell them 10 million, 10 million. Never go to Logue Town. There, the world government has already laid a net of heaven and earth. Chapter 10. The news from this section asks me to study at Marineford. Although this incident was thrilling, Suo Luo felt that it was not bad in terms of the ending. His own strength has not been exposed. Luffy was not caught either. In any case, Luffy's bounty is as high as 30 million Baileys. It's an exaggerated figure in East Blue. If he is reported to naval headquarters, he might be promoted. And now let the Straw Hat Pirates escape, let alone promotion. It would be good if the headquarters does not blame itself for negligence. So for the next few days, Suo Luo stayed at home for the sake of injury. After all. But he had a head-on conflict with Luffy, a straw hat. A few days later, Suo Luo came to the Marine branch in Logue Town to check in and go to work. The Logue Town incident is over. In the next life, there should be no more storms. Suo Luo thought to himself. Just stay away from that guy Luffy. There will be no trouble. As long as you hide your strength for another 3 months, you can get Rinnegan. Suo Luo Cao Chong. However, just as Suo Luo opened the door and walked into his office, a very loud voice came from inside. Suo Luo looked around and found that Army Cao was standing in his office, holding something in his hand, as if he was laying out something. Except for cats, the marine soldiers who walked closer to Suo Luo were all busy here at this time. There was unprecedented joy on their faces. Ha ha ha, you are here at the right time, we have great news and we want to report to you. Cats said without thinking. Others also stopped their work and turned to look at Suo Luo. Good news, how big is it? Suo Luo frowned. Suddenly, he remembered. After Luffy escaped from Logue Town, Smoker chose to pursue it. Is it possible? Let himself take over Smoker's position as a colonel in Logue Town? But this kind of thing is impossible, right? He is just a Cao Chong. The rank between the colonel and the colonel was 1,000 miles away. What good news? Suo Luo thought for a while, too lazy to guess, and asked Cats to report truthfully. Suo Luo Cao Chong, you have been promoted. Cats paused for a moment. We just received a notice from the headquarters to promote you to warrant officer. Warrant officer? Promotion? Why? Suo Luo couldn't help but stunned. If I said I caught Luffy, it would be fine to be promoted. But the problem is, I didn't catch Luffy either. Moreover, even if you get promoted to warrant officer, it's not a big deal. As for such a big celebration? Cats said with a look of excitement, it's not just warrant officer, Suo Luo Cao, no, Suo Luo warrant officer. In addition to being promoted, the department also wants you to study at Marineford. Even if you go to Marineford. Suo Luo spoke subconsciously, but was stunned. As a traverser, he knows exactly what Marineford is. There is exactly where the naval headquarters is located. Wait, what did you just say? Marineford. Yes, Suo Luo warrant officer. Cats gestured excitedly, that's the place every marine dreams of. Where's the notice? Show me. Suo Luo's expression suddenly became tense. He really couldn't understand this sudden situation. Soon, Cats handed Suo Luo the notice document on the table. He glanced at the content quickly. Sure enough, as Cats said. The headquarters really let myself go to study. But why? Suo Luo couldn't understand even dreaming. Is it possible? How did you use Conqueror's Haki to repel the dragon? Let the headquarters know. No way. Seeing Suo Luo's confused expression, the corners of Katz's mouth raised, and a triumphant smile appeared. He patted his chest hard. Of course, our credit. Your credit. Suo Luo gave Katz a fierce look, wishing to cut him off. The CO author is your kid? Of course, although the Straw Hat Boy was allowed to run away from Logue Town this time, we all witnessed the picture of you knocking down the Straw Hat Boy. Katz said loudly. Especially Suo Luo's attitude after defeating Luffy. He did not take the credit alone, but announced loudly that this is the credit of every seaman. This incident deeply moved Katz and others. They agreed that such a boss should not be buried in a small Logue town. So after returning to the branch, they told Smoker about the incident and discussed with him. Smoker has always been very friendly to his subordinates. Based on this and other relationship, Smoker specifically explained Suo Luo's performance in the report document. And again affirmed Suo Luo's personality. Especially when meeting Long Shailu, Suo Luo resolutely stood in front of Luffy in order to carry out his justice. Although the final result is not satisfactory, it is enough to prove that Suo Luo has a heart of justice that is hotter than anyone else. Such a man should not be buried. Seeing that Smoker and the branch marine have such a high evaluation, the headquarter finally decided to let Suo Luo come to the headquarter for further study. In addition, Suo Luo took sick leave these days, so they did not discuss with Suo Luo. Now I heard that Suo Luo was going back to work, so he started decorating the room to celebrate. As a result, he was a step slower and was hit by Suo Luo. Listening to the ins and outs of the whole thing, Suo Luo has the heart to choke Katz to death. I just want to be in Logue Town and feel at ease with salted fish. And while Suo Luo's face was cold, Katz continued, Suo Luo Warrant Officer, it is said that the headquarters not only has the most scientific training method, but also very advanced science and technology. Maybe they have a way to make your body stronger. For a long time, Katz was worried about Suo Luo's body. In his opinion, if it were not for frailty, with Suo Luo's sense of justice, he would definitely be able to make a difference. Now that I have the opportunity to go to the headquarters, I might be able to solve this fundamental problem. Actually, Katz had heard before that a weak marine, after receiving Garp's guidance, became very strong, and finally became the mainstay of the headquarters. So, when do we leave? Katz asked. I thank you, Katz. Suo Luo replied angrily, and then made a gesture to let the big guys out. Upon seeing this, Katz had to withdraw from the office. Standing at the door of Suo Luo's office, Katz couldn't help but murmur in his heart, why Suo Luo Warrant Officer doesn't look happy at all. Well, it should be because the news came too suddenly, and there was no change in mentality, right? It's also, that's a chance to go to the headquarters for further training. Thinking of this, Katz suddenly felt relieved, his steps became brisk, and he hummed a small song in his mouth, as if he had done a great good deed. Chapter 11 Set Sail, Set Sail. These guys. Suo Luo sat down on his seat and threw the notification document on the table. I thought this event would end in peace. Unexpectedly, Smoker and Katz would do something extra. After reporting the entire incident to the headquarter, he also affirmed his attack. Go to Marineford to study. Not to mention Marineford has assembled the strongest combat power in the world. Just starting from Logue Town and arriving at Marineford on this route, there are a lot of masters. Crocodile and Alabasta. The CP9 intelligence agent of the City of Seven Waters. Moonlight Emolia of Thriller Bark. And many more. Suo Luo really didn't want to get involved with them at all. But having said that, taking advantage of this trip to Marineford is not all bad. Suo Luo looked up to the ceiling. With Smoker's temper, he will definitely ignore the orders of his superiors and go to sea to hunt Luffy. And Logue Town without Smoker is not Suo Luo's first choice to hide his strength. Secondly, this time he made his move aroused the dragon's attention. At that time, there may be a revolutionary army coming to investigate. If you go to Marineford now, you will be a regular marine, a little bit negative, maybe you will be rushed to other places. After some thinking, Suo Luo made up his mind. Go to Marineford to study. Thinking of this, Suo Luo got up from his seat and walked towards the door in 3 steps and 2 steps. However, as soon as Suo Luo came outside, he saw the marines hurrying outside. Suo Luo Cao Chong. A seaman noticed Suo Luo, stopped quickly, and saluted Suo Luo. "What's wrong?" Suo Luo asked casually. The marines answered without thinking, "It's Colonel Smoker, he is leaving Logue Town." Then, the seaman hurriedly left. Sure enough, Smoker is leaving Logue Town. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly. In the original plot, Smoker was the Logue Town that left at this time. After thinking about it for a moment, Suo Luo followed the footsteps of the Shanghai soldiers all the way to the pier of Logue Town. In any case, I and Smoker have worked together for many years. If it hadn't been for him to guard law and order in this Logue Town, he wouldn't be able to hide it so well. After thinking about it, Suo Luo felt that he should say goodbye to Smoker. Suo Luo. Soon, Smoker also recognized Suo Luo among the crowd. He signaled the other marines to board the ship first, and he took 3 steps and took 2 steps to come to Suo Luo. "You should have got the notification document from the headquarters, right?" Smoker asked directly. "Yeah." Suo Luo nodded. "Are you really going to catch the Straw Hat Pirates?" However, Suo Luo did not persuade Smoker to stay. On the one hand, with Smoker's character, what he believes is difficult to control even if it is ordered by a superior, and where will he listen to his own words? On the other hand, the Alabasta incident is also an opportunity for Smoker. Not only can Smoker recognize the face of the world government, it also allows him to get a promotion. Although this is not Smoker's original intention. "Well, it's you, Suo Luo, this is a golden opportunity to go to this department for further study. You must take good hold of it." Smoker patted Suo Luo on the shoulder. Although he always looks unimpressed, he is the first one to leave every time he gets off work, but his heart of justice is stronger than anyone else. In the past few years, no matter how powerful a pirate he encountered, Suo Luo has never flinched. The only regret is that Suo Luo has been weak since childhood and did not have enough strength. So this time to go to this department to study, maybe it will be a turning point in Suo Luo's life. In this way, after explaining some trivial matters to Suo Luo, and some words of encouragement, Smoker took half of the marine forces in Logue Town and set off from the dock to hunt down Luffy, the Straw Hat. Because this is Smoker's reckless business. Naturally, the headquarters will not send others to take over Smoker's work. Suo Luo became the supreme officer of the branch in a short time. A few days later, Suo Luo Cao Chong. Cats took the ordinary marines to find Suo Luo, with a look of excitement. Although only Suo Luo was notified to study in the headquarters, how could he go to sea alone? Even the smallest patrol boat requires at least a dozen people to go to sea. In other words, cats can't wait to go to sea with Suo Luo. Go to Marineford. You know, that's Marineford. The dreamland of countless marines. However, seeing cats with excitement on his face, Suo Luo couldn't help but shook his head. From the beginning, he didn't plan to take cats and others to sea. The reason is simple. Grand Line is not safe. "Sergeant Katz, I need you to stay," Suo Luo said righteously. Stay? Katz was startled. He always thought he had a good relationship with Suo Luo. Ugh. Suo Luo sighed deliberately when he saw this. "I originally planned to let you go to sea with me, but you have seen the situation now. Colonel Smoker not only went to catch the Straw Hat Pirates, but also took a part of Marine. If we leave Town at this time, then who is responsible for the security here? This. Katz opened his mouth, speechless. The truth is indeed such a truth. So, Sergeant Katz, you stay in charge of the security of Town. As for going to sea, didn't you catch the pirates of the buggy pirates before? Suo Luo's conversation turned. Although he first came to Town to hide his strength, he got along for 9 years. It is obviously impossible to say that there is no relationship with Katz and others at all. In order to hide their strength and let them die on the Grand Line, Suo Luo couldn't do it. If you want to go, it's better to take the Shanghai thief out to sea. In case something really happens. Just leave them alone. Let them fend for themselves. In addition, they are pirates themselves, and they are all sinners. Even if they really died on the Grand Line, they would not feel any guilt. On the contrary, Katz was a little worried. Get along with a group of pirates. Suo Luo might be in danger. There is nothing to worry about, Katz. Suo Luo heard the words and suggested, just choose the frail and sickly candidates among these pirates, and then put them in chains and not give them weapons. Naturally will not endanger my safety. And I did it for Town. Today's Town needs Marine more than I do. Suo Luo said righteously, as if his life and death were ignored. For a moment, Katz and others were stunned on the spot. Once again moved by the spirit of Suo Luo. For the sake of Town's public security, Suo Luo Cao Chong did not hesitate to put himself in danger. Katz couldn't help tears in his eyes and grabbed Suo Luo's hands. Don't worry, Suo Luo Cao, we will definitely protect the security of Town. Chapter 12. Excuse me, is there anything wrong with you? Although Katz was still worried, Suo Luo went to Marineford alone, advising to accompany him. But under Suo Luo's strong order, Katz had to stay in Town and take charge of the security work here. In the end, Suo Luo chose a patrol boat with the smallest size, took a dozen crew members from the buggy pirate group, and set off from Town to Marineford. It is worth mentioning that the real limitation of Suo Luo's hidden strength system is his full strength. For example, Conqueror's Haki, which was released during a previous encounter with the dragon. It's just a part of Suo Luo's full strength. It does not reveal true strength. So after the event ended, Suo Luo did not lose the opportunity to get the next reward. Based on this mechanism, although Suo Luo said he wanted to go, he was not as cautious as others. More often, Suo Luo's mentality is more similar to a random salted fish. Not the kind of cautious attitude. The sailing route was determined by the permanent pointer, and Suo Luo's patrol boat set off. But most of the time, Suo Luo shut himself in the room. However, it took less than 2 days to go to sea. Suo Luo's door was kicked open. Several pirates rushed in with various knives, and then backed to both sides like a tide, giving way to a passage. A pirate in a blue and white checked scarf walked in leisurely. The corners of his mouth were raised, and he put on a triumphant smile. It is the chief of staff of the buggy pirate group. Kapasi. For this person, Suo Luo has some impressions. Unexpectedly, he would appear on his own patrol boat. How did the guy Katz do it? Didn't it mean that the arrangements were all old, weak, sick, and disabled? Excuse me, what's the matter? Suo Luo looked at the visitor and asked casually. What? On the contrary, Kapasi was stunned. Does the marine in front of me know what happened? They have got rid of the shackles and are now controlling the patrol boat. Now this ship is under our control, Marine. Kapasi took a deep breath. We will never go to Marineford. Everyone knows that Marineford is located in the naval headquarters. Once these pirates go there, they are just looking for death. So when I heard that Marine wanted them to send Suo Luo to Marineford, Kapasi planned this rebellion. He disguised himself as a wounded and easily got on the ship. Plus Suo Luo doesn't care about most things. Give these pirates plenty of time to prepare. But Kapasi did not intend to kill Suoluo directly. He has to ravage this guy and make him pay for his conceit. Thinking of this, the corners of Kapasi's mouth rose, and a smile appeared. There was already a lot of drama in his mind. The other pirates also showed smirk expressions. An unremarkable marine fell into the hands of a group of pirates. It's tantamount to a sheep's mouth. Now, however, just when Kapasi was about to make Suoluo kneel in front of him, in a commanding tone, a cold light flashed, and a button on a piece of clothing flew straight to Kapasi's forehead. The speed was unexpected. Next second, this button passed directly through Kapasi's brain, leaving an inconspicuous blood mark. Boom! The button continued to fly, and finally nailed to the solid wall, directly embedded in it. Visible depth. Kapasi's eyes suddenly widened, and there were incredible gazes. The breathing and heartbeat ended. Blood gushes out from his forehead and the back of his head, splashing onto the faces of other pirates. Every pirate's sight was drawn to him, and he watched Kapasi fall straight down. Boom! With a muffled sound, Kapasi's neck hit the threshold, and blood kept flowing out, forming a pool of blood. Kapasi is undoubtedly the strongest here. This rebellion was also the result of his careful planning. However, it is such a backbone who was killed by Suoluo casually with a button. What a joke! How terrifying is the strength of this marine guru! The pirates rolled their throats and swallowed nervously. Don't talk, just breathe. They don't dare to breathe again. It wasn't until this moment that they suddenly realized. Why did Suoluo, the marine, dare to let them pirates go on this pirate ship? The reason is very simple, simply. Suoluo's strength is strong enough. As long as he wants, he can kill them all. Even from beginning to end, Suoluo did not show any panic. To him, killing is as smooth as breathing, natural. For a time, the atmosphere became quiet and weird. Each pirate is as if petrified in place, staring at the spread of Kapasi's blood. Excuse me, what else do you have? Suoluo's voice sounded again, breaking the silence at this time. Moreover, his voice still did not fluctuate in the slightest. On the contrary, Suoluo's tone even gave people a lazy feeling. To him, killing Kapasi was just a trivial matter. Even the pirates present were still silent, not knowing how to answer Suoluo's question. I don't know what to do. Suoluo was not in a hurry, leaning on the bed with his back, and watching them quietly for a while. If it doesn't matter, please help me deal with the floor. Bring lunch to the room by the way. Okay. The corner of Suoluo's mouth rose up, and a smile appeared. Whether it is the tone or the manner of speaking, he is as elegant and polite as possible. However, contrast with the scene in the room. Suoluo's smile was in the eyes of these pirates. Like a devil. Do not. This guy. It's the devil. The kind that kills without blinking. Even they don't know how they left the room with Kapasi's body on this day. How did you clean up here spotlessly, and finally put Suoluo's lunch on the table respectfully? They only know. On this day, they half-footed into hell. On the next voyage, Suoluo naturally got along well with these pirates. Until one day early in the morning. Boom! Suoluo was awakened from his sleep by an extremely exaggerated loud noise. Then the patrol boat began to bump. It's like being bombarded. Boom boom boom. Soon, there was a rapid knock at the door. Did you encounter a pirate? Suoluo thought to himself, and put on his uniform quickly at the same time. Obviously, the marine flag is hung, so is there really a pirate group so indifferent? After 2 or 3 breaths, Suoluo came to the door and opened the door. A pirate who looked very embarrassed was standing in front of Suoluo, breathing heavily. Report, we encountered a pirate group. Chapter 13 Encountering Hawkeyes. Good, terrible swordsmanship. 2 more. Since the end of the Karpak's rebellion, all the pirates have obeyed Suo Luo's words. Now they encountered the pirate group, they immediately reported to Suo Luo. According to their thoughts, Suo Luo is such a powerful marine. It must be the naval headquarters that is not willing to stay in a small log town before leaving for the naval headquarters. It is naturally Suo Luo's deeds to eliminate the pirate group encountered now. It is bound to be of great help to his future development. The most important thing is to get along after these few days. The mood of these pirates has undergone a great change. In this sea, it is not unprecedented that pirates abandoned the shadows and turned to be marines. And with Suo Luo's strength, he is bound to be famous in the future. If you can become his subordinate, then the future is guaranteed. Based on this and that relationship, they are both for Suo Luo and for themselves. Now I can't wait to fight with the pirates I've encountered. Encountered the pirate group. Suo Luo heard the words and understood what was going on. Do you know that it is the pirate group? Suo Luo asked casually. This. The pirate couldn't help showing a distressed expression. When he was in the buggy pirates, he was just a trainee crew member. There will recognize other pirate groups. Go. After thinking for a while, Suo Luo put on his uniform and went straight to the deck. The other pirates noticed Suo Luo, put down their work, and came to the deck with him. At about 0.23 nautical miles, the 2 pirate ships were fighting. But one of them was recognized by Suo Luo at a glance. It was a small sailboat with a dark green hull and only 1 seat on it. The man standing on it has short black hair, eyes as sharp as an eagle, a short beard on his chin, a black top hat with white fluff, a burgundy patterned shirt, a black windbreaker. Eagle Eye. Suo Luo frowned slightly, and recognized the pirate's identity at a glance. Without him, this man is really too famous. 7 warlords of the sea. The world's largest swordsman. The owner of the strongest black knife. The rival of redheads. Zorro's master. In less than a second, Suo Luo thought of countless titles. I didn't expect to encounter Hawkeye here. But since I met Hawkeye here, it means that the pirate group doesn't need me to act. Suo Luo thought to himself. Although Suo Luo said all the time he wanted to hide his strength, but occasionally when he encountered the pirate group, he would also kill without revealing his strength. After all, kill all those who know their strength. He is not considered as exposing his strength. There are many pirates who disappeared in East Blue inexplicably over the years. Although One Piece is a story about the protagonist Luffy becoming One Piece, there are still few people like Luffy. Most pirates are despicable, selfish guys. Among the many roles in One Piece, he actually likes Hanyabal of Impel Down. It is because the pirates came to the sea that civilians panic for fear of losing their loved ones. But Hawkeye is not a pirate who can harm civilians. Saying he is a pirate, Suo Luo feels that he is more like a warrior pursuing swordsmanship. And the reason why the pirates of East Blue are so weak, Hawkeye also played a part. In other words, Suo Luo just saw nothing. That pirate group will also be wiped out by Hawkeye. Notify the helmsman to leave the sea at full speed. In any case, don't get involved with that guy Hawkeye. With our strength, once targeted by the Eagle Eye, the entire army will only be wiped out. Suo Luo said flatly. Even if these pirates don't know Hawkeye, they have at least heard of his reputation. Actually, when Suo Luo broke the news, all the pirates wearing them took a breath. That man turned out to be Hawkeye. The world's #1 swordsman. I heard that his usual hobby is to hunt pirates at sea. For a while, the pirates present fought a Cold War one after another. Although Suo Luo is marine, they are all real pirates. Once they were spotted by Hawkeye. Let alone whether Suo Luo will protect them. Even if he has that heart, his strength is not allowed. You know, that's an Eagle Eye. The man who carries the world's first title. I don't know how many times stronger than Kobo. However, just when everyone started to act because of panic. I don't know if Hawkeye did it intentionally, he held the cross knife in one hand and waved it vigorously. Call out! In an instant, a green sword aura spread out from his slash. The surface of the sea suddenly rolled and separated to the sides, and the picture grew stronger and stronger. After a few breaths, the rough sea was chopped into huge cracks. Soon, the sea water poured in towards the formed ravine, and under the rush, it was like a waterfall. The sword aura that Hawkeye struck, set off a 10-meter-high air current, and went straight to Suo Luo's patrol boat. The speed is so fast that the helmsman can't avoid it when he advances at full speed. Ah! What kind of attack is this? Help! Help! The pirates who witnessed this scene screamed in shock. They covered their temples with their hands and raised their eyes, as if they would fall to the ground at any time. The mouth is wide open, so exaggerated that it can fit a fist in. A chill spread across the patrol boat. Almost every pirate became desperate because of Hawkeye's slash. This Hawkeye! Suo Luo alone stood quietly on the deck, facing the attacking sword energy. Obviously a few nautical miles away. Hawkeye's sword aura did not weaken at all, or showed signs of stopping. And at this speed, the patrol boat can't evade. If this sword goes down, the patrol ship is afraid that it will not fall apart. It's really terrible sword spirit. Suo Luo couldn't help sighing inwardly. He really deserves to be the man who bears the name of the world's largest swordsman. Easily separate the entire sea. Never mind. Suo Luo shook his head and grasped the samurai sword on his waist. Just as the sword energy released by Hawkeye was about to split the patrol ship in two, Suo Luo swept the katana with one hand. In an instant, the sheath of the katana directly resisted the attacking sword energy. A wave of coercion swept towards Suo Luo, forcing him to use 10% of his sword skills. Boom! A loud noise exploded on the spot, and Hawkeye's sword energy was immediately dissipated. A terrifying air current spread out in all directions, forming huge ripples on the sea, turning into huge waves, pushing the patrol boat away from the Eagle Eye. On the other hand, Suo Luo deliberately stepped back, appearing to be out of balance, and sat down on the barrel. Okay, terrible swordsmanship. Suo Luo mechanically shocked. Chapter 14 Uninvited Guest, Hawkeye get on the ship. The swordsmanship I just used is probably only the level of Rear Admiral. It shouldn't attract Hawkeye's attention. Suo Luo sat on the wooden barrel on the deck, thinking to himself. All the pirates present took a breath and stared at Suo Luo dumbfounded. Hey, did you see it? Suo Luo warrant officer just blocked the Eagle Eye's attack. A pirate couldn't help but said. Although Suo Luo had previously killed Kobo in seconds, Kobo has always been good at strategy, but his strength is very average. But who is Hawkeye? Worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman. Especially the power of the blow just now split the sea in two easily, and it hasn't healed until now. The bottomless gully makes the scalp numb. However, it was such an exaggerated slash, but Suo Luo alone blocked it. Look, I saw it. Another pirate stammered. In addition to shock, his eyes were full of admiration. It turns out that the strength of Suo Luo warrant officer is so terrifying. Too strong. For a while, all the pirates were dumbfounded. Their determination is even firmer in their hearts. They must follow Suo Luo in their entire lives. Give up your identity as a pirate and become a just marine. Suo Luo also quickly noticed the reaction of these pirates and had to raise the volume a few minutes. What are you doing in a daze? Get out of here quickly. If Hawkeye comes again, I may not be able to stop the second time. After Suo Luo's reminder, these pirates reacted and rushed to their position, changed the trajectory of their voyage, and wanted to stay away from the Eagle Eye. However, as the sword just caused the sea to invert, forming an extremely strong current, forcibly pulling the patrol boat towards the Eagle-Eye sailing vessel. Even the helmsman can do nothing. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, these pirates were able to see clearly who the pirate group Hawkeye was fighting against. It's just Buggy, the clown who abandoned them in Logetown before. Rao Suoluo couldn't help being surprised. I would actually meet Buggy and Hawkeye here. Why do I always get involved in trouble? Suoluo couldn't help but complain. At the same time, Hawkeye and Buggy also noticed the patrol boat approaching them. I saw Hawkeye's right hand drooping naturally and pointed the cross knife at the ground. His eyes condensed slightly as he looked at the patrol boat, and he couldn't help feeling a little surprised. Although he used a cross knife to release the slash in the air just now, it was not as powerful as an ordinary person could take it. If you change to Zoro, you will definitely sink people and boats into the sea by yourself. Do not. Even some Rear Admiral swordsmen from naval headquarters could not withstand the slash just now. The key is... Hawkeye vaguely saw that the opponent had used swordsmanship. Cut off his sword energy horizontally, making it invisible. This is enough to show that the other party is also a swordsman. It's just that I didn't pay attention to the patrol boat just now, so I didn't see clearly who did it. Marine. Hawkeye looked intently and noticed the Marine flag on the patrol ship. However, the crew on the deck looked more like pirates. Interesting. Hawkeye was expressionless, but there was a huge wave in his heart. Thinking back carefully, when the opponent just shot, there was a momentary burst of powerful sword intent. Not to mention this kind of sword intent is the weakest East Blue in the world. Just looking at New World, there are only a few people who can own it. As for whether the opponent is a Marine or a pirate, it doesn't really matter. The important thing is that sword intent attracted Hawkeye's attention and interest. He wanted to try it out, at what level the opponent's swordsmanship was at. Yes. The Eagle-Eye, who has always been casual, awakened the soul of the warrior at this moment. Even, recalling the Zoro I met before, Hawkeye felt that this trip was more interesting. At the same time, Buggy also recognized these crew members. Buggy's eyes widened, as if he would jump out of his eye sockets at any time. He never dreamed that he would actually see his crew on a patrol boat with a Marine flag. Hey! I am the clown Buggy, your captain. Excited, Buggy couldn't take care of it a lot, and quickly used the chop fruit ability and flew towards the patrol boat. He doesn't want to stay with Hawkeye for a moment. But Alvida and others are at a loss as to the situation in front of them. This is especially true for the pirates on patrol boats. Captain Buggy. Why is Captain Buggy here? On the contrary, Suoluo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. The more I am afraid of something, the more I am coming. Soon, Buggy flew directly to the patrol boat, then turned around and called Alvida to quickly bring his feet over. Little ones, let's get out of here. Then Buggy couldn't wait to yell, and then put his hands around his chest, and began to imagine that after getting rid of the Eagle Eyes, he would go to find the treasure. However, just as Buggy's voice fell, the Eagle Eye standing on the sailing boat immediately took action. He inserted the cross knife back in, and then with a strong kick with his feet, the whole person jumped up, drew a perfect parabola in the air, and finally fell impartially on the deck of the patrol boat. Boom! Accompanied by a muffled noise, the entire deck was suddenly silent. The clown Buggy. Pirates. Even Suoluo's eyes were all focused on Hawkeye at this time. Everyone held their breath at this moment, feeling their brains blank. After a full 5 or 6 breaths, these talents seemed to wake up from a dream, with their eyes staring wider than bull's eyes. His mouth opened wide into an O shape, and his shocked jaw was about to fall to the ground. No one thought of the Eagle Eye who carried the name of the world's #1 swordsman. It turns out, will appear on the patrol ship. Go on, just kidding. A pirate rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Hawkeye likes the hobby of hunting pirates, and it comes to their minds. Everyone can't help but feel tensed. Especially Buggy. "Hey, you fellow, do you really think that Uncle Ben is afraid of you?" Buggy yelled at Hawkeye, but only yelled. Didn't really do it. Thinking of the name of Hawkeye, Buggy was somewhat apprehensive. However, doubts arose in his heart. Why would my own crew appear here? Didn't they get caught by Marine in Logue Town? And many more. Suddenly, Buggy noticed that on the deck, which was full of pirates, there appeared men who were incompatible with the environment. He sat on the barrel alone, without saying a word. "Exactly, Suo Luo. See, Marine." Buggy was startled. Then looked at the flag on the ship, and seemed to understand something. "I am the captain of the Buggy pirate group. A 15 million bounty, Barry. I want to surrender." Buggy shouted suddenly. "Suo Luo. Chapter 15 You are awesome, let me swim to the Marine Ford head office. 2 more." Buggy went straight to Suo Luo and announced loudly that he would surrender and surrender. In fact, this is just a stopgap for Buggy. The identity of Hawkeye is 7 Warlords of the Sea. It is a pirate recognized by the world government. But this recognition requires some price. For example, 7 Warlords of the Sea needs to pay a certain amount of tribute to the world government. And must not conflict with Marine. In other words, as long as you fall into Marine's hands. Naturally, Hawkeye can no longer shoot himself. And when Hawkeye leaves, Marines like Suo Luo can contain themselves there. Just thinking about it, Buggy feels like a genius. Instead, Suo Luo has a black line on his face. Sudden surrender is okay. But he had no idea of arresting Buggy at all. "Sorry, I can't arrest you now. If you want to surrender, I suggest you go to Logue Town." Suo Luo still sat on the barrel, said in a calm tone, and then pointed in a direction casually. Instructed Buggy to set off in this direction and he could reach Logue Town. Buggy. In the next second, Buggy separated his hands from his wrists and flew out to grab Suo Luo's collar. "Hey, this uncle is also a pirate offering a 15 million bounty. What's the matter with your tone? Arrest me personally, but it's a great achievement," Buggy said angrily. Very dissatisfied with Suo Luo's attitude. However, because of the sordid intent he had just felt, Hawkeye suddenly lost interest in Buggy. He stood on the deck of the patrol boat and looked around, but found no decent target. So Hawkeye had no choice but to ask, "Who is the one who stopped me from beheading?" Buggy was taken aback, and suddenly remembered. When he met Hawkeye just now, this guy wanted to cut himself. However, with the ability of chop fruit, that terrifying slash passed directly through his body. Now think about it, the direction that the slash was released seems to be this patrol ship. However, with such a powerful slash, this patrol ship was safe and sound. Thinking of this, Buggy looked at the pirate who had followed him. These people are mediocre, saying that they can withstand the attack of Hawkeye, then they are the next pirate king. As a result, the pirates present turned their heads to look at Suo Luo. In this silent way, he responded to Hawkeye. "Yes, it's you." Buggy blinked vigorously, his hand holding Suo Luo's collar suddenly released, and his body couldn't help but back up a few steps. "Well, although I don't know why you looked at me with that kind of eyes, it was obviously not my job." Suo Luo got up from the wooden barrel with an innocent expression. "I'm just an ordinary Marine. Originally, I was responsible for escorting these pirates to the Marine 153 branch, but they encountered a rebellion halfway through. The other Marines were killed, leaving me hostage. If you don't believe it, you won't be able to find a second Marine anyway." Suo Luo quickly explained. "Show that you are the victim." On the contrary, the pirates present were all dumbfounded and confused about the situation in front of them. "Obviously. Is that what you did? How could we see so many pairs of eyes wrong? And you see, if I am really a swordsman, how could I use such an ordinary samurai sword? Suo Luo weighed his weapon and showed it to Hawkeye. He tried his best to prove to Hawkeye and others that he had nothing to do with the situation just now. The other pirates are even more confused. Suo Luo shamelessly complained in his heart. In the end How come you say such things without shame? Could it be the eagle-eyed sword spirit we blocked? What a joke! However, although these pirates were very mad, they didn't know what to say for a while. What can you say? Can't say anything. Even Buggy can't help but wonder if there is really a powerful master hidden in his crew. Has been pretending to be a pig and eat a tiger. But Hawkeye didn't bother to reason about who was lying. Seeing no one admitted, he simply took off the black knife behind him. A chill fell on the deck, causing the pirates to hold their breath, only feeling that the temperature had dropped a lot. Since no one wants to admit it, then use the easiest way. With a low voice, Hawkeye clenched the black knife with one hand, flicked it hard, and aimed the tip of the knife at the deck. His thoughts are straightforward. Anyone can see it. He intends to use the method of destroying the ship to force the sword tyrant out just now. All the pirates couldn't help but start holding their heads with their hands, their eyes turned towards Suo Luo, as if they were asking him for help. And, for this matter, Suo Luo might not be indifferent. The patrol boat sailed on the sea for several days. It is very far from Logue Town. And, leaving Logue Town, even if he officially embarked on the Grand Line, without a permanent pointer, you can't reach the next island at all. The most important thing is that even if Suo Luo has a permanent pointer on his body, can he swim past without a patrol boat? To know if they want to go to the next island, they have to cross the red line. Only by finding the correct ocean current can you cross the red line. But just in the hearts of the pirates, Suo Luo reached the moment when he had to take action. He directly raised his hand. "Mr. Dracula, my hawk, please wait a moment," Suo Luo said slowly, and then took a step towards the edge of the deck. "What the hell are these guys doing? I just want to go to Marineford quietly and be an ordinary marine. If you are lucky, you will be kicked to the branch because you are not actively training. I'm not interested in playing against the strong in the world of One Piece at all. Moreover, the guy Hawkeye, even though he is 7 warlords of the sea, is the world's largest swordsman. And that kind of thing will naturally not be selected with scissors, rock, or cloth. His strength must be very, very, very terrifying. If it really fights, your true strength might be exposed. All right, you are all big brothers. I can't provoke you, can I still hide from you? Lao Zi swims directly from here to Marineford." Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, and then, in full view, Suo Luo stretched out his hands and jumped directly from the deck of the patrol ship. Puff! With a large splash of water splashing, Suo Luo jumped directly into the sea, then took out a permanent pointer from his arms, determined the direction, and started the butterfly stroke. For a time, there was one on the deck of the patrol ship, all of them looked confused. Rao is Hawkeye, a guy who often looks paralyzed. At this time, it is also completely ignorant. What the hell is this marine doing? Does he want to swim directly to Red Line from here, right? Chapter 16 Bullying the Honest People. Hey, you fellow, don't you want to swim to the next island? Buggy flew to the side of the patrol boat and couldn't help but complain. It was the first time he saw a marine like Suo Luo. There is a problem. Suo Luo soaked in the sea and glanced back at Buggy. With my own strength, it should be no problem to swim from here to Marineford. If it goes well, you might still encounter passing merchant ships. Let them take their own ride. For the current Suo Luo, as long as he can get rid of the guy Hawkeye. And the Hawkeye standing on the patrol boat was also speechless, this marine. According to the details just now, Suo Luo is almost the swordsman who blocked his beheading. But Hawkeye really didn't expect that Suo Luo would rather jump into the sea than fight against him. This guy is mostly a guy with nothing but strength but no guts. People like him, even if they are stronger than Zoro now, will sooner or later be surpassed by the opponent. For a time, Hawkeye only felt that everything was dull. I saw his black sword aimed at the deck of the patrol ship, releasing a green sword energy on the spot. Rumble. A loud noise swept out in all directions, thunderous and deafening. The majestic force directly penetrated the hull, breaking it apart. All the pirates present took a breath, only feeling that their brains were blank. Immediately afterwards, the entire hull began to sink at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the sea water poured up like a huge mouth, about to swallow the broken patrol boat in two. As for the eagle eyes, naturally they would not look at these pirates. He is disappointed now. I just want to leave East Blue and go back to my residence to have a good rest. But it was not only Suo Luo's patrol boat that Hawkeye destroyed. He stood on the sinking deck, turned his head to look at the boat Buggy had snatched from elsewhere, raised the black knife again, and dropped the knife in his hand. Call out! Another incomparably sharp sword energy crisscrossed across, smashing Buggy's boat in two pieces. In an instant, the pirate ship lost its balance, collided from the cut, and began to sink. After 2 short breaths, 2 ships were destroyed. This is the strength of Hawkeye. And he didn't even look at these pirates. He jumped and landed smoothly on the sailing boat called the Coffin Boat, ready to leave here. Everything is so random, so understatement. Full of force. Ah, that's awful. On the contrary, it is the clown Buggy, unavoidably holding his head in his hands, his face pale. As demon fruit power, the biggest disadvantage is that it cannot touch water. Now that there is no boat, once you fall into the sea, it will be a dead end. How to do? Just as Buggy was panicking, his gaze fell on Suo Luo. Hey, you fellow, can you really swim to the next island? Buggy yelled impatiently. In this situation, he has no choice. Whenever there is a second way, he will not pin his hopes on a marine. Suo Luo was startled, and then replied, yes. He didn't expect that Buggy would care about himself. How long can I swim? What does it have to do with him? Alvida, throw my feet here. Seeing Suo Luo's answer so surely, Buggy had no choice but to pin his hopes on him, turning his head and yelling at Alvida. His idea is simple. He is a person of fragmentation. The body can fly. Only 2 feet can't do it. But the weight of both feet is very light, allowing Suo Luo to lift his hands and fly by himself. In this way, the 2 of them can safely reach the next island. As for those crew members who are about to sink to the bottom of the sea, that can only be blamed on their unlucky encounter with Hawkeye. I can't protect myself now. Suo Luo. After listening to Buggy's plan, Suo Luo couldn't help but look black. I am ready to swim to Marineford. You guys are endless, right? Although I have no ambitions or ambitious goals, you can't bully honest people like that. For a while, Suo Luo, who has always been mild-mannered, has a temper. Or just kill Buggy and Hawkeye directly here. Suo Luo frowned, but he quickly realized that once he killed Buggy and Hawkeye here, it would have a chain effect. Although Buggy looks like a foolish man, he is the humor in One Piece, but his true identity is the investigator on One Piece Roger's ship. Blackbeard doesn't need to sleep, just the information Buggy has detected. At the same time, he and the 4 Emperors Redhair are also brothers. If Buggy died, it's hard to say that Redhead wouldn't investigate the cause of his death. And Hawkeye? As 7 warlords of the sea, he is even more valued by the world government. Will Marine launch an investigation? Will the world government care? Also, Hawkeye itself is one of the best in this world. If you fight him at sea, will it cause a series of ripples and be noticed by others? You know, Hawkeye doesn't have too many combat descriptions in one piece, and no one knows where his ceiling is. If you really fight, maybe you can kill Hawkeye with one move. But what if it gets stuck? If others notice, I will kill them if I want. And Luffy, Smoker, they shouldn't be far from here. The key is... Suo Luo received information when he was in Logue Town. Garp took Monka from the 153 branch and was on the route back to the headquarters. Will your own battle attract Garp? Do you want to kill Garp together? But if Garp dies, things will get worse. At that time, Naval Headquarters will definitely launch a full investigation. Do you want to destroy the Naval Headquarters together? Sengoku, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru. Suo Luo couldn't help but feel a headache for a while. Obviously I only want to kill a buggy, but after a little thought, a lot of characters are involved. It's no wonder that the male protagonists of the online novels I read before didn't have a brain, and killed people when they saw them. It's really troublesome if I move my head a little. Suo Luo couldn't help but vomit. However, anyone who knows Suo Luo's current thoughts is afraid that he can't help but complain. Are you crazy? Never mind. Suo Luo's magical brain supplemented, he slowly pulled out the samurai sword hanging from his waist, and then determined the direction of Logue Town. In the next second, Suo Luo raised this plain katana and slashed it hard. A huge sword aura burst out in the direction of Logue Town, and immediately set off a huge wave of 100 meters high, dividing the entire sea in two. Boom! Chapter 17. Do you see the road on the bottom of the sea? Goodbye. 2 more. The moment Suo Luo drew the samurai sword, the eagle eye, who had planned to leave here, was immediately attracted to look over. That knife! A man who is the world's #1 swordsman. Hawkeye not only masters superb swordsmanship, but his knowledge of katana far exceeds other swordsmen. Although Suo Luo's katana looks ordinary from the outside, but the moment the scabbard was pulled out, it gave Hawkeye an indescribable feeling. Especially the blade of that weapon. In fact, the katana used by Suo Luo is not a conventional weapon mass-produced by Naval Headquarters. Instead, through rewards, weapons from another world were obtained. Its name is Zanpakut. The reason why it looks unremarkable now is because Zanpakut is usually in a sealed state. Only after yelling Shikai, the weapon will show its true appearance. Cut! Suo Luo screamed immediately, raised the knife and dropped it, slashing in the direction of Logue Town. In an instant, a huge sword aura burst out from the blade, set off a huge wave, and rolled out toward both sides. The sea began to vibrate constantly, and the entire sea surface was divided by Jian Qi. Not only that, this sword aura is not only extremely wide, but also extremely deep, and a few of them can't breathe, they expose the bottom of the sea. It was as spectacular as Moses separated the Red Sea. The creatures in the sea were swept by the sword energy and died tragically. Countless fish fell to the ground from mid-air. The fishes that were lucky enough to escape the catastrophe were all panicked and swam desperately. The scariest thing is, this sword chi went straight to the direction of Logue Town, and there was no weakening of the momentum. Separate the sea all the way. Rao was the eagle-eyed sailboat, but it was not spared, and was swept in by the sword energy and was annihilated on the spot. This scene came too suddenly, causing Hawkeye to have no time to react. At the critical moment, he can only rely on his physical instinct to pull out a black knife to resist. Bang! With a loud noise, this sword aura forcefully forced Hawkeye to retreat 100 meters away and fell into the sea. Every pirate who witnessed this scene felt his scalp numb. Rao was the slash of Hawkeye just now, only to separate a small area of the sea, let the sea water back in, forming a rushing waterfall. Suo Luo's slash abruptly opened up a piece of land in the sea. The scary thing is that the separated sea water hasn't been healed for a long time. Hey, it's a lie. How can human swordsmanship achieve this level? How strong is that marine's strength? His swordsmanship, I'm afraid it has surpassed Hawkeye. Do not. As soon as the pirate spoke, he shook his head frantically. Beyond the eagle eye? I am afraid that it is not the swordsmanship of Hawkeye, it cannot be compared with Suo Luo. This guy is simply a monster through and through. However, just when these pirates were shocked, they suddenly reacted to their situation. Suo Luo's swordsmanship was so fierce that it set off a huge ocean current. The boat that was chopped into 2 pieces by the eagle eye was directly driven by the ocean current and fell towards the bottom of the sea. All pirates are implicated in them. All the shock was transformed into a scalp-numbing scream at this moment. WH. What's the situation? Buggy's eyes widened, and his jaw was shocked to the point of falling into the sea. He didn't even dream of thinking that the unremarkable marine would actually. So scary. And many more. The guy was wearing a normal marine uniform, not a coat with the word justice. In other words, Suo Luo is not a marine general. Why? There will be such a monster in the marine team. I even thought about letting that monster take me to the next island, away from Hawkeye. This guy is obviously scarier than Hawkeye. Buggy couldn't help being mad. Who did you provoke? As soon as I left Logue Town, I encountered 2 monsters at the same time. First Hawkeye, then Suo Luo. No, this guy is 100 times more terrifying than Hawkeye. For a while, Buggy couldn't even make a sound. How to do? What should I do now? Who will help me? And Alvida and others didn't get there either, they were dumbfounded when they looked at the scene in front of them. Especially those pirates on patrol boats. They did not expect to develop to this point at all. If they just fall into the sea, they can still stay in the sea for a while by virtue of the water. But now, the sea was directly separated, and they struggled desperately but failed to resist the ocean current, and fell to the bottom of the sea along the divided ravine. Boom! Boom! There was a muffled sound, as if calculating how many people died. Alvida was crying without tears. Holding a wooden board in both hands, he fell into deep despair, at a loss. The atmosphere became weird. Buggy. Suo Luo floating on the surface of the sea suddenly heard his voice, shouting Buggy's name, and then inserted Zanpakuto into the scabbard and hung it back to his waist. And this sound pulled Buggy back from the shock to the real world. He can fly on the sea now because his feet were put on the plank by Alvida. But if you don't figure out a way to leave here as soon as possible, you will die sooner or later. The worst thing is that the 3 ships here were completely destroyed one after another. And at a glance, there is no other ship at all. At this moment, it is really a dead end. Buggy wanted to cry without tears, and could only stare at Suo Luo eagerly. If I knew this, I shouldn't have hunted down Luffy, a straw hat. How nice to stay in East Blue all the time. But Suo Luo did not intend to kill Buggy. Because it is too much trouble. So, he pointed at the bottom of the sea where his sword chi was exposed to the air. Did you see that road? Suo Luo asked lightly. What? Buggy was taken aback for a moment and didn't understand what Suo Luo meant. Did you see the road in the bottom of the sea? Where do you go? Goodbye. After Suo Luo said, regardless of Buggy's reaction, he turned and started the butterfly stroke in the other direction. Buggy and Alvida are both demon fruit power. They can't swim. Walking along the seabed is their only hope. The other pirates all fell to the bottom of the sea and died. As for Hawkeye, although he is the world's largest swordsman, his physical strength should not be as good as himself. And no one among the living people at the scene knew what he was called. And there will probably not be any intersections afterwards. Row. Suo Luo thought to himself, and started swimming towards Marineford comfortably. Stay away from this land of right and wrong. Chapter 18 Eagle Eye thoughts started to die. Hawkeye's body is immersed in the sea, and his mind is full of pictures of Suo Luo just breaking the sea with a sword. Immediately afterwards, Hawkeye felt a bit tingling in his tiger's mouth. It was because of the impact that I received when I subconsciously resisted the sword chi. At the same time, it also means Suo Luo blocked his own air slash. And he didn't. Sit down. Do not. The sword energy he wielded at the beginning was not his full strength, and he didn't even use the black sword. Thinking of this, Yinjian glanced at the sea separated by Jian Qi, and at a glance, the seabed was clearly visible. The scariest thing is, this ravine is like an abyss, and there is no edge in sight. Yes. Rao is Hawkeye's eyesight that is so different from ordinary people's eyesight. At a glance, you can't see the end of the crack. Plus what Suo Luo just said casually. He wants Buggy to walk from the road under the sea to Logue Town. It is possible that this guy's sword spirit has spread to Logue Town. Hawkeye couldn't help blinking, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how could he have such unrealistic ideas? You know, it takes several days to reach Logue Town even if it is a patrol boat. Enough to explain the distance problem. If it were me, would it really be possible to achieve this level? For a moment, Hawkeye couldn't help asking himself. With his current swordsmanship, he collapsed a mountain with one blow, divided the sea with one blow, and even smashed a meteorite with a knife. He is confident enough to do it. Only in the face of the swordsmanship that Suo Luo displayed, the man who bears the name of the world's #1 swordsman, is shaken. Soon, Hawkeye woke up like a dream, and his heart was shocked again. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying swordsmanship monster in East Blue, the weakest in the world. Do not. Suddenly, Hawkeye rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Although East Blue is said to be the weakest in the 4 seas, the top strong have been born in this sea area. Isn't the famous One Piece Roger born in Logue Town? And Garp, the character who is hailed as a marine hero by everyone. Aren't they all from East Blue? Marine. Hawkeye looked at Suo Luo again. Although he still had a facial expression, his heart was like a sea swept by squally rain, unable to calm for a long time. Thinking about it carefully, from the moment he saw Suo Luo, his attitude was very casual. It seems that I don't care about anything. And his marine uniform is just the warrant officer of the branch. The warrant officer of a branch has such amazing strength. Do not. To be precise, it should be a monster with such amazing strength. Why is it just a warrant officer? This guy, hasn't he been hiding his strength all the time? Hawkeye's brain works fast. The unremarkable man in front of him must have a huge conspiracy brewing in his heart. Yes. If it weren't for the ambition to shake the earth. How can a man urge himself to become a strong man with no distraction? According to Hawkeye's knowledge of swordsmanship, Suo Luo is so powerful, in addition to his own talent for swordsmanship, he must also have enough hard work and sweat. This is almost the common sense in every swordsman's heart. It is not even an exaggeration to say that at this moment, Hawkeye completely reacted. Why did Suo Luo choose to jump off the boat just now, and why did he choose to swim and leave here? Because with his strength, he can definitely do this. Wait a minute, if you think about it according to this line of thought, then he just refused to fight me, maybe. It's not because of fear. But I feel that I am not qualified to force him to take action. In an instant, Hawkeye's eyes widened, and he, who had always been paralyzed, showed an unbelievable expression at this time. He, Hawkeye, the man of the world's largest swordsman. Unexpectedly, it could not arouse Suo Luo's inner desire for battle. And if this happens to oneself, there is only one reason. That is, the opponent's strength is too weak, so that he has no interest in shooting at all. I was underestimated by Suo Luo. For a time, the series of logic that Hawkeye had supplemented by his own brain was completely shocked. Actually, Suo Luo has any ambitions and conspiracies. He just found it bothersome and didn't bother to compete with Hawkeye. There are no thoughts of those that are not. However, due to the lack of information, coupled with Suo Luo's understatement and very casual attitude. That's why Hawkeye's thoughts at this moment are unavoidable. Completely headed into the wrong direction. And subconsciously determined that Suo Luo is a super strong. As a result, the soul of the warrior in the depths of Yunjian's heart was completely ignited at this moment. He, Hawkeye, wants to fight Suo Luo. Marine. Thinking of this, Hawkeye could no longer hold his own heart, aiming at Suo Luo's swimming direction, and raised the black knife in his hand. Next second, Hawkeye's arm was directly wrapped around the black armament haki and swept out forcefully. Call out! With the sound of the air being cut through, the extremely exaggerated sword energy flew out. The width is hundreds of meters, and the difference is that after wrapping armament haki, Hawkeye's sword aura suddenly dyed black. It was just the power, and it pushed the sea several meters down. It's not over, right? Soon, Suo Luo, who was swimming, felt the momentum coming to him. The sea keeps rolling and the waves are rough. Moreover, the scope of this sword aura is so great that it is inevitable for oneself to avoid it. There was no other way, Suo Luo had to pull out Zanpakut and put on a parry action. Boom! A loud noise exploded in Suo Luo's ears. If his tympanic membrane is not strong enough, he might be deaf on the spot. But Suo Luo didn't make any effort to dissipate this sword aura, but simply took advantage of the strength and allowed the Eagle Eye's sword aura to lift himself out. I saw Suo Luo's body leave the screen, drawn an excellent parabola in the air, and landed in the sea again, and was far enough away from the Eagle's Eye to the extent of 3 or 4 nautical miles. Then, Suo Luo completely dropped Hawkeye and others, and swam towards the red line without looking back. Sure enough, all warriors are crazy. While swimming, Suo Luo didn't forget to complain about Hawkeye. On the contrary, it is Hawkeye, a messy person on the sea. The sword energy just now was countless times stronger than the usual slash. Result. Not only did it have no effect on Suo Luo, but he took advantage of it and left here. Make yourself unable to chase. What's the matter with this feeling? Grunt. Hawkeye swallowed and looked down at his hands. An incredible scene appeared. His hands are trembling constantly. Not out of fear, but out of excitement. He wants to fight Suo Luo. Chapter 19 shocked Garp for a whole year. 2 more. Watching Suo Luo leave the sea, the clown Buggy's heart can't help but feel a little crazy. Although Suo Luo's strength is indeed strong, it shocked his heart. But does this guy know how far it is from Logue Town? I'm afraid that I won't be able to walk to Logue Town without walking for a month or 2. Moreover, the picture of Suo Luo separating the sea with a sword is truly spectacular and amazing. There is no controversy on this point. However, the separated seawater will recover sooner or later. At that time, I will be directly on the bottom of the sea, and I will be drowned. But the words came back. Those crew members who were not demon fruit power were all buried under the sea. Only myself and Alvida are safe. But neither of them knows how to water. There are no passing ships around. If this continues, I am afraid that it will be a death sooner or later. The strong desire to survive makes Buggy's brain work fast. Hawkeye, my hawk. Soon, Buggy noticed Hawkeye's actions. He put away his shock at Suo Luo and started to splice the floating wooden boards together on the sea, trying to make a raft. Now he has only one idea. That is to catch up with Suo Luo as soon as possible. Fight him. Bet on the number 1 name in the world. Buggy gritted his teeth and stared at Hawkeye. He is obviously not interested in himself now. If possible, Buggy doesn't want to get involved with such a guy. But there is no way, it is called the heavens should not, and the earth is not working. Hawkeye is his only hope. Eagle Eye. Buggy took a deep breath and flew towards Hawkeye. He stroked his chin. You want to know where that marine is going, right? Although Buggy's current strength is average, he is after all someone who has seen big winds and waves. He has seen a lot of warrior psychology like Eagle Eye. To say that Hawkeye doesn't want to compete with Suo Luo at all. He doesn't believe it. But Hawkeye didn't take care of Buggy, but focused on making small rafts. Ahem. Actually, I heard about him when I was in Logue Town. I also know where he is going. Well, Hawkeye, as long as you take me out of here, as a trading condition, I will take you to find that marine, how about? Buggy deliberately remained calm, as if he really knew where Suo Luo was going. However, in fact, he didn't even know what Suo Luo was called. But no matter how you say it, there is no loss to Hawkeye with Buggy. In addition, he was eager to fight, so after hearing this trading condition, he glanced at Buggy meaningfully. Finally, Hawkeye nodded. It is better to have a general direction than to know nothing. And if everything goes well and you encounter a pirate ship, you might be able to go around in front of Suo Luo. In this way, Hawkeye and Buggy hit it off, ready to chase Suo Luo. At the same time, in the other direction of the sea, the Monka riot caused Garp to delay the 153 branch for 2 more days, and Monka got an axe. But overall, he has gained a lot this time. I got 2 good disciples, Kirby and Bellamub. After subduing Monka, Garp returned to the headquarters. Today is also a sunny day. Garp stood on the deck of the warship, facing the sea breeze, looking towards the endless sea. The wound cut by Monka has begun to heal. Now he is in a very happy mood. Card, Garp Vice Admiral. However, at this moment, a marine soldier hurriedly ran up to him. His face extremely pale and his tone of voice irritable. Oh no! An enemy attack was found ahead. The marine soldier was breathless and reported. Just now, he detected an incomparably majestic sword aura, which was approaching their warship. Menacing. This level of attack, even the elite of their headquarters, hasn't seen it much. For a while, the nervousness was so extreme that he had to seek Garp's help. And the most incredible thing is, they didn't even notice the enemy. I only saw the enemy's attack. Is there such a thing? Garp blinked vigorously, only to feel that what the marine soldier said was a little mysterious. Go. Garp made a sound, let the marine soldier lead the way, and stepped towards the bow of the ship. Soon, the calm warship was like an ant that had blown up the pot. Hundreds of marine soldiers temporarily dropped their work and gathered on the deck. In a short while, hundreds of marine soldiers gathered on the bow deck, looking in the same direction. The huge sword energy is as exaggerated as hundreds of meters, and it is coming fiercely, setting off turbulent waves, and approaching the warship. The scariest thing is, wherever the sword gas went, it cut the sea directly, unfathomably deep, exposing the uneven bottom of the sea immediately. Many Marines watched with binoculars, and they were shocked to the extreme. And the most incredible thing is, no matter how they observed, they couldn't find anyone who released this sword energy. What a strong slash! Rao is Garp, who is known as the Marine Hero, and he is stunned at this time. He never dreamed that he would encounter such a terrifying slash in this sea area. Who is the other party? Golden Lion Shiki? Or the guy Whitebeard? For a while, Garp couldn't help but think of these old-time powerhouses. Correct. I received information that Hawkeye was hunting pirates in East Blue. Could it be that guy? At this moment, Garp's confidant, Colonel Pocketoo, couldn't help but recall the news he had received before, and linked the slash to Hawkeye. In his opinion, the only person who can wield such a terrifying sword spirit today is the Eagle Eye who bears the world's largest swordsman. Hawkeye, my hawk. Garp frowned. To him, Hawkeye was considered a junior kid. But no matter what, Garp couldn't think of a more suitable person. After the Golden Lion Shiki escaped from Impel Down, he disappeared. If Whitebeard had come to East Blue, Sengoku would have been uncomfortable and told himself to go back. Ha 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 ha, After thinking about it, Garp also thought it should be the Eagle Eye guy, and couldn't help laughing. The kid of the new age, hello to the old man. Come on then. In an instant, Garp stepped on one foot. In order to prevent the warship from being affected, he stepped directly out of the moonwalk and took the initiative to meet the 100-meter-high sword energy. Next second, Garp's right hand was dyed black by the burst of armament haki, and he hit the sword chi with a violent punch. Boom! There was a loud noise like thunder on a clear day, deafening. Immediately afterwards, a terrifying air current swept over in all directions, setting off waves of several meters long, and beating them out. The huge marine warship is like a small boat, swaying on the sea. Poor and helpless. And Garp's face changed drastically, and his eyes were bigger than those of a donkey. Is the swordsmanship of that little devil that Yinjian is so strong? Garp was shocked in his heart. He wanted to break this sword energy with a punch, but found out after a strong collision. This sword aura is stronger than what I imagined. Chapter 20. What? Did you swim from upside down mountain? Suo Luo swam in the sea for 2 full days following the guide of the permanent pointer. What makes him feel depressed is that in these 2 days, he hasn't even touched a pirate ship. According to Suo Luo's original idea, this world is called One Piece naturally because there are so many pirates here, and they are even so powerful that they can build a country. Confronted with naval headquarters. Although the pirate power of East Blue is the weakest in the world, it is a large sea area anyway. From here, there should be many pirate groups heading to the Grand Line. How can you meet 1 or 2? At that time, relying on your own strength to snatch 1 or 2 pirate ships, isn't it easy? Result: Suo Luo, a pirate group, didn't even come across it. Soon, the Crimson Continent came into Suo Luo's eyes, and one of the ocean currents went from bottom to top, forming a very spectacular scenery. This should be the rumored ocean current. Suo Luo thought to himself. Although he has been in this world for more than 9 years, he has never left Logue Town. Seeing such a scene now, I feel a little shocked in my heart. Of course, as a traverser, Suo Luo still has a certain degree of understanding of the world. For example, the mountain range in front of you. As far as Suo Luo knows, this is the first intersection of the Red Line and the Grand Line. There are a total of 5 waterways on the mountain, forming an X shape, with ocean currents flowing in and out. 4 of them rushed to the top of the mountain, converging in one place, and their starting points were connected to the 4 seas. The last ocean current rushes to the entrance of the Grand Line. Now Suo Luo is located at the mouth of the East Blue Ocean, as long as he swims through here. It is considered to officially enter the Grand Line. Call. Suo Luo took a deep breath and started to forge ahead. He has been in the sea for 2 days and 2 nights. Even with the mentality of swimming to Marineford with a big deal at first, Suo Luo can't help but miss the hotbed on the patrol ship when he really does. However, after officially entering the ocean current, the turbulent sea rushed Suo Luo frantically. Even if you don't do anything, you can move forward at a fast speed. In just 10 minutes, Suo Luo followed the ocean current to the top of the mountain, and then pouring down. If they were replaced by someone else, they would have been buried here long ago. But soon, a tall wall blocked Suo Luo's path. That is. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and he quickly recalled. Right at the only exit of Upside Down Mountain, the whale Laboon has been waiting for Brooke to return. At the same time, One Piece Roger's ship Dr. Crocus is also here. Wait, Crocus. Since Crocus can always take care of Laboon in this place, it means that he has access to the outside world. Even food Crocus can be self-sufficient. But things like drugs, this guy can't make it himself, right? Thinking of this, Suo Luo immediately jumped from the sea and landed on Laboon's back impartially. Boom! Suo Luo stood firm on Laboon's back, looked around, and found the door that could lead directly to Laboon's belly. It's really dark here. Walking in the long corridor, Suo Luo did not forget to complain about the environment here. Now he can't help but start to doubt his daily life in Logue Town. But this did not last long. There was a map here, and within a short while, Suo Luo walked to the exit and pushed hard with both hands. Everything is as in his memory. Also Laboon's body has a different kind of world. The dark green gastric juice is like sea water, and there is a very pleasant island in the center area. Coupled with 2 days and 2 nights in the upper reaches of the sea, there is no food to satisfy your hunger. Suo Luo's belly couldn't help but began to grunt. He rubbed his stomach a little, and couldn't take much care of it. With a hard kick on one foot, he jumped to the island in one step with his amazing explosive power. Boom! A muffled explosion exploded, causing the island to shake. 2 or 3 could not breathe, and a bald uncle in a red shirt walked out of the only house on the island. It is Crocus. Marine. Crocus blinked. During his years of guarding Laboon, he has often encountered pirates here, but Marine is rare. Anything to eat? Suo Luo turned to look at Crocus, and said without thinking, I need some food, fresh water, and a sailboat. Crocus. What is this attitude and tone of voice? Does he think he is some kind of shop owner? And also, I have indeed met many people here, but Marine, who is as calm as Suo Luo, is still the first. And he was not surprised at all when he saw himself. At any rate, he was also the person on the original Pirate King Roger's ship. Still, the current Marine has not paid attention to the famous pirates of the old age? Wrong. What's the reason for this desire to attract attention? There were so many slots that Crocus didn't even know where to start complaining. Never mind. Seeing that Marine's system has been soaked, I must have suffered a lot. Your boat must have crashed and sunk while passing the upside-down mountain, right? Crocus walked back to the room, took out some ready-to-eat cans, and fresh water, and threw it to Suo Luo, while chatting casually. In any case, a person guards the whale. Although Laboon says that life is easy, it is also a bit boring. People always need to communicate. When passing the upside-down mountain, if the helmsman is slightly improper, it will be the result of the ship's destruction. Presumably, those companions of Suo Luo also encountered the same disaster, but they did not survive. That's why Suo Luo is emotionally numb. Even if I saw myself, I was not surprised. For a while, Crocus couldn't help but sympathize with Suo Luo, but it's always a life, didn't it? But who knows, after Suo Luo took the can, he sat on the ground and chewed slowly. It's not like a person who has passed through life and death. On the contrary, Suo Luo's attitude is very calm. He glanced up at Crocus, and replied very casually. Hey? No, I came here from swimming, there is no boat. I was going to go swimming directly, forget it, don't mention it. Suo Luo wanted to talk about his experience, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it. On the contrary, Crocus, after hearing Suo Luo's explanation, stood still on the spot in a daze. What? What the hell? This kid in front of you came from swimming? From upside down the mountain? That upside down mountain that left countless pirate boats dead without a place to bury their bodies? Come on, just kidding. That kind of thing, at least a monster of the level of Rayleigh, is it possible to do it? What's the matter with this Marine in front of me? What is his background? Aren't you here to arrest me? For a moment, Crocus couldn't help asking cautiously. Chapter 21. Isn't this Princess Vivi? 2 more. Arrest you? Did you commit anything? Uncle. Suo Luo answered without thinking. Since Roger disbanded the pirates, most of the crew have lived in seclusion. Crocus is one of them. Although naval headquarters did not revoke their bounty, they did not bother to capture them. After all, these guys are almost all legendary characters, powerful. Especially Pluton Rayleigh. It even makes naval headquarters a little afraid. What's more, after Roger disbanded the pirate group, these people never went to sea again. Everyone takes a step back and has a good old age without disturbing each other. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be unknown in his later years. So, Suo Luo is naturally too lazy to care if he doesn't even care about naval headquarters. Besides, there is no way to explain this matter. Although Crocus looked harmless to humans and animals, and boarded Roger's ship as a ship doctor, his strength was not trivial. After the original work, Crocus used his body to resist the shells fired by Princess Waiwei and Mr. The key is, in the world of One Piece, ship doctors are not easy to mess with. For example, Chopper of the Straw Hat Pirates, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates. But they are all ship doctors. If you tie Crocus here and take it to naval headquarters, I am afraid that I will be left directly in the headquarters and be promoted to the 3rd level. For a salted fish like Suo Luo, this is a situation he doesn't want to see. Moreover, with Crocus's character, he would listen to his own words obediently there. At that time, it is inevitable to do it. Just thinking about it, Suo Luo finds it troublesome. Forget it. No, I'm just a doctor. Seeing that Suo Luo didn't mean to arrest himself, Crocus also ended the topic. As for Suo Luo's identity, he didn't bother to inquire. Simply talked to Suo Luo about the origin of the whale Laboon. This matter will start from 50 years ago. I'm not interested. However, Crocus was interrupted as soon as he got his head. Suo Luo also ate all the food in the can and added fresh water. Suo Luo knew the story of Laboon a long time ago, and through Laboon's actions, the Straw Hat group has not yet turned upside down the mountain. This made Suo Luo a little surprised. I don't know if it was Dragon who rescued Luffy this time, which delayed his adventure, or some other reason. But this is not important. The important thing is that Luffy will definitely prevent Laboon from hitting Red Line. Since someone is intervening, then just be a spectator. What a weird person. Seeing Suo Luo's attitude, Crocus couldn't help but vomit, turned back to his room, and found out the fishing boat. I don't have a boat here, only this. If it goes well, I should be able to stick to the next island. When you get there, it might be easier to find a boat, Crocus explained, holding the canoe. However, he was still more curious in his heart. Are you really the upside-down mountain swimming through? Thinking of the turbulent ocean current, Crocus felt dangerous. Relying on the physical body to swim across the upside-down mountain in one breath, what kind of physical constitution does this have? Even on Roger's boat, few people can compare Suo Luo. What's wrong? Suo Luo glanced at the canoe. The hull is also 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. And without sails, they can only be rowed with wood pulp. Fortunately, his physical strength is stronger than ordinary people. Reluctantly deal with it. Then, Suo Luo thanked Crocus, took the canoe one by one, put it on his shoulders, bent his knees slightly, and then straightened it hard. In an instant, a force burst from Suo Luo's toes, leaving a spider web-like crack on the island. Soon, Suo Luo carried the canoe and landed on the way out. Both power and speed surprised Crocus. It's not even an exaggeration to say. It's Crocus, who didn't even see Suo Luo's movements clearly. This guy's physical skills are not trivial. For a moment, Crocus couldn't help feeling ashamed. He also believed Suo Luo's words. It is very possible, really relying on the body to swim over the upside-down mountain. What a terrible man! Looking at Suo Luo's leaving back, Crocus put his hands around his chest and let out a sigh of emotion. There was even a strong hunch in his heart. Suo Luo, Marine, one day, will stand at the apex of the strongest. However, what he didn't even dream of was that when he returned to the house, he suddenly found a gold coin lying on the corner of the table, which seemed to be used to cover the cost of the canoe and food. As for Suo Luo, he came out of Laboon's body without looking back, then threw the wooden boat into the sea, jumped up, picked up the wood pulp, and started paddling. It really helped a lot. Although swimming to the next island is not a problem, paddling is always easier than swimming. Moreover, Crocus also prepared food and fresh water for himself. Obviously he is a pirate, but he has a good heart. However, it is precisely because Crocus is a pirate that Suo Luo did not deliberately act like a weak person. After all, it's impossible for a person like him to go to Marine and say something. Secondly, the so-called hidden strength, as long as you haven't done it with all your strength, it is called hidden strength. It is also good to release Conqueror's Haki in Logue Town. Cut the sea in front of Hawkeye. All are just one of Suo Luo's many hole cards. And he will never expose his full power in front of anyone. That's enough. But then again, this is the entrance to the Grand Line. It's the only place where you can choose a route. According to Suo Luo's impression, there are about 7 routes here. Each one can reach the ultimate island, Raftel. And only one of them is the route of Straw Hat Luffy. It is also the route that Suo Luo, a traverser, understands the deepest. The advantage is naturally omniscience, but the disadvantage is that you may encounter Luffy. But then again, even if you choose another route, it may not be without any trouble. It would be better to use this understanding of the plot to stay away from trouble as much as possible. And once you get close to the calm belt, it means you won't encounter any pirates. It can also stay away from Luffy, the troublemaker. The most important thing is that the calm belt can go straight to Impel Down and then pass through the Gate of Justice, which is Marine Ford. It's a good shortcut. Thinking about going, Suo Luo finally determined his route and set off for the next island. But this time it seemed the goddess of luck was smiling. After about 2 or 3 hours of paddling, a small sailboat came towards him. And judging from the flag hanging on it, it seems to be a pirate ship. There is no need for manpower to paddle, and there is a room where you can sleep. For a while, Suo Luo's eyes flashed with excitement. Next second, Suo Luo jumped directly onto the ship's deck. However, a graceful female figure suddenly made him not calm down. Vivi. Chapter 22 I am Marine. Requisition your ship now. The 2 people in front of Suo Luo. A man in a green suit, with a beard in the shape of a number 9 trimmed on his face, orange hair, and a golden crown. It is the Cotter member of the Baroque Work Club, Mr. 9. The girl standing behind him wore aqua blue ponytails, hung down to the waist, matched with a green jacket, white shorts, and a pair of white mid-boots of the same color. As a traverser, Suo Luo will naturally not mistake this guy. She appears to be a member of the Baroque Job Club, Mr. Wednesday. But in fact, it was the Princess of Alabasta. Nefertari Vivi. It is also a very popular female character in the story of One Piece. I didn't expect that I would meet Vivi here. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, and quickly realized what was going on now. If you guessed right, Vivi and Mr. 9 should be planning to solve the whale Laboon. And there, because of Laboon's relationship, the sailboat was damaged. So when I came back, I had to board Luffy's boat. This is also very reasonable. After all, Vivi appeared in Chuangzixia, can't he swim there? Marine. Vivi and Mr. 9 looked at each other, but they didn't expect to meet Marine in such a place. In fact, this is what Suo Luo did not expect. It stands to reason that he really doesn't want to have anything to do with Vivi. However, when he boarded the boat, Suo Luo didn't think so much, that his sudden force smashed the small canoe. If I go down now, I guess I can only swim to Whiskey Peak. After thinking for a second, Suo Luo broke the silence at this time. I want to requisition your ship as a marine. He decided to let Vivi take himself to Whiskey Peak, where he could get a sailing boat. Then he parted ways with Vivi. She went to her twin gorges. Go to your own marine ford by yourself. Well water does not offend river water. Hey, even if you are marine, you can't requisition our ship in a word. And, how can marine act alone? Mr. 9 refused on the spot. An inexplicable guy wanted to requisition their ship. This kind of thing is too outrageous. Moreover, the ghost knows if this guy is a pirate, so he grabbed Marine's uniform before appearing here. Secondly, he is a cadre of the Baroque Work Club. Next second, Mr. 9 decisively gripped the baseball bat he was carrying with him, and in just an instant, he rushed to Suo Luo, raised his weapon with one hand, pointed it at Suo Luo's neck and slammed it down. Prepare to stun this guy. However, Mr. 9's movements are as slow as a slide in Suo Luo's eyes. He shook his head helplessly, and pressed the smashed baseball bat with just one finger. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled noise, the baseball bat suddenly stopped moving, producing an impact on Mr. 9. In an instant, his tiger's mouth was torn on the spot because he couldn't bear the power, and blood gushed out from it. Immediately after that, I felt a sharp pain sweeping from the palm to the entire arm, as if the bones were shattered. Ah! The scream made Wei Wei's scalp numb, and the raised whip suddenly hung in the air, so she didn't dare to fall down. Mr. 9 stepped back again and again. The severe pain caused him to sweat in cold sweat, and eventually lost his balance and sat down on the deck. The 5 fingers couldn't grasp it, and the baseball bat fell to the ground. Princess Vivi was even more dumbfounded on the spot. The Baroque Job Club is Alabasta's secret crime company. And everyone in the club never uses their real names. All are called by code names. At the same time, the smaller the number of the senior agent code, the stronger the strength. And Mr. 9 can get this code name, it shows that he is a senior cadre of the work club. The strength is not weak. Result: I was defeated by the marine in front of me with a single finger. How strong is his strength? Just as Vivi was so stunned, Suo Luo spoke again. You guys, are you pirates? But this time, Suo Luo directly burst out a murderous look. Although it can't be said to be strong, it is more than enough to deal with weak people like Vivi. The powerful aura crushed in an instant. It makes it difficult for Vivi to even breathe. She staggered, trying to stay away from Suo Luo, but stepped on her whip on her back heel, and fell to the ground with a plop. Suddenly, an unprecedented thought flooded Vivi's brain. If her answer makes the other person dissatisfied, she will die. No. Not. Vivi was trembling, and he quickly denied that he was a pirate. And Mr. 9 did not get there. That's good. After getting the answer he wanted, Suo Luo put away his aura. He already knew Vivi's true identity. As for Mr. 9, although he joined the Baroque Job Club, he is not a bad guy himself. From the beginning, Suo Luo didn't want to hurt them. The reason for this is just to allow them to take themselves to the nearest island. Once there, everyone parted ways. Just ask Alabasta, and Vivi won't know his name. In that case, turn around and take me to the nearest island. While Suo Luo was talking, he simply sat on the deck. And just like two people, Vivi and Mr. 9 looked at each other, crying without tears in their hearts. There was no other way except to obey Suo Luo's orders. You can only change the direction of sailing and return to Whiskey Peak. In any case, let's get there first. But as Suo Luo returned to the lazy state, Vivi's mood eased a lot. Although she was still a little afraid of this man, she still became curious about him. Especially the atmosphere of returning home made her feel a little depressed. My name is Wednesday. I am a resident of Whiskey Peak. Where can I send you? Vivi asked tentatively. But in other words, why do you appear in such a place alone? Marine's words are generally based on troops, right? Seeing that Suo Luo did not resist, Vivi continued to ask. The reason for this, in addition to curiosity, is also to inquire about more information. Use this to judge whether Suo Luo is a dangerous person or not. My ship ran into some trouble and sank. Suo Luo answered casually. To some extent, what Suo Luo said is true. Seeing Suo Luo's answer, Vivi also made up some information. It must have been a pirate encounter at sea. In the end, only Suo Luo survived. After all, a person as strong as him would probably not leave his partner to escape because of fear of death. For a while, Vivi felt a little sympathetic to Suo Luo. Then, what's your name? Name. Suo Luo didn't expect Vivi to ask questions. He was silent for a while. Call me Smoker. Chapter 23 Uninvited Guest Strikes, Mr. 5 is here. 2 more. After a period of sailing, Suo Luo followed Vivi, Mr. 9 to Whiskey Peak. This is the first island that the Straw Hat Pirates landed after entering the Grand Line. On the surface it is a small town that welcomes pirates, but in fact it is a gathering place for pirate hunters. At the same time, it is also a subordinate branch of Baroque Work Club. Many pirates who entered the Grand Line were buried here. But Suo Luo is not worried about his situation. As the mayor here, after seeing Vivi return to the voyage, Calum immediately called people to prepare for him. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Isn't Vivi just going to sea for a long time? Why did you come back so soon? Is something wrong? Ikarim's face was flat on the surface, but he couldn't help worrying in his heart. His true identity is actually the captain of Alabastus Guard. It was the Baroque Work Club that he entered just to protect the safety of Princess Vivi secretly. And mixed into the identity of an intermediate agent. And considering that the pirates will only bring disaster and trouble to Alabasta. So he didn't feel guilty about hunting pirates over the years. Soon, Vivi's boat docked at the pier, took Suo Luo, and Mr. 9 to get off the boat, and asked the people of Calum to entertain Suo Luo warmly. Marine. Noting Suo Luo's dress, Ikarim couldn't help being surprised. I don't understand how Princess Vivi met Marine. Thank you, Wednesday. Suo Luo expressed his gratitude to Vivi when he saw this, and simply decided to rest here, then requisitioned a sailboat and left. As for those troubles with Vivi, naturally, Luffy helped her solve it. In a short while, Suo Luo disappeared from Vivi's sight. Call. At this time, Vivi also covered his chest, his tone relaxed. So, what is the situation now? Aren't you going to solve that whale? Seeing no one was around, Ikarim simply resumed his honorifics. Also, what's the matter with that marine? I'm about to tell you about it, Ikarim. Vivi paused for a moment, then talked about what happened in the ocean. When Ikarim heard Vivi say Suo Luo's name, his eyes went wide and he couldn't help looking in the direction Suo Luo was leaving. Is that person Smoker? Smoker, is it famous? Vivi was taken aback when he saw this. She has been with Calum for a long time, and she knows Calum's character very well. Just a name makes him show such an expression. It's really rare. If that guy is really the Smoker I know, then he is definitely better than you think. Then, Ikarim recounted what he knew. What a white hunter. What an I can't tolerate a pirate. And many more. So that's the case. Vivi suddenly realized when he heard this, no wonder he exudes such murderous aura when he mistakes us for pirates. Until now, when I think of that scene, Vivi still feels scared. However, I have only heard about Smoker, but haven't seen it. As for whether he is the Smoker, it is better not to be arbitrary. Ikarim thought for a moment. I did not see Suo Luo on the reward order. Even if you kill him, you won't get the bounty. And he was still alone in a marine uniform. There is really no motive to shoot him. Anyway, after entertaining him, give him a small sailboat and let him leave here. Seeing that Calum couldn't confirm Suo Luo's identity, Vivi gave up, and so ordered. Well, it has to be so. In this matter. Ikarim has the same attitude as Vivi. So in the next time, Ikalim led the residents of the town to entertain Suoluo in an extremely enthusiastic manner. Not only introduced him to the culture of this small town, but also carefully prepared a variety of food. And Vivi plans to go to sea with Mr. 9 again to find food. Otherwise, the two of them would not be able to deal with the boss of the Baroque Job Club. After 2 days and 1 night's rest, Suoluo's marine uniform was completely dry. Then he brought some food and prepared to leave here. In short, thank you for your care these days. Although Suoluo always has the character of a salted fish, he is not a person who takes the good of others to himself for granted. Just before leaving, Suoluo expressed his gratitude to Ikalim, and left part of his money to Ikalim. The money is enough to pay for the food these days, as well as the cost of the boat. While talking, Suoluo threw a purse at Ikarim. This sudden scene made Ikarim unexpected. He caught the purse subconsciously, heavier than he expected. Not to mention just 2 days, just 1 week, I am afraid it is more than enough. For a while, Ikarim couldn't help but believe that Suoluo was marine, not a pirate. Ikarim nodded, and simply reminded Suoluo kindly. The current situation in Alabasta is a bit turbulent. Although it is not clear what the purpose of Suoluo's trip is, it is better to be careful when passing there. In this way, after a few more words of greeting, the two said goodbye. As for Princess Vivi, Suoluo didn't ask any extra words. He was too lazy to ask. Anyway, there are Luffy. There is no need to worry about Crocodile. However, just as Suoluo was about to leave here, an explosion suddenly sounded in the town. Rumble. This sudden scene instantly attracted Ikarim's attention, and he subconsciously looked in the direction where the sound came from. A blaze rushed into the sky. Then came thick smoke billowing upwards, like a grey mushroom cloud in full bloom. Grunt. Ikarim rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. In his heart, an unknown premonition also followed. But before Ikarim had time to act, a man dressed as a rock singer walked out from the corner of the street. He puts his hands in kabuto, with a high attitude. No one else, but one of the senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency. Mr. 5. On the contrary, Suoluo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. It's just this time. I met people from the Baroque Job Club. And Mr. 5 quickly noticed Suoluo, especially the marine uniform on Suoluo, which made him startled. Let him be more certain that his intelligence is true and reliable. Mr. 8, I only ask you once, Mr. Wednesday, that guy, where is it now? Mr. 5 asked with a low voice. Chapter 24 Mr. Smoker, please protect Princess Vivi. Mr. 8, regarding this question, I advise you to think it over before answering it. As soon as Mr. 5's voice fell, another female voice sounded. We now know the true identity of Mr. Wednesday. If you don't want to die here, you'd better tell us honestly that she is there. Ikalim and Suoluo followed the prestige and saw a young woman holding an umbrella sitting on the roof of a building on the side of the street, looking down at the two of them condescendingly. It is another senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. Valentine. Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine. Suoluo couldn't help but a black line on his face. The appearance of the two of them at Whiskey Peak means that the identity of Princess Vivi has been identified by Crocodile, and issued an order to kill her. But according to Suoluo's memory, it develops according to the normal plot. The pursuit of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine should be after Vivi brought Luffy and others back to Whiskey Peak. But now, Vivi has not yet gone to sea to hunt the whale Laboon. And many more. Suoluo reacted in an instant. When she met Vivi, she did not see Laboon, but she was not far away from the Twin Gorges. Coupled with the return flight, and the time to rest here. Now it happens to be connected to the timeline for Mr. 5 to hunt down Vivi. Not only that. There is also the route of the Straw Hat Pirates. The reason why they choose Whiskey Peak, Little Garden, Alabasta and other routes. It was because Vivi and Mr. 9 asked Luffy to give them a ride, which led to the confirmation of Luffy's sailing route. The result is now. Because of his own relationship, Vivi did not meet Luffy according to the original plot. In other words, it is very likely that Luffy will not take this route anymore. This. After suddenly realizing this, Suo Luo was stunned on the spot. And Ikarim shook his head at Mr. 5 without thinking, I don't know. The reason why he joined the Baroque Job Club was to protect Vivi in secret. How could they easily inform them of Vivi's whereabouts now? Not only him, but also the people in the whole town. They gathered here from all directions. In fact, before Suo Luo and Ikalim met Mr. 5, he and Valentine had been inquiring about Vivi's whereabouts, and they caused battle after battle. However, the bounty hunters gathered here will be opponents of Mr. 5. He noticed that these people rushed towards him. He still had a calm expression, his right hand slowly left his pocket, and he dug his nostril. Next second, Mr. 5 pointed the booger dug out at these bounty hunters, and then flicked it lightly. And such an attack method, naturally, that person will not be deliberately careful. In an instant, Mr. 5's booger flew in front of these bounty hunters, and then emitted a dazzling glare. Rumble. The sound is deafening, and the firelight illuminates the whole street. Countless bounty hunters flew out in the explosion, fell heavily to the ground, and were seriously injured. The power gap between the two sides is like cloud and mud. Guru. Seeing the tragedy of the towners, Ikarim couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowed nervously. He knew very well in his heart that the lower the number, the stronger the ranking of the Baroque Job Club. He is not the opponent of this guy at all. Thinking of this, Ikarim had to turn around to look at Suo Luo, and put all the money bags in his hand back to him. Mr. Smoker, I don't need your money. By now, Ikarim had nothing to hide. Actually, my true identity is the captain of Alabastus Guard. And Mr. Wednesday, she is the princess of Alabasta. The reason why she joined the Baroque Job Club is only to investigate their criminal evidence. Ikalim pressed Suo Luo's shoulders with both hands, feeling very excited. In fact, this is also helpless. Although he wanted to protect Princess Vivi personally, he knew he didn't have that strength. And if the Marine in front of him is a special agent of the Baroque Agency, he can solve Vivi while on the ship. There is no need to pretend until now. Secondly, the direction in which the explosion sounded was also the location where all the ships docked. In other words, Mr. 5 cut off Vivi's escape route from the very beginning. Based on this relationship, Ikarim can only pin his hopes on Suo Luo, Marine. On the contrary, Suo Luo couldn't help but have a black line on his face. He really didn't want to be involved in Alabasta. And myself, Vivi, and Ikarim are just a fate. Do these guys really believe in themselves so easily? They don't worry, are they in the same group with the Baroque Job Club? It's not. Soon, Suo Luo denied this idea. In this situation, Ikarim has no second choice at all. Even if he has a strict mouth, he would rather die than say where he is slightly. In terms of the size of the town, how long can Vivi hide? It was only a matter of time before it was found out. Please, Lord Smoker, please protect Princess Vivi anyway. Ikarim's eyes were extremely sincere, this is the request of my life. Then, Ikarim ignored Suo Luo's reaction and directly told the whereabouts of Princess Vivi. Actually, Vivi doesn't know that Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine are chasing her. She did not deliberately hide. It's just resting in a certain room. As for these two guys, I will resist. When he finished speaking, Ikarim ignored Suo Luo's reaction and turned around on the spot to face Mr. 5. In the next second, Ikarim's curly hair stretched out the black barrel. In any case, I won't let you hurt Princess Vivi. Ikarim roared loudly at Mr. 5, and then decisively launched an attack. Da-da-da! The sound of machine gun firing suddenly resounded throughout the street. The rain of bullets blocked all the retreat of Mr. 5. At the same time as the fire was blazing, the billowing smoke lifted from the ground and rolled upwards, instantly enveloping Mr. 5. Really, an overweight guy. At this moment, Mr. Valentine looked directly at Akaram's behavior. With a very disdainful tone, she stood up from the edge of the roof, her legs were brought together, and jumped up. Soon, Mr. Valentine fell from the air and smashed Akaram's body impartially. Bang! With a loud noise, Akaram was crushed underneath by Mr. Valentine on the spot, and because the street couldn't withstand the impact, it shattered instantly, leaving a spider web-like crack. Akaram was killed on the spot. Chapter 25. Please help Princess Vivi. 2 more. Weight and sublimation. Sitting on Akaram, Mr. Valentine instantly lifted his weight to 1,000 kilograms. It was equivalent to the weight of half an elephant, and it was firmly crushed on Akaram's body. Not only made him unable to move, but he even felt a little difficult to breathe. I am a person who has the ability to eat light lion fruit. I can freely change my weight. Once my weight reaches 10,000 kilograms, all the internal organs of your body will be crushed by me. Mr. Valentine introduced his abilities without hesitation. She can kill a guy like Akaram at any time. If you don't want to die so ugly, it's better to tell us, Mr. Joe. No. You should call her Princess Vivi. Where is she? At the same time, the billowing smoke that Akaram raised with his machine gun began to dissipate. Mr. 5 is not only safe and sound, but also has no bruises on his body. The strength between the two sides is judged by the superior. But Vivi didn't drop Akaram, or shivered in fear. Maybe her strength is not strong, but she has courage and will, but she doesn't lose anyone. After hearing the noise, Vivi rushed here non-stop. When she saw that Akaram would rather die in order to protect her whereabouts, she did not hesitate to raise the whip and shook it towards Mr. Valentine. And Mr. 9 followed Vivi closely, and at a glance he recognized that Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine were both members of the Baroque Working Society. Click! I saw Mr. Valentine grabbing the flying whip easily, and then pulled it hard. The overwhelming force immediately made Vivi lose his balance, grabbed the ground with his head, and fell to the ground with a plop. You guys, what do you want to do to my partner? Although Mr. 9 was yelling, his voice was trembling because of fear. He knew in his heart that he could not be the opponent of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine, but at this moment he still waved the baseball bat bravely and rushed up quickly. However, in the next second, Mr. 5 appeared behind him, slowly raised his right foot and kicked Mr. 9's. Bang! Mr. 9's exploded on the spot, and the power of terror sent him away. For a time, everyone in the town was easily suppressed by the duo. Princess Vivi. Akaram gritted his teeth, his face in pain. Seeing Vivi lying on the ground, he was both worried and anxious. But Mr. Valentine was pressed on him like a hill. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get rid of it. To make matters worse, from the moment Mr. Valentine sat on him, her weight has been increasing and never stopped. By now, her weight has reached 2,000 kilograms. It is equivalent to the weight of an adult elephant. If he were replaced by ordinary people, he would have been crushed to death a long time ago. Princess Vivi, why, you have to run here, you should have escaped. Akaram gritted his teeth, his facial features twisted together, making him look a little hideous. He is not worried about his situation. The big deal is to die for the country. But in case Princess Vivi has any shortcomings, then Alabasta will completely lose hope. Akaram, I can't leave you here regardless. Vivi said without thinking about it. Although her strength is very weak, but at this moment, she resolutely stood up. Then there was a bang. Kicked to the ground by Mr. 5. Not only that, this time Mr. 5 took a step forward and stepped on Princess Vivi's back. Although Mr. 5 does not have the overwhelming weight of Mr. Valentine. As a senior agent of the Baroque Work Agency, he has the power to crush the current Vivi. Stepped her on the ground, unable to break free. Soon, Mr. 5 even raised his right hand and dug his nostrils again. I am an explosive person who ate the fruit of the explosion. A violent explosion can occur anywhere on my body. Before the final execution of Vivi, Mr. 5 did not forget to explain his abilities. In his opinion, there is no possibility of a comeback for Vivi now. Her death. It is destined. And all of this, to blame, can only be blamed on her overpowering. Have to fight against the Baroque Work Club. Stop it, UBD. E. Calum watched as Mr. 5 aimed his nose at Vivi's head, and couldn't help tears. Pouch. And Mr. Valentine's weight at this time has soared to 3,000 kilograms, further squeezing Akaram's internal organs, causing him to spew a mouthful of blood on the spot. Above it is a fragment with a few internal organs. Mr. 9, as well as other bounty hunters, desperately wanted to stand up and rescue Princess Vivi. But it can't be done at all. It's that Princess Vivi couldn't help crying. However, this cry was not for herself, but for the innocent people of Alabasta. For a while, the atmosphere became desperate. It's over, Princess of Alabasta. Mr. 5 made a low voice and threw his booger out. But at this moment, Ikaram seemed to suddenly remember something important. With all his strength, he shouted out his request. Lord Smoker! Save the princess! The sound resounded throughout Whiskey Peak. In the next moment, Ikaram's voice was completely submerged in the explosion. A black mushroom cloud rose to the sky. Bloom at Whiskey Peak. Bounty Hunter. Mr. 9. Akalum. All stood there blankly, feeling a blank brain. It was as if the last faith in life had completely collapsed. That kind of explosion, with Princess Vivi's body, could not survive at all. However, just when everyone subconsciously thought that Princess Vivi was bound to die, Mr. 5 couldn't help but lowered his head. Princess Vivi is still under him, and safe and sound. Next second, Mr. 5 looked back in the other direction. The booger that I threw out, unexpectedly exploded in the other half of the town. No one was hurt. And Mr. 5 didn't remember that he threw his nose over there. The order I received was to execute Vivi, but not to get any information from her mouth. Hello, Mr. 5, what are you doing? Mr. Valentine frowned and couldn't help but complain about Mr. 5. Quickly kill Vivi and go back for business. Otherwise, if the boss gets angry, the consequences will be disastrous. Not me. Mr. 5 answered without thinking about it, and then he suddenly realized that he turned to look at the third person standing here besides him and his partner. Suo Luo. It was you just now? Marine. Mr. 5 looked directly at Suo Luo and asked loudly. Apart from him, Mr. 5 couldn't think of anyone else who could stop him. I am not, I don't talk nonsense. Suo Luo shook his head on the spot and denied, however, don't you think it's a bit too much to bully a girl like this? Chapter 26. Thank you for giving me a reason to kill you. Suo Luo and Mr. 5 have 4 eyes facing each other, and his tone is very flat. Although he is a traverser and has a certain understanding of the evil deeds of the Baroque work society, he does not want to participate in these things. Because even if you do nothing, Crocodile will be defeated. Why push yourself into the pit? Secondly, who is Crocodile? 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. The attitude of the world government towards Shishibukai has always been difficult to describe. Once Shishibukai is defeated, it will only make everyone question the judgment of the world government. In other words, even for its own face, the world government must maintain Shishibukai. For those who defeat Shishibukai, they are bound to launch a carpet investigation. At that time, I am afraid that I will be involved in greater trouble. Secondly, The smoker guy is also in Alabasta. If he had a conflict with Crocodile, it was likely to attract Smoker's attention and let him discover that he had been hiding his strength for so many years. Just thinking about these consequences, Suo Luo finds it troublesome. Therefore, he really didn't want to get involved with the people of the Baroque Job Club at all. After all, he doesn't like to say any bloody big words, and he doesn't have any secondary thoughts that the greater the ability and the greater the responsibility. He is just an ordinary person with no desires. Want to stay quietly in a place salted fish. But watching a group of little boys bullying a little girl. If not encountered, that's fine. But let myself meet. How could it be indifferent? People are not vegetation, how can they stop when they are square, and roll when they are round? Looking at Vivi, who is still strong when he is dying. Looked at Mr. Five who is bullying, sinister and vicious. Are you talking to me? Mr. Five looked Suo Luo up and down, then raised his right hand, and once again dug out a booger, which was twice as large as before. Although Suo Luo is now wearing Marine's uniform, Mr. Five is not scared at all. From the beginning, he had no intention of staying alive here. And just kill everyone present. Naturally no one knows that he has shot against Marine. Heard the words of Mr. Five. Mr. Valentine on the side couldn't help covering his mouth and chuckled. It seems to be laughing at Suo Luo's ignorance. Marines like Suo Luo, they don't know how many they have killed. The Baroque Job Club's orders are absolute. No one can resist. It's Marine, not two. Next second, Mr. Five flicked hard and threw his nose at Suo Luo. However, even the full-speed blow of Mr. Five is as slow as a slide in Suo Luo's eyes. He just shifted his steps to the left, and Mr. Five's booger passed him by. Rumble. The booger finally hit another building, and the flames shot straight into the sky, and a wave of heat swept across in all directions. And Suo Luo. There was no movement to even glance back. Real man, never looked back at the explosion. You are right, I agree. Suo Luo took a deep breath and nodded slightly, agreeing very much with Mr. Five's words. Just kill all the people here. No one knows that he is an enemy of the Baroque Job Club. Thank you for giving me a reason to kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Suo Luo grasped Zanpakuto tightly on his waist and flicked it with one hand. Cut with a knife. A silver arc spread out like ripples. Before Mr. Five could react, this arc had already passed through his body. In an instant, Mr. Five stood blankly on the spot. It wasn't until Suo Luo took Zanpakuto back the scabbard that he realized that Suo Luo had made a move. As for the action of drawing the knife, he did not see clearly. The other bounty hunters who were watching this battle did not even see Suo Luo's moves. Because of the speed. It's so fast. Their eyesight can't catch it at all. Who are you? Mr. Five's face suddenly became pale, and his voice was even more trembling. Soon, blood oozes from the corners of his eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth. Not only that. Mr. Five's upper body, in a very strange scene, began to separate from the waist position and slowly tilted forward until it fell to the ground with a plop. Vivi's eyes went round suddenly, his face was startled, and he quickly moved his hips back. And Mr. Valentine was even more dumbfounded on the spot. As Mr. Five's partner, she naturally knows how strong his strength is. Result. Was he cut by Suo Luo in just one round? And, when did it happen? Suo Luo, when did he make the move? Why didn't I see anything? In fact, it is not just Mr. Valentine, everyone present has the same question. What happened just now? Can anyone explain? Why did Mr. Five, who had been arrogant to the point of failing, suddenly fall down? And the wound on his body is too smooth, right? Is this really what swordsmanship can do? You fellow. Mr. Valentine stood up from Ikarim with a loud voice, his pupils dilated, and he looked at Suo Luo in horror and anger. Soon, Mr. Valentine lowered his weight to 1 kilogram, opened the umbrella in his hand, exerted a little force on his toes, and instantly jumped to an altitude of 30 meters. Now she is not only avenging Mr. 5, but also for herself. She has an ominous premonition in her heart. Or, get rid of this marine by yourself. Or, die tragically here. And she didn't want the latter to happen anyway. In an instant, Mr. Valentine directly climbed his weight to 10,000 kilograms. This is the limit of her body now. A full 10 tons of weight, plus a fall of more than 30 meters. The shock is enough to kill an adult whale in seconds. Go to hell, you marine. 10,000 kilograms top pressure. Even in the process of Mr. Valentine falling down, the kinetic energy generated instantly lifted the air, forming a terrifying air current, spreading out towards the surroundings. In an instant, the bounty hunter who had finally stood up flew out on the spot. Boom! Boom! Thump! The impacts sounded one after another, and countless bounty hunters passed out. However, facing Mr. Valentine who sat down, Suo Luo still stood there, not even hiding. Boom! A loud noise rang through Whiskey Peak, and Mr. Valentine's collided strongly with Suo Luo's shoulder. The shock wave spread to all directions like ripples, and instantly shattered the street under Suo Luo's feet. It left a shocking crack, like a huge spider web. The buildings on both sides, because they could not withstand the pressure of this shock, fell apart on the spot and turned into pieces of rubble. But the worst is Mr. Valentine, even with a weight of 10,000 kilograms, it can't overwhelm Suo Luo. On the contrary, the majestic impact force directly acted into Mr. Valentine's body, shattering all her 5 internal organs and 6 lungs. Pouch! I saw Mr. Valentine spray a mouthful of blood against his umbrella, and then his body rolled down from Suo Luo's shoulder. Chapter 27 Sand Crocodile is angry. Smoker, I'm never finished with you. 2 more. Thump! Mr. Valentine rolled off Suo Luo, fell to the ground, and died instantly. Ikarim was lying on the ground, just in time to see Mr. Valentine's death. He couldn't help blinking, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain the scene in front of you? First, Mr. 5 was inexplicably divided into 2. Then came the sudden death of Mr. Valentine. What did Suo Luo do? Who can explain? Moreover, Mr. Valentine is a fruit-capable person and can adjust his weight at will. The weight she was sitting on herself just now has indeed reached the ton level. The result was smashed on Suo Luo, and it had no effect at all. For a while, Ikarim's heart could not help but be completely convinced. The marine man in front of him is the white hunter who frightened countless pirates. Smoker. Good. Only the man Smoker can defeat Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine so easily. Ikarim suddenly realized in his heart, and at the same time felt fortunate. Princess Vivi chose to bring Smoker back to Whiskey Peak at this time. It was so wise. Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine were defeated. At the corner of the street, Mr. 9 sat on the ground with a look of confusion. Moreover, this is nothing, Suo Luo took a lot of effort to defeat the 2. It's a spike on the spot. In other words, this means that Suo Luo's current strength is far superior to that of Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine. Among them, the bounty of Mr. 5 is as high as 10 million berry. The strength is stronger than the branch kernel. As a result, a quick kill. I've heard before that Smoker's strength is not inferior to Commodore of Naval Headquarters. It's just that he is too selfish and often ignores superiors' orders for action, so he has never been promoted. It now appears that the rumors are true. A bounty hunter lying on the ground couldn't help but say. To be a bounty hunter, you must be familiar with pirates and marine. He has heard a lot of rumors about Smoker. It's just that I haven't had a chance to see it. The strength of Commodore, is it so terrifying? I didn't even see his drawing of the knife. Me too. We are saved thanks to Mr. Smoker. Bounty hunters who haven't lost consciousness can't help but start talking. While shocked by Suo Luo's powerful strength, they were also very grateful to Suo Luo. He not only saved his life, at the same time, also saved Alabasta. Otherwise, Vivi is mainly solved by Mr. 5, they really don't know what to do. Especially Akarim. He clenched his teeth, his 5 senses twisted together due to pain, his hands tried his best to support his body and stand up. Now Akarim, even breathing, will cause great pain. Lord Smoker, please. However, as soon as Kalim spoke, he was interrupted. He looked subconsciously and found that it was Princess Vivi. Mr. Akarim, please leave it to me next. Vivi slowly stood up from the ground, adjusted his breathing rhythm, and then took 3 steps and 2 steps before walking to Akarim. It is completely different from the previous image that looked like a bad luck. Although Vivi looks embarrassed at this time, raising his hands and feet gives people a very dignified feeling. Especially her eyes are extremely firm. In full view, Vivi folded his hands in front of him and bowed to Suo Luo in gratitude. If it weren't for Suo Luo's rescue today, then she and the people in the town will definitely be wiped out. She is very aware of the methods of those people in the Baroque Job Club. These guys will never leave anything alive. As Princess Alabasta, I would like to express my gratitude to you, Vivi said loudly. At the same time, she was also very clear in her heart. Although Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine were solved by Suo Luo, their identities have been exposed. The boss of the Baroque Job Club will never let go of himself. On this route back to Alabasta, there must be other killers coming. Based on repeated consideration, she made her request to Suo Luo. Hope he can escort himself to Alabasta. The reason why Vivi is like this is partly because she has no other choice. The royal civil war is imminent. She must return to Alabasta to stop this. On the other hand, if it weren't for Suo Luo, he would have died long ago. So at this moment, in her heart, she naturally thinks that Suo Luo is a trustworthy person. The most important thing is that Suo Luo's identity is marine, not a pirate. However, Suo Luo couldn't help but have a black line. He obviously saved her once. This guy, how can you avenge revenge? I don't want to participate in the messy things at all. Moreover, if I take you, the killers along the way will not end there. Soon, Vivi and Akarim also noticed Suo Luo's reluctance written on his face. Lord Smoker. For a moment, Akarim took a decisive step forward, knelt on his knees, and knocked his forehead to the ground. Due to excessive force, the bright red bloodline spread from the wound to the stone slab. In the next second, the bounty hunters present followed the example of Akarim and knelt in front of Suo Luo. Your Excellency Smoker, please. This is my only request in Akarim's life. Not only for Princess Vivi, but also for this country. Rao Vivi didn't expect everyone to be like this. Seeing Akarim's determination, he saw Suo Luo's hesitation. She couldn't help biting her lip, and asked Suo Luo loudly with a trembling voice, Mr. Smoker, to you, what is the so-called justice? Do you really have the heart to let the people of Alabasta die in wars that shouldn't happen? At the same time, inside a mysterious office in Alabasta, a man with a cigar was sitting alone at a table, on which there was a phone worm for contact. Its image can be said to be exactly the same as Mr. 5. Actually, this man and Mr. 5 have been using the phone worm to keep in touch. The death of Mr. 5. And the speeches of Princess Vivi and others. He heard everything clearly through the phone worm. And this man, no one else, is the boss behind Mr. 5. Established the Mr. Zero of the Baroque Work Club in one hand. Sand Crocodile. Crocodile. At this time, he couldn't help but his face was livid. Because he heard a name many times. Smoker. The famous White Hunter. At the same time, he was also a disciple of the original Marine Admiral Zephyr. However, Crocodile never dreamed that the fellow smoker would intervene in his own affairs. If it's that man, Mr. 5, their strength is really not enough. However, you want to be my enemy, smoker, you are not qualified. There was a flash of killing intent in Crocodile's eyes, and then he grabbed another phone worm and contacted his subordinates, hundreds of millions of elders. Continue to inform, once smoker appears in Alabasta, don't let him go. Chapter 28 Uninvited Guest, Nico Robin. Seeing Vivi, Ikaram, and the many bounty hunters gathered in the town so sincere, Suo Luo finally relaxed and allowed Vivi and the others to board the boat and go to Alabasta with them. At the same time, it is worth mentioning that Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine were able to ensure the death of Princess Vivi. Before they started, they deliberately blew up all the boats on Whiskey Peak, so as not to escape Princess Vivi. However, the two of them are not dead men. After solving Princess Vivi, it is natural to need Alabasta to deal with each other. So they deliberately left their own boat. Now, it has naturally become Suo Luo's trophy. In other words, Suo Luo is the only person on Whiskey Peak who has a boat. That's all. Suo Luo, Princess Vivi, and Kalam, Mr. 9, head to Alabasta together. As the captain, Suo Luo began to give orders. The task of sailing was handed over to Ikaram and Mr. 9, and he tried to draw a line with Vivi. Try not to talk too much with her. However, Vivi doesn't think so. She thought about it all afternoon in her room. In the end, he decided to tell Suo Luo everything he knew. So Vivi left his room, went to the deck, and walked towards Suo Luo, who was enjoying the sun. Ikaram also seemed to realize something, and stayed away from them as much as possible. Mr. Smoker. Vivi plucked up courage and spoke slowly. What's the matter? Suo Luo glanced at Vivi, and answered casually. After this period of contact, he also adapted to others calling himself Smoker. Actually, this incident is really unintentional. According to Suo Luo's original idea, he just wanted to requisition Vivi's boat, and when he arrived on the next island, he parted ways with her. Stay away from her. And, before the Alabasta incident completely broke out, leave that ghost place. Go to Marineford. But who knows, my idea is just that inch. It just happened to run into Mr. 5. They couldn't screw Vivi again. After the episode, the other party gradually became convinced that he was Smoker. Ugh. Hope this kind of thing will not have any effect on Smoker. Have you heard of the Baroque Job Club? Just when Suo Luo was thinking about these things in his heart, Vivi spoke slowly, leading to the topic of the Baroque Work Agency. I haven't heard of it, and I'm not interested. Suo Luo answered without thinking. The implication is to hope that Vivi will not bother him. However, Vivi only froze for a moment, and then went on. About the civil war in Alabasta, drought. All kinds of problems, Vivi unreservedly told them all. It is precisely in order to investigate the man behind all of this that I, as Mr. Wednesday, sneaked into the Baroque Work Agency as an undercover agent. It turned out that the chief culprit of all this was the president of the Baroque Job Club. Vivi made a loud noise, thinking that this kind of thing was enough to attract Suo Luo's attention. Unexpectedly, this guy is still indifferent. This makes Vivi feel a little uncomfortable. And the people who established the Baroque Work Club and tried to take Alabasta. It's the famous pirate. In order for Suo Luo to change the pervert degree, Vivi deliberately increased the tone of the word pirate. After all, Smoker is the marine who hates the existence of pirates. He is Crocodile with the title of 7 Warlords of the Sea. Vivi speaks surprisingly. This matter has always been little known. Rao is a senior agent of the Baroque Working Group, and he doesn't know the identity of the president. Crocodile. Suo Luo had to frown deliberately when he heard this. Since it's Shishibukai, it's even more inconvenient for me to shoot. He really didn't want to promise Princess Vivi. Run to fight crocodile. End. Suo Luo couldn't help feeling a little strange in his heart. When Vivi and Luffy were together, it didn't seem to be so direct. Please ask Luffy to defeat crocodile. Why are you here? But soon, Suo Luo suddenly realized. After all, it's a difference in identity. Luffy is just an ordinary pirate. The bounty is not even half of crocodile's. And this is the bounty before crocodile became Shishibukai. Who am I now? The famous white hunter smoker. Although this is not my intention, Vivi takes it seriously. In her eyes, Marine strikes at the pirates. It's a matter of division. This also means that in a sense, the two of them should have a common enemy. Yes. Suddenly, Vivi's attitude seemed to change. This time, she did not wait for Suo Luo to answer. Because just from Suo Luo's eyes, she got the answer. This guy didn't want to be an enemy of crocodile at all. Perhaps this so-called justice has always been a ridiculous thing in your eyes. Vivi couldn't help but complain about Suo Luo, and his hands clenched into fists. Perhaps, from the very beginning, I shouldn't have counted on a savior to save this country. The only one who can save Alabasta is himself. Yes. There is no need to blame Suo Luo's attitude. He just let himself recognize this thing again. I feel that this marine boy made a very wise choice. But at this moment, a soft female voice sounded on the boat. Vivi and Suo Luo also looked at each other together. I saw a girl dressed like a cowboy sitting on the top of the cabin, looking down at them. And Suo Luo, also by virtue of the identity of the traverser, recognized the visitor at a glance. Nico Robin. With the power you going to Alabasta is just a dead end. Robin couldn't help but started taunting Princess Vivi, even, let alone Alabasta. The little garden island ahead is also a very dangerous place for you. The people there are not only powerful and very vicious. With your strength, I'm afraid I can't make it through. While talking, Robin even shot on the spot, sucking Zanpakuto from Suo Luo's waist and the whip from Vivi's body. Like, she has the same ability to fetch things from the air. And her attitude seems to be satirizing Vivi and Suo Luo. He couldn't even hold his own weapons. With your strength, how can you defeat crocodile? It is simply a dream. However, what Robin never dreamed of was. Suo Luo's unheard voice suddenly appeared behind her. For a moment, Robin couldn't help but stared in panic and looked towards Suo Luo's position. On the recliner. No one. Chapter 29. This man must have more terrifying ambitions than sand crocodiles. 2 more. Suo Luo, disappeared? No, it's not right. Robin suddenly realized that the voice behind him was Suo Luo. But when? He obviously didn't even blink his eyes. How did Suo Luo do it, flashing behind him? Click. Just as Robin stood still on the spot, Suo Luo grabbed Zanpakuto directly from her hand. Although this weapon looks unremarkable, it actually contains very powerful power. And this power is simply not something Robin can bear. Of course, Suo Luo didn't intend to kill Robin here. He just retrieved his Zanpakuto, then returned to the recliner and continued to bask in his sun. On the contrary, Robin was completely shocked by Suo Luo's humble behavior. Either he suddenly flashed behind him and took Zanpakuto away, or he suddenly lay back on the chair. I didn't even react. Even did not feel the breath of Suo Luo. This kind of thing is undoubtedly quite terrible. You know, Robin is not Mr. Five and his like. As a descendant of O'Hara, when she was 8 years old, her bounty exceeded 80 million berry. Whether it's marine or pirates, everyone doesn't want to get her. The enemies she encountered, and the betrayals she suffered. It's simply not something ordinary people can imagine. These encounters naturally gave her strength and mentality ample training. It's not even an exaggeration to say. She was confident when she came to Vivi. If you want, you can get rid of Vivi and others in minutes. Until, Suo Luo shot. This guy is probably stronger than me. No wonder he can easily deal with Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine. Robin rolled his throat, swallowed nervously, and began to mutter in his heart. Smoker, as a branch colonel, his uniform is different from ordinary Marine. Moreover, this guy is only in his 20s at most, a lot younger than Smoker. This guy, who the hell is, why should I pretend to be Smoker? Why follow Vivi again? For a while, Robin couldn't help but have a lot of questions in his heart. However, she did not expose Suo Luo on the spot. The reason is simple. Suo Luo's uneasy behavior just now scared her completely. Appear silently to disappear silently. If it weren't for Suo Luo to make a sound midway, she wouldn't even notice it. In other words, if Suo Luo wanted to, he could completely take off his head at that moment. As for himself, I am afraid that he would not be able to react until the moment the head fell to the ground. This man is terrible. Even when I was with Crocodile, I didn't feel this way. No. I must get out of here quickly. Thinking of this, Robin's thoughts returned to the real world. However, although she recovered her calm on the surface, she was unable to calm down the shock of Suo Luo in her heart. She took a deep breath, took out a permanent pointer from Kabuto, and threw it directly at Vivi. For this sudden scene, Vivi was also unexpected. Patter. Vivi caught the pointer and glanced down. Follow this pointer and you can bypass Little Garden. Robin spoke again and glanced at Suo Luo meaningfully, and found that the other party was indifferent to it. After a pause for about a second, Robin jumped from a high altitude, over the guardrail on the deck, and landed on the back of a huge turtle. Vivi took a look. This tortoise is not only dangling a cigar, but also has a comfortable seat on its back. Obviously Robin came here riding this turtle. Instead of waiting for Vivi to ask her why she did this, Robin had already rode away without returning. This guy's pointer is probably a trap. Soon, Mr. 9 came up. He just noticed when Robin appeared, but he didn't dare to step forward. Now that Robin is gone, he can't help but express his thoughts. Now they are enemies of the Baroque working society. How could the other party help him kindly? Maybe, the direction that this pointer points to is exactly well-designed trap. Mr. Smoker, don't you think? Seeing that Vivi did not respond to him, Mr. 9 simply asked Suo Luo, who continued to bask in the sun. Hope he can help persuade Vivi. How would I know? Suo Luo glanced at Mr. 9 and said without thinking. But Robin itself is not a bad guy. In Alabasta, Robin also saved the Straw Hat Pirates many times. He also concealed important clues about Pluton from Crocodile. Said that the pointer she gave would lead them to a trap. Suo Luo doesn't think so. If there are really any traps waiting for them to take the bait. Mr. 3 from Baroque Work Club and his partner will not appear in Little Garden. However, if you can bypass Little Garden, you can arrive at Alabasta a few days earlier. Suo Luo thought for a while, and guided it at will. After all, someone who is so troublesome like him naturally has no interest in Little Garden to fight against Mr. 3 who is waiting for Princess Vivi. For today's Vivi, the most lacking thing is time. The Alabasta Civil War is imminent. Ikarim, let's change our course and follow the direction indicated by this pointer. For a time, Vivi made a choice. She decided to trust Robin this time. At the same time, leaving Suo Luo's boat, Robin also allowed the turtle to throw away the opponent as quickly as possible, and then returned to Alabasta. After Robin couldn't see Suo Luo's boat at all, she reacted violently. A large area of his back is now wet. On his forehead, there are also big beads of sweat. What a terrible man! Robin thought to himself. Obviously he has great strength, but he is wearing a warrant officer level uniform. Pretending to be Smoker. Such a guy, I'm afraid it's not like Crocodile. They all use false identities to hide their own secrets. And Suo Luo's handwriting is even more amazing than Crocodile. He actually broke into Marine directly. For a while, Robin was convinced that such a guy must have lofty ambitions and deliberate conspiracies. Bolu Bolu. Just as Robin was so sure, the phone worm she carried with her suddenly rang. After hesitating for about 3 seconds, Robin answered the call worm. The image of the phone worm has subsequently become very similar to Crocodile. "Mr. Sunday, how are things going?" Crocodile asked directly. "Not good, hands-on, Smoker is now with Princess Vivi." Robin thought for a moment and helped Suo Luo conceal his identity. Of course, Robin doesn't even know who Suo Luo is. She couldn't do it even if she didn't want to hide it. "Cut, Smoker guy, it seems that I really want to have trouble with us this time." Crocodile paused. "Also, let him see the terrible part of our Baroque walker." Chapter 30 arrived in Alabasta. After a period of voyage, Suo Luo and others successfully bypassed Little Garden by relying on the permanent pointer left by Robin. Besides, the reason why the Straw Hat Pirates deterred to the Drum Kingdom in the original work was because of a condition in Nami's body. Now that Nami is not on Suo Luo's boat, they naturally have no reason to go there. So after bypassing the 2 islands in succession, Suo Luo and his team successfully arrived at Alabasta. But what Suo Luo didn't expect was, he thought that when he got here, Princess Vivi would do everything possible to convince himself to go with her to deal with Crocodile. But who knows, at this time Princess Vivi seems to be a different person. She thanked Suo Luo for bringing herself to Alabasta. Then he took Mr. 9 and left Suo Luo with a Karim. Fair enough. Looking at Vivi who left him, Suo Luo breathed a sigh of relief. Without Vivi, I naturally have nothing to do with the Baroque Work Agency. The only fly in the ointment is Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine are a duo, they use very small sailing boats. This kind of ship has the advantage of speed in short-distance routes such as Whiskey Peak. But if it is Marineford as the target, I am afraid that such a ship would not even be able to hold on to the capital of 7 waters. Of course, these remarks were also made by Ikram during the parting. It is a thanks to Suo Luo for saving Princess Vivi. Never mind. Suo Luo looked around, and simply chose a different direction from Vivi's group and moved forward. Anyway, find a tavern first, find out where you can get a boat to go to sea, and then leave here. Suo Luo thought to himself. Although his current strength is enough to swim to Marineford, but it is not necessary. About half an hour away, Suo Luo arrived at a pub that looked pretty good. However, before he could push the door in, a tall man rushed out of it. With Suo Luo's eyes facing each other, he made a face-to-face encounter. Despite some accidents, Suo Luo recognized this guy at a glance. No one else, it was just leaving Logue Town without permission to hunt down the smoker of Straw Hat crew. Behind him, Tashiji, who was at a loss, followed closely. And the confused Marines. Suo Luo? Why are you here? For a while, Smoker also recognized Suo Luo, his eyes widened and he looked very surprised. But now he can't take care of that much. With a vigorous flick of his right hand, it turned into a cloud of smoke on the spot, and he rolled up Suo Luo without even thinking about it. Suo Luo. Now, what is going on? Suo Luo looked stunned, completely unaware of what Smoker was doing. Could it be that he met Straw Hat crew? That's not right. If you run into the Straw Hat Luffy, Smoker should go straight up. Fire Fist Ace? It doesn't seem right. He and Smoker's fruit abilities, no one can do anything about it. Suo Luo couldn't think of a reason at all, so he chose to lie flat and let Smoker run with him all the way. And behind Smoker, followed by countless men, women, and children, holding various weapons in their hands. From long knives and long swords to knives and forks for eating, everything is available. I don't know if Smoker aroused the anger here. After running for nearly 10 minutes, Smoker was able to find an empty dead end and got in instantly. Other Marines followed suit and hid. Smoker breathed a sigh of relief when the guys who were chasing them walked away, put Suo Luo down, and slumped on the ground. What the hell is going on in this kingdom? Smoker breathed, not forgetting to vomit. Mr. Smoker. Suddenly, Tashiji on the side seemed to be frightened, and pointed his finger behind Smoker. Suo Luo next to Smoker also took a look. Next came Smoker himself and the other Marines. I saw. A poster similar to a reward order was printed on the wall. And the man printed in the portrait is not someone else, but Smoker. Moreover, this poster also stated in detail that it was the head of the Baroque Work Agency who paid for Smoker. Anyone who solves Smoker can get a bounty of 30 million berry. The Baroque Work Club. Suo Luo frowned suddenly, fully understanding why so many people were chasing Smoker. It turned out that all of this was caused by the guy Crocodile. As for the reason, it must be because someone angered Crocodile as Smoker. It must be so. Thinking of this, Suo Luo stretched out his hand and patted Smoker's shoulder sympathetically. However, according to Suo Luo's guess, Crocodile shouldn't really want to kill Smoker. In any case, he is Marine, and his rank is not low anymore. Coupled with the identity of Zephyr's disciple, Smoker's connections are actually not bad. What's more, Crocodile knows that Smoker is stronger than Mr. 5. If you really want to kill him, how can you send the weak? With Smoker's strength, it is easy to solve those chasers. It's just that among those who pursued and killed, the number of civilians was not small. That's why Smoker is not easy to shoot. If I'm not mistaken, Crocodile Guy should want to use this method to hold Smoker, so that he will not affect his plan. After some reasoning, Suo Luo guessed at odds and ends. Of course, Suo Luo would not say these things. Mr. Smoker, what have you done? Tashiji couldn't help asking. She really wanted to know why Smoker was offered a reward. How could I know such a thing? Smoker yelled irritably, I can only say that this is a strange country. There will be people who will offer a reward for Marine's head. While talking, Smoker tore off the poster. But by the way, why did you appear here? Smoker looked at his portrait and couldn't think of anything for a while, so he didn't think about it at all. Concerned about Suo Luo's condition. Well, to say that I was planning to go to the headquarters for training, but the ship going to sea was damaged. Thanks to the people of this country, I was able to come here. Suo Luo explained. In fact, he had long thought about what to do if he encountered Smoker here. So I thought about the reason in advance. Then it's not easy for you. But if you need a boat, you can go in this direction. Smoker pointed in a direction. In any case, his route does not include Marine Ford. He just wanted to hunt down Straw Hat Crew. Therefore, I do not plan to use my own boat to send Suo Luo to the headquarters. Really, that's great, Colonel Smoker. Suo Luo answered with a smile. In every sense, it's great. Chapter 31 Go to the Rain, 2 more, ask for a recommendation ticket. After talking to Smoker, Suo Luo planned to say goodbye to him and Tashiji, so as not to be involved in a mess of trouble again. And Suo Luo also confirmed the current timeline from Smoker. Not long after they arrived in Alabasta, they were looking for Straw Hat Crew here. But so far, they have not met each other. Instead, I met Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. The two sides fought in a big fight, but the outcome was undivided. Then, Smoker was recognized by the people here. Suo Luo knew everything about the rest. At the same time, thanks to Smoker, Suo Luo now knows where he can go to find a boat to go to sea. It is the rainy place. It is Alabasta's dream city, the only capital that has not been affected by drought and civil strife. The famous casino rain banquet is here. so there is also the easiest place to find a boat and go out to sea. After Suo Luo wanted to say goodbye to Smoker, he set off toward the rainy place. But today Alabasta is not only plagued by drought and civil strife, but many pirates and bandits often plunder their property here. Also consider that although Suo Luo was promoted to warrant officer by the headquarters, his strength was not as good as Tashiji. Worried about what danger Suo Luo might encounter, Smoker decided to let Tashiji escort Suo Luo to the rainy area. After everything is arranged, come back and arrest Straw Hat Crew with himself. Naturally, Tashiji would not refuse. Then trouble Miss Tashiji. The corner of Suo Luo's mouth raised, and a polite smile appeared. Ah, you're welcome, this is what I should do, but when Mr. Suo Luo returns from the headquarters, he must become stronger. Tashiji parted with Smoker temporarily, and at the same time brought a dozen marine soldiers to the rainy place with Suo Luo. In any case, Crocodile only knew Smoker. So he just asked the billions of elders to find a way to hold Smoker, so as not to affect his plan. As for Tashiji and other marines, Crocodile is naturally unclear. It's a blunder. After all, you are now a warrant officer, Tashiji added. Originally, they both belonged to the same level. It's just that Suo Luo got it through seniority, so invisible, it's not as good as Tashiji. But now accepting the appointment of the headquarters, Suo Luo is one level higher than Tashiji. Said to escort Suo Luo to the rainy place. In fact, Suo Luo has the power to give orders to Tashiji. This is why he did not refuse. In any case, Alabasta's current situation is very delicate. A little carelessness will be involved in the civil war. When the time comes, it will inevitably be shot. Moreover, Suo Luo can't be sure now. Did Straw Hat Crew take the Alabasta route? In case you run into them, it's another trouble. Based on this relationship, it is very important that you can mobilize Tashiji. When necessary, as long as a command, you can let her leave her side. Then, kill all those who see their own strength. Oneself is tantamount to not revealing strength. After some calculations in his heart, Suo Luo went to the rainy place with Tashiji with peace of mind. After you find the ship, leave this place of right and wrong, Suo Luo thought to himself. However, at this moment, a bundle of goods was dumped from the side, and some of the food happened to roll down at the feet of Suo Luo and Tashiji. Interrupted their conversation. Suo Luo looked around and found that it was a mother and daughter who were carrying their luggage to the camel. It was only because the little girl was not strong enough that she overturned things. After seeing Suo Luo, the little girl took 2 steps back subconsciously, hiding behind her mother, as if she had done something wrong. Suo Luo looked up and down the little girl. There are patches on the clothes in several places, and the cheeks are a little bit dirty, and they seem to be 6 or 7 years old. Very cute. And her mother's dressing didn't go well there. And the mother and daughter worked very hard and moved things very hard. There is no man to help. Mostly because of the girl's father, he died of civil strife. Such things are not uncommon in Alabasta. When living in Logue Town, although there were a lot of pirates, Suo Luo rarely saw the scene before him. Suo Luo couldn't help feeling a little moved in his heart for a while. The question Princess Vivi once asked herself on the boat suddenly came to mind. What is Marine's so-called justice? Justice. Suo Luo muttered to himself, and then slowly bent, picked up the potato that had just rolled to his feet, and gently wiped the dust on it. Finally, I walked to the little girl and handed it over. Upon seeing this, Tashiji hurriedly asked for help. Yi, don't be afraid or not afraid. The mother squatted down quickly and began to calm the little girl's emotions. These people are not bad people, they are Marines, they are people who will protect us. Then, the mother responded with apologies and thanks to Suo Luo and others. After some explanation, the little girl carefully took the food from Suo Luo. Then, As if thinking of something suddenly, the little girl quickly took out a small flower made of white paper from her pocket and handed it to Suo Luo. Judging from the newness of the paper, it is not difficult to see that the little girl cherishes this flower made of paper. Thank you, big brother, for always protecting us. However, such a simple sentence from the little girl made Suo Luo's smile froze. He never dreamed that he would be thanked in this way. Before crossing, he had seen news of a child saluting the police uncle. Although his emotions were touched at that time, it was completely different from the senses at this time. Especially, Alabasta is suffering now. An age who should play under the blue sky, but was displaced by the war. For a while, Suo Luo's mind once again came to the scene of Princess Vivi asking questions to herself when she was on the boat. What is Marine's so-called justice? Yet, Suo Luo nodded vigorously, then gently touched the little girl's head. Thank you Yi for the gift. Soon, with the help of the Marines, the luggage of the mother and daughter were all put on the camel. Suo Luo and others also watched the mother and daughter drift away. Mr. Suo Luo. Suddenly, Tashiji spoke slowly, what do you think this country will become? She really wants to stop the disaster that is happening in this country. Once the war starts, not only will countless people die, but countless families will be torn apart. However, with her current strength, she has no idea what she can do for this country. It is also impossible to determine the fate of this country. Chapter 32. Suo Luo didn't answer Tashiji's question. It's not that he didn't know how to respond, he just didn't bother to say it. And even if I said it, Tashiji's character won't be submissive. The next thing is relatively simple. Suo Luo followed Tashiji to the rainy place and found a boat that could go to sea here. But Tashiji suggested that some of the Marines should go to Marineford with Suo Luo. How much can be considered a reference? It doesn't need to be so troublesome. Suo Luo refused without thinking. I don't need any care for me. Once I encounter pirates, I am afraid that I will have to take care of these seamen by myself. Seeing Suo Luo repeatedly insisting that no help is needed, Tashiji had no choice but to give up. In any case, Suo Luo's current military rank is one level higher than Tashiji. But in this way, Suo Luo needs some crew members. Simply leave the matter to the Marines to deal with. Considering that the whole process will take some time to process, Suo Luo simply went to the casino with the largest rain area. Yuan. Anyway, waiting is also waiting, it is better to relax. Within the yuan, Suo Luo replaced all the money he had with him as a bargaining chip, and then randomly found a place to sit down. Mr. Suo Luo, is it not so good for us now? Upon seeing this, Tashiji couldn't help but complain about Suo Luo's behavior. In any case, they came to Alabasta to capture Straw Hat Crew. Then do you know the whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew? Suo Luo glanced at it and pressed down all the chips in his hand. This. I don't know. Tashiji couldn't help shaking his head. If they knew the whereabouts of Straw Hat Crew, they wouldn't be spinning around here like headless flies. That's it. Suo Luo reassures Tashiji. It's all here, why don't you have a good entertainment? Open, big. The staff opened the dice cup and shouted loudly. Ah, I'm hit. Tashiji's eyes widened suddenly, and Suo Luo won it. On the contrary, Suo Luo was not surprised by the scene before him. It's not that he did anything. But, in addition to Conqueror's Haki, he now also masters Observation Haki. Although there are not many grandmasters, it is easy to listen to the size of the dice. It's natural to gamble. Of course, Suo Luo is not a gambler. It's just that this rain banquet will not be long before Crocodile hides in the fire. Instead of ruining the money here, it would be better to count as much as you can take in a limited time. So Suo Luo chose stud without any evasiveness in every game. Every time it's a big fight. Suddenly, more and more people gathered behind him. Mr. Suo Luo, is that enough? Tashiji was stunned. She never dreamed that Suoluo's luck would be so good. In less than half an hour, he won almost 30 million berry. You know, Luffy's bounty is only this amount. It is equivalent to winning a Luffy. It looks like Goddess of Luck is smiling. Suoluo smiled and said, simply squeezing all the chips down again. If you win again this time, you will almost get hundreds of millions of berry. Not only that, the passengers standing behind Suoluo followed Suoluo's betting. Just let the staff here feel ashamed. However, at this moment, a man in a coat slowly walked down from the second floor. His face is not pretty. But soon he noticed the situation on Suoluo's side. The most unbelievable thing is that when this man appeared, the eyes of everyone present all turned away. It seems that Suoluo's winning streak is nothing remarkable. Crocodile. Soon, Tashiji noticed the visitor, and she pushed her glasses. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. A staff member hurriedly hurried to Crocodile's side and recounted the current situation in the most concise sentences. However, Crocodile is not thinking about gambling matters. For him, his dream plan is about to come true. What's the use of money? It's okay, if he wants to win, just let him win. Crocodile said without thinking, but suddenly noticed Suoluo who was at the gaming table. Marine. Crocodile couldn't help but frowned. He didn't expect Marine to go to his casino to gamble. But I thought that my plan had already begun. Crocodile didn't stay here much. After explaining a few words to the staff, he hurriedly left here. And the staff member has no other way. Had to continue gambling. As you can imagine, Suoluo, who owns Observation Haki, will naturally not lose. Boom. However, when Suoluo succeeded in beating 1 billion Baileys, there was a loud noise. The hall began to vibrate. The mountains shook like the ground. Earth, there is an earthquake. I don't know who among the crowd yelled such a sentence first, and the guests fled out in a panic, not even paying attention to the chips. The whole hall suddenly turned into a pot of porridge. Even the staff wanted to run. In the end, Suoluo stopped him. Before running, please exchange your chips for me. However, the staff member ignored him and walked around him directly. Forget it, let's do it ourselves. Suoluo saw this and had to instruct the marines around him to take as much cash as possible here, take all of it, and then leave the chips behind. Instead, Tashiji looked confused. Now the entire casino city is shaking violently. Suoluo still wants to do this? The more this time, the more you have to be calm. Suoluo said without thinking that after he and the marines found hundreds of millions of Baileys here, there would be no more people left in the entire banquet. And Suoluo knew very well what was going on with the shaking just now. It was not an earthquake at all. But cannons. The war in the rain began. It's time to leave. Suoluo took a deep breath and left Yuan. According to his inference, the ship is almost ready to go to sea now. But when he walked out of the rain banquet, the messy sight on the street made him frown. Although he had been prepared for a long time, the scene before him was more tragic than he had imagined. Tashiji, who followed Suoluo out of the rain banquet, was shocked by the scene in front of him and couldn't make a sound. Her eyes were round, her mouth seemed to fit a fist. There were wounded and dead bodies everywhere. The screams were endless. At a glance, there is no end in sight. It's war. Erupted. Chapter 33. I want to go, but I also have my own bottom line. 2 more. Looking at the scene in front of her, Tashiji and the marines behind her stood blankly on the spot. Just an hour ago, it was a lively market, full of laughter. In a blink of an eye, blood in the stool flowed into a river, and the corpses were everywhere. A pungent smell of blood rushed over his face. The civil war in Alabasta has broken out. Mr. Suoluo, what should we do? For a while, Tashiji felt very uncomfortable. Before seeing this scene, she had asked Smoker, "Will Marine stop Alabasta's civil war?" However, Smoker said that even if the war eventually broke out, it would be Alabasta's internal affairs. It is an era, a country, and the destiny that will inevitably usher in a certain period of development. Them can't stop it. In fact, Tashigi knew very well in his heart. Not to mention stopping a country's civil war, it is Straw Hat Crew, she has not caught it. What are you using to stop all this? Her power is too small after all. Anyway. Suo Luo looked around. He planned to stay out of Alabasta and not participate in these things. But in the picture in front of him, even he could hardly remain indifferent. Especially those who are seriously injured, want to live, and cry loudly, praying for the voice of who can save themselves. Try to treat the wounded as much as possible first. Even if there is no force to stop the war, we must save as many people as possible. Suo Luo took a deep breath and gave orders to the men behind him. For various reasons, the scenes in One Piece naturally avoided some details of the war. When all this has become a real event, the visual impact caused is undoubtedly huge. However, just when Suo Luo couldn't help but hesitate to leave Alabasta according to the original plan, a voice that made him somewhat familiar came from the side. Then, he looked subconsciously. I suddenly saw a little girl wearing a tattered patch, lying on a woman lying in a pool of blood. At a glance, Suo Luo recognized the girl's identity. Yi. Suo Luo couldn't help but froze, he even blinked vigorously, wondering if he had seen something wrong. Result. Confirmed again and found that the little girl was indeed Yi. Their family chose to go to Yudi, the city of dreams, just to avoid the gunfire of the civil war. Because they firmly believe that even the war will not spread to this city. Because Crocodile is the patron saint here. All the pirates who make trouble here will be executed by him in public. As everyone knows, the man behind this war is actually the guy Crocodile. This scene caused a tremendous impact on Suo Luo. If he could tell the mother and daughter in advance to keep them away from the rain, perhaps this disaster would not happen to them. Suo, Mr. Suo Luo. Are you okay? Tashigi quickly noticed the change in Suo Luo's expression and looked in the direction of his line of sight. At one glance, Tashigi was completely dumbfounded. Because she also recognized Yi. That they promised to protect their girls. Her mother died in this gunfire. For a while, Tashigi's heart became uncomfortable. She can't help but hate her own weakness. However, Suo Luo quickly recovered his calmness. He slowly stretched his hand into his pocket and took out the origami flower that the little girl gave him. I traveled into the world of One Piece and rarely made any promises to others. Crocodile wants to get Pluton and rule the world. That's naval headquarters. Crocodile wants to steal the country and take Alabasta. That is a problem that the world government should deal with. Even the one who should defeat Crocodile is also Straw Hat Crew. He just wanted to live a stable life and not cause those troubles. In other words, Suo Luo. Want to go? Think of salted fish. I want to be an ordinary person. Crocodile. Suo Luo's tone was very cold. Even a salted fish like him has principles and bottom lines in his heart. There are countless civilians here, dying of crocodile. And he is a marine. The nature has completely changed. Sure enough, I thought things were too simple. Mr. Suo Luo. Seeing Suo Luo standing there, there was no response for a long time, so Tashigi had to raise the volume of his voice. It was the first time she saw Suo Luo like this. Tashigi, I leave this to you for the time being, and then contact Colonel Smoker to get him to the rain as soon as possible. Even if we can't stop the war, we must at least save the wounded. While talking, Suo Luo collected the origami flower in his hand and strode forward with the meteor. This sudden scene made Tashigi unexpected. She stepped forward and quickly asked Suo Luo what she was going to do, and therefore feel confused. But this time, Suo Luo did not answer Tashiji directly. "On. What are you going to do?" "Of course. Going to FK that guy crocodile." In fact, Suo Luo is not a complete believer in Taoism. His mentality is more like an ordinary person. He doesn't say any bloody big words. There are no lofty goals and ideals. He just wants salted fish. But seeing someone falling down on the street, he will go up and help. When encountering a thief, he will kindly remind the stolen. Under the premise of his ability, he will not be indifferent. And Tashiji watched Suo Luo's distant figure, and finally gritted his teeth, turned around and started to command everyone to rescue the wounded, and contacted Smoker with a phone worm to report the situation on the rainy ground. But just when Suo Luo left Tashiji and others far behind, a seriously injured man suddenly appeared in front of him. The eyes of both sides met, and the man's eyes were full of surprise. "Sir, Mr. Smoker." And Suo Luo quickly recognized this person's identity. It was Princess Vivi's guard. "A Kalem. Please, Mr. Smoker." With a plop, Ikram knelt on the ground and quickly said the current situation, that guy crocodile, is the man behind this war. He took Princess Vivi. In fact, Ikaram's injuries were caused to protect Vivi. If it hadn't been for the strong willpower to support his body, he might have passed out a long time ago. Although he knew in his heart, Suo Luo didn't want to participate in Alabastus affairs. But at the moment, he doesn't have the ability to pursue Crocodile at all. Moreover, even if he catches up by luck, he can't save Princess Vivi now. Now he can only pin all his hopes on Suo Luo. "Mr. Smoker, please, save the princess." Chapter 34. Let me tell you what justice is. When Ikaram uttered his request to Suo Luo, his willpower reached the limit of his body. His eyesight suddenly turned black, and he leaned forward straight in front of Suo Luo. Thump! Various wailings and voices for help came from all directions. You don't even need observation haki to hear clearly. After a pause of 2 breaths, Suo Luo called a seaman to take care of Ikaram who had passed out. Then, leaving the rainy ground without looking back. According to the last information given by Ikalam, Crocodile is taking Vivi to the capital of Alabasta, Albina. At the same time, to get there from the rain, you need to cross a large desert. There is not only a vast area, but also sparsely populated. In other words, even if you solve Crocodile there, no one will know. After thinking about it, Suo Luo quickly confirmed the route. After he completely left the city of Yudi, he even increased his speed several times. Crocodile. Suo Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and to make sure he would not pass by Crocodile, he even released observation haki. Expand the search range to several kilometers. Found it. Soon, Suo Luo confirmed the location of Crocodile. He pushed hard with one foot, and the sand under his feet instantly sank, forming a huge deep pit. The diameter spread for nearly 100 meters before stopping. Boom! With a muffled noise, Suo Luo descended from the sky and stood firm to block Crocodile's path. And Suo Luo also deliberately used observation haki to confirm. Within a 5-kilometer radius, there was neither a rebel army led by Koza nor a marine nor a king's army. Here is a good place to kill. Marine. In the face of Marine who appeared in this way, Crocodile could not remain indifferent. He stopped subconsciously and looked Suo Luo up and down. You are the one who gambled at Yuan before. Although Crocodile and Suo Luo had only one side bond, they still remembered him at a glance. And Vivi, who was grasped by Crocodile, slowly opened his eyes at this time and noticed Suo Luo. In fact, Crocodile has countless opportunities to kill Vivi. The reason why she is still alive now is only because she still has some useful value. What Crocodile really needs is not to control Alabasta. It's the ancient weapon Pluton. At the same time, the king of Alabasta is the only one who knows the clues of Pluton. In other words, as long as he has enough chips in his hand, Crocodile doesn't worry about the old guy saying nothing. Mr. Smoker. Vivi blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had hallucinations. In her cognition, Suo Luo would never come here to save herself. After all, from the very beginning, he had a high-hanging attitude that had nothing to do with him. Why are you here? Vivi couldn't help asking. Instead, it was Crocodile, who was startled when he heard the name Smoker. Why? Vivi would call this guy Smoker? You said this guy is a white hunter, Smoker. Hearing this, Crocodile's mouth gradually rose, and he couldn't help but chuckle. Although he doesn't know who Suo Luo is, he is definitely not Smoker. And this sudden scene also made Vivi dumbfounded on the spot. Isn't this guy, Smoker? Who is he then? For a moment, Vivi couldn't help looking at Suo Luo with doubts. However, Suo Luo didn't say much about who he was, and he didn't even care about Crocodile's reaction. He just fixed his gaze slightly, looking at Vivi, who was sorely disgraced. After seeing Alabasta's tragedy, Suo Luo's mind will often see Vivi questioning himself what justice is. Vivi, when you were on the boat, you asked me what the hell is justice, right? Suo Luo spoke calmly and said slowly. At the same time, his right hand stretched out 5 fingers and grabbed Zanpakut on his waist. Hearing this, Vivi responded very quietly, tapping his forehead lightly. I don't know if it was her own illusion. She suddenly felt that Suo Luo was totally different from that time. I will answer you now. As Suo Luo spoke, he took a step forward and his 5 fingers clenched the handle of the knife. An extremely serious aura burst from him, and then swept in all directions. It seems to be floating in a breeze. Upon seeing this, Vivi even held his breath at this moment. It is worth mentioning that Suo Luo's appearance is itself a star with sword eyebrows, fresh and handsome, with a slender and tall figure. If you travel to the real world, just this appearance is enough to become a top star. In addition, he is very serious now. It also had a strong impact on Vivi's heart. The so-called justice. It is to ensure the people's lives and health are guaranteed. Let the people live and work in peace and contentment. Let the people be old-fashioned. Let the people live with dignity. Suo Luo's voice is not loud, but it is loud and powerful. And what Crocodile did should completely touch his bottom line. Seeing Suo Luo approaching Crocodile step by step, Vivi froze for a while. Suo Luo's words and sentences kept repeating in my mind. The justice of the people. It is Suo Luo's justice. He didn't confront Crocodile for himself or this country, but for the people here. Is this the reason Suo Luo broke up with himself before? From the standpoint of the princess in the country, I ask Suo Luo for help. However, Suo Luo's words caused Crocodile to laugh. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Even Crocodile couldn't help but hide his face, tears of laughter pouring out from the corner of his eyes. Although he doesn't know who Suo Luo is, but this joke is definitely the funniest one I have ever heard. The guy in front of him actually said that he wanted to do it for the week. Make yourself an enemy. Does he know who he is? I am the 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government. And this title is related to Marine 3 Admiral, New World 4 Emperors. Also known as the 3 major forces on the Grand Line. In other words, the reason why I can become Shishibukai is precisely because powerful. The guy who solved Mr. 5 and Mr. Valentine at Whiskey Peak, is that you? A person who didn't even dare to use his real name, even said something of justice without embarrassment. It's really funny enough, Marine. Chapter 35 Sand Crocodile, Today You Must Die, 2 more. Haha. Seeing Crocodile couldn't help laughing, Suo Luo also let out a hearty laugh, is what I said so funny? But the next moment, Suo Luo's laughter stopped abruptly, and Zanpakut was pulled out cleanly with his right hand. Stroke. The invisible sword slashed forward and horizontally, splitting the sand between Suo Luo and Crocodile in two. Create bottomless gullies. Not only that, but this sword cut went straight through Crocodile's arm. Crocodile's face suddenly changed, and the corner of his eyes glanced at his arm subconsciously. I saw that the arm holding Vivi was cut off intact, and the surface was as smooth as craftsmanship. Thump! Vivi fell to the sand and rolled to the side to prevent the flowing sand from pushing himself into the abyss. It wasn't until the moment he got rid of the danger that Vivi breathed a sigh of relief, but then his face became extremely pale. Just now Suo Luo cut off Crocodile's arm in just one move? Is his swordsmanship so terrifying? Although Vivi has witnessed Suo Luo beheading Mr. 5. But Mr. 5 is obviously not a hierarchical figure with Crocodile. For a while, Vivi's heart was also extremely shocked. But she couldn't figure out why someone like Suo Luo should pretend to be smoker. Just now, what happened? And Crocodile, who was standing on the other side of the gully, couldn't help showing a surprised expression. The speed of the slash just now was faster than his reaction nerves. He didn't react until the arm was chopped off. This guy. Was it so strong? Of course, although Suo Luo's slash was swift, but for Crocodile who ate Logia devil fruit, the blow did not cause any substantial damage. I saw that half of Vivi's arm quickly turned into yellow sand and flew towards Crocodile's wound. In the blink of an eye, the cut was reconnected. This is also difficult for Logia-capable people. Any part of their body can be elementalized, thus immune to all physical attacks. In other words, no matter how powerful swordsmanship is, he can't injure himself severely. Do you want to join forces with me? Crocodile moved his arm a little, and threw an olive branch to Suo Luo on the spot. The slash just now made him understand. Suo Luo, this guy is definitely of the same kind as himself. He joined Marine only to hide himself, as if he had created a Baroque workplace and became Shishibukai. Otherwise, how could someone as strong as him remain unknown? And his uniform? It's just the rank of warrant officer. Swordsmanship of the kind just now. Do not. Crocodile shook his head. That level of swordsmanship was much better than those stupid colonels at naval headquarters. However, with such a person, he is willing to be a warrant officer. He is not hiding himself, what is it? And this method of hiding oneself can never be for fun, or the so-called welfare in the marine system. This guy must be because of some ulterior conspiracy and ambition. Just did this? Yes. Crocodile's brain moved fast for a while, and the brain made up a lot of evil plans. Let me join forces with people like you, and you think it out, Crocodile. Suo Luo shook his head helplessly, the corners of his mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. His attitude is very obvious and determined. I will never join hands with rubbish like you. Immediately afterwards, Suo Luo's body exudes a strong murderous intent, which is close to Crocodile. Even because of this aura is so fierce that Vivi on the side can't even bear the aftermath. She only felt the buzzing of her brain, as if hitting something heavy, and her vision suddenly became pitch black. The consciousness became more and more blurred until it disappeared completely. Boom! Vivi slammed his head on the sand and passed out into a coma. Did you dizzy? Suo Luo quickly noticed Vivi's condition. It's not that he did it deliberately, but he didn't expect Vivi to be so weak. He couldn't even bear his own breath. Never mind. Fair enough. Without Vivi as an eyewitness, I can unleash my strength further. Suo Luo thought to himself. Although his hidden system requires that his true strength cannot be exposed, it is not impossible to use any strength. Secondly, just kill the people who have seen their true strength. It's not exposed. For example, before Suo Luo crossed, he played a game called Assassin's Creed. There are 2 ways to complete most of the assassination missions. The first one is clean and tidy. Under the premise of not being discovered by others, solve the goal and then escape without knowing it. And the second. As long as I kill all the people present, no one will know that I assassinated it. Thinking of this, Suo Luo took a step forward. But no matter what, Crocodile will not be afraid of Suo Luo's murderous aura. In fact, Crocodile's strength is not the top powerhouse in One Piece. But his temper and character are quite hot. At the top of the war, he shot against Whitebeard, Doflamingo, and Akainu one after another. 4 emperors, Shishibukai, Marine Admiral. None of them are in sight. How could you be afraid of the swordsmanship shown by Suo Luo? The reason why he invited Suo Luo was just because of his strength. If you can join the Baroque Job Club, you will definitely become your own right-hand man. But since it refuses, then forget it. Kill him here, then go find Pluton. Tell you one thing, Marine. Crocodile took a deep sip of cigar and returned to his casual expression again. I am a capable person who has eaten logia, sand fruit. Not only can I turn my body elements into sand, but I can also turn everything here into my weapon. Crocodile opened his arms, as if to emphasize to Suo Luo. He, Marine, is now standing in his arsenal. Crocodile stared at Suo Luo's expression. Yes, in the desert, I am an invincible existence. Soon. Crocodile even took out an hourglass directly from his arms, and threw it at Suo Luo's feet without thinking about it. The sand in the hourglass passed down. Started the timing. At most 3 minutes, I can solve you here, Marine. Crocodile said in a low voice, confidently. However, these words made Suo Luo chuckle. Then you will be disappointed, Crocodile. I didn't intend to let you live that long. Chapter 36 Your whole cards disappointed me. Crocodile's face was completely gloomy. After killing him, he never thought that Suo Luo, Marine, would be so arrogant. He even claimed that it doesn't take that long to solve himself. It looks like you haven't understood the current situation, Marine. I am Shishibukai recognized by the world government, which means that even the world government does not want to be an enemy of me. Why do you think this is? Well, it's an honor for you to die in my hands. Crocodile said quietly with his cigar in his mouth. And when his voice fell, the entire right arm suddenly turned into yellow sand, and then swept out forcefully. Arc Moon Sand Dunes. Just like the name, this move is like a round of crescent moon, with a very wide range of attack, and went straight to Suo Luo. Moreover, this move does not cause any slashing damage to Suo Luo, but absorbs the water in his body as soon as it touches his body. Turn it into a dry mummy. It is quite a terrifying way to die. The power is even more frightening. However, just when Crocodile's sand was about to attack Suo Luo. Call out! Suo Luo's body suddenly turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot, avoiding Crocodile's attack range. Shave! When Crocodile saw Suo Luo, he jumped into the distance and suddenly thought of 6 poses in his mind. This is an advanced physical technique. Sure enough, it's not that simple to think of solving you. So. Crocodile's gaze narrowed slightly, and he simply used a larger attack range. In this way, even if it is shaved, he cannot escape his own attack. Desert Sunflower. I saw Crocodile holding his breath, deepening his power into the sand and manipulating the invisible water flow below, thus turning the area under Suo Luo's feet into a quicksand zone. Not only that. In order to be able to kill with one blow, Crocodile expanded the diameter of this quicksand to hundreds of meters. Exaggerated dozens of times than when fighting against Luffy. You should understand now. The reason why I am called the King of the Desert. Crocodile raised his arms like a winner. In his opinion, even the 6 styles shaved, it is impossible to escape from the sunflower. The battle is over. Suo Luo glanced at his feet after hearing the words. Countless sand was slowly sliding down, trying to swallow himself. But he didn't have the slightest panic or fear. On the contrary, Suo Luo just looks indifferent. Lifting his right foot slightly, he took a step forward. With only this step, Suo Luo walked out of the desert sunflower. From Crocodile's perspective, Suo Luo's actions are almost like an instant movement. This is definitely not what the 6 shaves can do. You know, the principle of shaving is to use the explosive force generated by continuous pedaling in place to move quickly. In the quicksand, let alone the force of trampling, it is impossible to do it even if it is trampling. Now, what's going on? How did Suo Luo get rid of his own attack? Is it some kind of fruit ability? Wrong. Crocodile quickly shook his head in denial. Although I don't know how Suo Luo did it, it is by no means fruitful ability. Haha. However, at this moment, Suo Luo raised his head and looked at Crocodile in front of him. He couldn't help but chuckle. This move was caught by Crocodile. What are you laughing at? I don't know why, but now I have an ominous premonition. However, Crocodile continued, yes, you guy can only laugh now. Because I have already decided, a quick decision. At the end of the sentence, Crocodile directly raised his right hand, and in the next second, the breeze and yellow sand gathered in his palm from all directions. At a speed visible to the naked eye, a sandstorm formed in his hand. Heavy Sharon. Crocodile has a low voice, which is almost the strongest blow he can make right now. Although this sandstorm looks very delicate in Crocodile's hands, as long as the storm progresses, it will continue to grow stronger until it becomes uncontrollable. Whether it is a hard rock or a solid building, can't bear this violent power. And this world, naturally, there will be no more suitable place for Shalan to grow up than this desert. Because of this, he would be called the king of the desert. Will be invincible. Tell you, Marine, with this power, you can easily destroy a city. With your strength, you can't bear it at all. And, Marine, do you know where is behind you? Crocodile suddenly became extremely excited. Behind Suo Luo, there is no other place, just the capital of Alabasta. In other words, if Suo Luo chooses to escape, then, the sandstorm that you set off will sweep the capital of Alabasta and kill the people there without leaving. Since you believe in the justice of the people, then, take this trick for the poor people. Actually, Crocodile does not intend to use this trick to destroy the capital of Alabasta. The reason why he is doing this is just to let Suo Luo take his attack. Moreover, he firmly believes in his heart that his moves are enough to kill Suo Luo in seconds. Everything. It's all over. Who made you, Marine, who is overweight, oppose me? Die. Crocodile roared loudly, and shook his right hand forcefully, throwing out the sand and dust in his palm. Next second, the dust storm touches the sand, collides frantically, absorbs countless sands, and strengthens itself. Suo Luo's eyes were suddenly seen by a giant tornado connecting heaven and earth. And go straight to him. Rumble. As the wind became stronger and stronger, the thunder clouds in the sky were also absorbed, flashing and thundering. Deafening. Crocodile let out a hearty laugh. It is the first time since he established the Baroque Work Agency that he has unreservedly released his power. Don't talk about a capital in a mere guts. Even a country, in this desert zone, Crocodile can be completely destroyed. Everything is over. It should be like this. However, facing Crocodile's full fight, Suo Luo shook his head helplessly. It actually caused a sandstorm directly. The power is indeed good, but it's a pity. Whether it's power or speed, it's a bit short. If this move is your ultimate trump card, then I am disappointed. The corners of Suo Luo's mouth raised, and a wry smile appeared. He didn't even understand, he gave Crocodile a minute of acting time. In the end, what are you looking forward to? Chapter 37, End the battle instantly, kill Crocodile in seconds. 2 more. Disappointment. Too disappointed. At the moment Crocodile shot, Suo Luo was more or less expecting his performance. In any case, he is 7 warlords of the sea. And on the occasion of the top war, one after another hardened Whitebeard, Doflamingo, and Admiral Akainu. It can be said that Haki. And the most important point is, when Crocodile played, the worldview of One Piece was not perfect. Judging from the later plot, Luffy's defeat of Crocodile is simply unrealistic. Based on this and other relationship, Suo Luo is actually very sure in his heart. Crocodile's strength is definitely stronger than when he played against Luffy. Result. This is the trump card that Crocodile took out? What am I expecting? Suo Luo couldn't help but complain about himself. Then he was expressionless and decided to end the farce. This time, he not only squeezed Zanpakuto on his waist, but also whispered the name of the weapon. In fact, all Zanpakuto are in a sealed state at ordinary times. Faced with the eyes of the world in the form of a sealed state. Only by saying the real name can Zanpakuto's true posture be shown. Suo Luo slowly pulled Zanpakuto out of the scabbard. He chose to end up Crocodile in the desert instead of in the capital of Alabasta. Apart from not wanting to expose himself, there is another very important reason. That is, the power of this weapon is too powerful. If you are not careful, the entire Albina may be turned into ashes by yourself. Because this Shikai language of Zanpakuto is surroundings, everything is ashes. Region Jaka. With Suo Luo's loud shout, the Zanpakuto in his hand suddenly changed. A group of hot flames burst out from the handle, and instantly covered the entire blade. At first glance, it looked like a fire knife. So far, Suo Luo has never used this knife's true posture to kill an enemy. Crocodile is the first. The air is distorted. Immediately, Crocodile's eyes widened, as if he would jump out of his eye sockets at any time, and his mouth gradually opened to form an O shape. The calmness that has always been, has completely disappeared. The heat from that samurai sword can even twist the air. Not only that, but a heat wave is hitting here. The temperature of the entire surface began to rise at an exaggerated rate. It makes Crocodile feel extremely hot. On his forehead and behind, there were all beads of sweat, which kept pouring out. He didn't want to believe that a marine, even a master with such a powerful force. The scariest thing is, his uniform is just a warrant officer. What kind of ambition does this guy have? That's how to hide your strength. It is no exaggeration to say that in Crocodile's cognition, Suo Luo's momentum alone is enough to act as the vice admiral of the headquarters. It's hot. Soon, the temperature on the surface reached a very exaggerated point, and Crocodile's shoes were melted away forcibly. Then, it was the golden hook on his left hand that melted into liquid at a speed visible to the naked eye. To know. The melting point of gold is as high as thousands of degrees Celsius. Is it possible that the temperature released by that samurai sword can be compared with the sun? At this moment, Crocodile's cognition inevitably collapsed. You know, he is a pirate who has been to the Grand Line. What kind of winds and waves have not been seen? But a guy like Suo Luo, he has never seen him before. Call out. Suo Luo lifted Region Jaka slowly and waved at the sandstorm in front of him. A ball of flame was released from the tip of the knife, swept through the sandstorm created by Crocodile, and instantly merged into one. The fire spread rapidly until it covered the entire sandstorm. Then, forcibly burned this sandstorm, swallowed it completely, nothing left. Crocodile was even more dumbfounded on the spot. My strongest hole card, unexpectedly. It was cracked easily. Who is this guy? Incredible. Incredible. Could it be that his power has been infinitely close to Marine Admiral? What do I do? For a moment, Crocodile froze directly. The situation in front of him, directly transcending the outline, has become a blind spot for his knowledge. Yes. With Crocodile's knowledge, he didn't know how to deal with it. Even his ambition, reason, and conceit were all replaced by an emotion. That is the first emotion that mankind has had since its birth. Something inscribed in the bone. Fear. Wait a minute. Seeing Suo Luo raising Regenjaka again, Crocodile couldn't help rolling his throat and swallowing nervously. He raised his right hand and wanted to surrender in fear. Suo Luo can give him whatever he wants, as long as he can let go of himself. However, Suo Luo did not give Crocodile any chance at all. After realizing that his strength was so weak, Suo Luo lost all interest. As soon as his arm fell, the bright light of the knife suddenly shone. The fiercest fire swept out towards Crocodile. Boom! Accompanied by a loud noise, the sword energy and the sea of fire merge into one, passing through at such speed that it is so fast that the line of sight is hard to catch. In an instant, the air seemed to be cut by Suo Luo. I saw Crocodile elementalize his whole body under fear, wanting to be immune to Suo Luo's slash. However, although Suo Luo's knife was just an ordinary attack, the flame it released was sufficiently close to the temperature of the sun's surface. Even a grain of sand can easily melt. Crocodile, there is no way to escape. Even his thoughts about asking for mercy were suddenly interrupted. In the end, what happened? What's the matter with Suo Luo's knife, and what's the slash? Can't see clearly. There is also the terrifying speed and destructive power, which is simply incomprehensible. Why? Would someone with such terrifying power be a Marine warrant officer? Why? Why? Crocodile was completely dumbfounded. He wanted to complain, but in the end, he still didn't say anything. Only the scalp-pitting cry echoed in this desert, and the scorching heat melted Crocodile cleanly. Whether it is a grain of sand or a cell, do not stay. In the true sense, the world has evaporated. Even after devouring Crocodile, this hot sword aura did not stop. Instead, it continued to fly forward until it fell into the desert. Rumble. There were loud noises like thunder, and the endless desert could not cushion this slash. The entire ground is directly divided into two, the cracks are not bottomless, like an abyss. Standing still, Suo Luo couldn't help blinking his eyes vigorously. At this moment, the atmosphere became deadly silent. Am I overdoing it? Chapter 38 Hawkeye's Ecstasy. It's him, it's him, it's him. Looking at the picture in front of him, Suo Luo instantly released observation haki. After confirming that there was no crocodile aura, he sealed his Zanpakut Regenjaka again. Restored to sealed state. Suo Luo then glanced at Princess Vivi, then took off his uniform jacket and put it on her. Make sure that several points are covered up later. Suo Luo only woke up Princess Vivi. As Suo Luo expected, as soon as Vivi woke up and noticed his condition, there was a scream. Soon, Vivi began to look around and saw the scene when Suo Luo and Crocodile were fighting. At a glance, she stood there blankly. If it hadn't been before he passed out, there would be nothing here. She might really think whether there was a natural disaster here. What about Crocodile? However, compared to the picture before him, Vivi is more concerned about the guy Crocodile at this time. Let him go. Suo Luo thought for a moment, then replied. Anyway, Vivi didn't witness Crocodile being killed by himself. Naturally, there is no need to tell her the truth. Coupled with the death of Crocodile, there will be no more crisis in Alabasta. This matter is the end. Gone. Vivi blinked, in disbelief. But she reacted quickly. Crocodile may not have left as Suo Luo said, but escaped. And if Crocodile can escape, there is only one possibility. That is, Suo Luo's strength is stronger. Let crocodile have fear, even fear. Otherwise, with crocodile's methods and ambitions, how could they be here and let them go? But isn't crocodile 7 warlords of the sea? The super pirate recognized by the world government. Grunt. Vivi looked at Suoluo again, feeling puzzled. Why does this marine, who has the power not inferior to Shishibukai, pretends to be smoker? Can I ask you a question? The intense curiosity made Vivi couldn't help asking. Yes. Suoluo nodded. Who are you? I won't tell you. Vivi. You can ask, but I didn't say I will answer. Okay. Vivi had to wrap his body in his clothes, and then stood up from the desert. Although Crocodile is no longer there, Alabastus crisis has not been completely resolved. According to information from Vivi Master, Crocodile used his subordinates' abilities to completely arouse the contradiction between the rebel army and the king. Now, the rebel army led by Koza is marching towards the capital at full speed. If it is not stopped as soon as possible, this country will be completely destroyed. Thinking of this, Vivi took a deep breath and told Suoluo the truth. And hope he can help. Suoluo nodded. Just send you to Alba, right? In Suoluo's impression, if it weren't for Crocodile's order, with Vivi's courage at the time, the war could be prevented. After all, she is not a princess in a vase. Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded vigorously, and then followed Suoluo to the capital. At this time, the other end of the desert, Hawkeye my hawk hit it off with Buggy the clown and embarked on a journey to chase Suoluo. How far do we have to go? Buggy, lying on the camel, couldn't help but complain. In order for Hawkeye to bring himself, he had to lie that he knew Suoluo's clues. But in fact, he didn't even know what Suoluo was called. Can only choose a random route, walked with Hawkeye for several days. And following Eagle Eye, not only was the pressure great, Alabastus' environment was even worse than he thought. For a while, Buggy felt that his capacity was reaching its limit. He weakly complained to Hawkeye, maybe the Marine has already returned to the headquarters by this time. Or just give up. A strong swordsman like you can't be guilty of working so hard for a Marine. However, Hawkeye seemed to have missed Buggy's complaint. He still sat on the camel, and walked forward slowly, without arrogance or rashness. But for Buggy, he didn't think so. Since he was on the throne of the world's largest swordsman, there have only been many people who want to challenge themselves. But until now, among these challengers, there is no man who makes his heart beat. Maybe Zoro will become his rival one day. But now he is undoubtedly missing the most important things. Strength. But that Marine is different. He only made one shot, which made himself question his own strength. If you can fight him, maybe you can make your swordsmanship stronger. Yes. Such a man, myself. However, just when Hawkeye thought of this, a heat wave suddenly hit his face. What happened? Buggy on the side couldn't help but exclaim again and again. This heat wave is even more terrifying than the noon sun. Ah, so hot, so hot. For a while, Buggy quickly split his body apart and hid in the shadow of the camel. At the same time, he and Hawkeye also saw the picture ahead. A huge slash is coming towards them. And this slash was burning with raging flames, nearly 100 meters high, dividing the desert here in two. Such a terrifying scene immediately caused Buggy to shrink behind Hawkeye. It's him. On the contrary, it was Hawkeye. Seeing this unknown attack hit him, Suoluo suddenly appeared in his mind. And I was sure in my heart that this slash was probably released by Suoluo. Hurry up, if you get hit by that thing, you will definitely die. Buggy yelled. Hide. Hawkeye's gaze narrowed, staring directly at the slash. If I avoid here, it means I can't compare to Suoluo. Snapped. I saw Hawkeye stomping hard on one foot, and jumped up from the camel, holding the strongest black knife firmly in both hands. Night. Soon. Hawkeye took a deep breath, his nerves tense, an armament haki burst out. Calculating the distance between the slash and himself. Drink. In an instant, the eagle eye screamed, swiping the sword with both hands, sweeping and releasing a green sword aura, facing the attacking flames. Rumble. The two slashes collided strongly, stirring up the surrounding air, forming a terrifying air current, sweeping in all directions. Two camels were lifted off on the spot. The sand was all over the sky and was rolled into a sandstorm. Buggy even hugged his head with his hands, completely frightened by the scene in front of him. This is... what kind of power is it? Chapter 39 A Big Misunderstanding, Smoker is shocked. Rumble. The two slashes collided together, rubbing a loud noise. Hawkeye my hawk even held his breath, staring at the scene in front of him intensively. There is a strong hunch in his heart. This menacing slash is definitely from Suo Luo's handwriting. I found us, so did you deliberately use this method to say hello? Hawkeye thought to himself, but soon denied the idea. Although he didn't have much contact with Suo Luo, he could feel that the guy's mentality was somewhat lazy. Just when Hawkeye thought of this, the two slashes merged into one place, compressed crazily, and formed a huge ball. The moment it was compressed to its limit, the majestic energy burst out instantly and swept in all directions. Set off a second impact. And the area at the slashing junction was bombarded out of a huge pit because it could not withstand this force. It's like an abyss, unfathomable. It took a full minute or so for the desert to return to calm. The clown Buggy's body pressed against the ground, rolling his throat, and swallowing nervously. What happened just now? That level of confrontation is almost like when Uncle Rayleigh and Bullet were confronted. And the Rayleigh in his mouth, Bullet, is undoubtedly one of the most terrifying powerhouses in this sea. For a while, Buggy even regretted it a little. Why should I tell Hawkeye? I know where to find Suo Luo. Wait, there seems to be something wrong with this guy. Soon, Buggy noticed the change in Hawkeye's expression. This guy who has always been paralyzed and has no mood swings, there was a glimmer of excitement in his eyes at this time. Do not. It's fanatic. Let's go. Hawkeye my hawk put away the black knife on the spot. The soul of the warrior deep in his heart was completely awakened. Today, he has to fight Suo Luo no matter what. That slash just now was very powerful. Rao took it seriously, and he almost missed the next step. The key is, this air slash does not always maintain the same intensity. It will increase with the distance of the attack, resulting in reduced power. In other words, Suo Luo must be nearby. Only in order to make the slash have such an intensity. Thinking of this, Hawkeye strode forward. Follow the direction of the slash to open the desert. In his eyes, this huge crack is a guide. And the clown Buggy naturally didn't want to be thrown in such a place by Hawkeye alone. In the end, he gritted his teeth, forced his body to stand up from the sand, and chased the eagle eye. However, the more Hawkeye moved forward, the more he felt shocked. According to his original plan, Suo Luo is not far away. But who knows? After walking for a full 7 or 8 minutes, this crack is still invisible. This is equivalent to saying, the slash that he took has actually been weakened. And this kind of thing is undoubtedly a huge shock to him, a great swordsman. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this guy? Buggy couldn't help but exclaimed. I feel that my seriousness in swordsmanship is about to be subverted. The two walked for more than 10 kilometers before they finally came to the end of Jianhen. Looking at the picture in front of him, Hawkeye was completely silly. Here. Hawkeye blinked and looked around. This is not only the starting point of the huge sword mark. Extremely powerful sandstorms and large areas of quicksand. It is not difficult to see that just now, a fierce battle broke out here. And rely on eagle-eyed keen intuition, He suddenly realized that the sword mark and the sword aura were not directed at him at all. But Suo Luo only released the slash in order to solve the opponent. So here comes the problem. Suo Luo. Who are you fighting against? Wait, it doesn't mean that the slash I saw was just a aftermath. Hawkeye was dumbfounded again. Even for Jian Hao, the slashing distance just now is too far, right? With the feeling of step volume, at least 10 kilometers. It took a long time for Hawkeye to calm down some emotions. But the shock to Suo Luo has been slow to calm down. How strong is that man's swordsmanship? Unfortunately, all clues about Suo Luo are completely interrupted here. Hawkeye, look over there. Suddenly, Buggy's right hand floated in front of Hawkeye and pointed his finger at a piece. Hawkeye took a look. A large number of Marines are coming here. The leader rides a locomotive that is extremely inconsistent with the environment here. No one else, it is Smoker. After receiving Tashiji's contact, he rushed to the rainy ground non-stop, and learned that the rebels had begun to attack the capital. After hesitating again and again, Smoker decided to take all the Marines and head straight to Albina. Now, it happened to meet Hawkeye here. Eagle Eye. Soon, Smoker noticed Hawkeye, began to slow down, and stopped right beside him. Immediately afterwards, he was stunned on the spot. Without him, it is really the picture in front of him, which is too shocking. The scene of the super sandstorm sweeping, the huge quicksand. And that huge sword mark that can't be seen. Anyone can tell that a fierce battle has taken place here. Go on, just kidding, what happened to that crack? Was it cut out by a slash? The Marines were all dumbfounded and talked a lot. Wait, that man, isn't that my Hawkeye? Suddenly, no one in the crowd yelled. Everyone else noticed Hawkeye. The Hawkeye of the world's largest swordsman? Why is he here? So, is the huge crack caused by the Eagle Eye? This power is too terrifying, right? Otherwise, how could he be the number one in the world? The Marines suddenly realized. Yes. This is the number one slash in the world. On the contrary, it was Smoker, frowning, with a green face, and asked Hawkeye, what the hell happened here? However, how could Hawkeye answer the Smoker question honestly? He just shook his head, as Shishibukai, I have no obligation to report to Marine. In a simple sentence, without extra explanation, Hawkeye strode away from here. It's so lonely. Buggy saw this and quickly followed. Shishibukai. Smoker's expression was even more unhappy, but he was helpless. On the one hand, 7 Warlords of the Sea is a pirate recognized by the world government, and even Marine cannot easily take action. On the other hand, there is too much difference in the strength between the two sides. He is not the opponent of this man at all. Thinking of this, Smoker couldn't help but glanced at the exaggerated sword mark again. Just the width is tens of meters, and it's not bottomed out. Hawkeye's swordsmanship, is it so terrifying? Smoker was completely shocked by Hawkeye's swordsmanship. Chapter 40 Mr. One You Go, I don't want to kill you. In response to Smoker's question, Hawkeye my hawk was naturally lazy to say something. What's more, he now has very clear goals. Look for the guy Suo Luo and fight him. So Hawkeye ignored Smoker and set off. From Smoker's standpoint, there is naturally no way to stop Hawkeye here. After some thoughts, he had to give up his entanglement with Hawkeye and command all Marines to march towards the capital Albina. At the same time, Suo Luo took Vivi and ran all the way to Albina. In about half an hour, the two successfully arrived in the capital Albina. Princess Vivi's mood also became tense. This time the civil strife will affect the survival of Alabasta. She changed her clothes in a street shop as quickly as possible, and then set off towards the palace. Fortunately in the misfortune, all the rebel forces assembled towards the palace. The civilians in this city who do not want to participate in the war must either hide at home or stay as far away as possible from this place of right and wrong. Thus, the avenues leading to the palace were kept unblocked. Just rush all the way. Vivi can reach the palace and stop all this. However, just in front of Vivi's sight, a member of the Baroque Job Club was sitting on the side of the road, as if waiting for something. Actually, Crocodile has always been a pirate who pays attention to double insurance. After learning of Vivi's true intentions, he summoned all the members of the Baroque Work Society and asked them to guard all directions in Albina. Prevent Vivi from passing. And now the man blocking Vivi is no one else. It is the man who is second only to Crocodile in the Baroque Job Club. Mr. 1. His real name is Das Bonus. It is the blade man who ate the cut fruit. The whole body is not only as hard as steel, but the strength and speed are not bad at all. In the war on the top, the eagle eye slash was received frontally and he was unharmed. He is a man who can remember his name even with eagle eyes. When he saw Vivi appear, he straightened up from the box on the street, stepped forward, and walked slowly. Then, Mr. 1 shook his arm lightly, and his entire arm turned into a sharp blade. This way is nowhere. Mr. 1 low-pitched voice, full of momentum. Although it is not clear why Vivi would stay with one of them, he would not let Crocodile down. Mr. 1. Vivi couldn't help frowning. As the undercover agent of the Baroque Work Agency, she knew in her heart that this man was very strong. For a while, he stopped and turned his head to look at Suo Luo. That guy Crocodile has escaped. Suo Luo saw this and had to start flicking. But how can Mr. 1 believe Suo Luo's words? Not only is his body as hard as steel, but his inner will is even more so. With a grim face and a fierce murderous look, he slammed on one foot and went straight to Vivi. His idea is simpler and rude. Just get rid of Vivi here. No one can stop this war. In addition, there is a marine. I can't stop myself at all. Before the two could breathe, Mr. 1 rushed directly in front of Vivi, waved his arm and swept across Vivi's neck. Ended. But when Mr. 1 was so sure in his heart, Suo Luo, who was 5 or 6 meters away from Vivi, suddenly disappeared from where he was. He raised his katana to block Mr. 1's slash with a scabbard. Damn it! The impact sounded a little dull. And sparks were caused by the friction between the blade and the scabbard. Making Vivi retreat subconsciously, his heel hit an inconspicuous stone, his body instantly lost his balance, and he fell to the ground with a plop. In order not to highlight his strength, Suo Luo also deliberately put on a difficult look. Vivi, you go first. Leave it to me here. Suo Luo spoke loudly. Vivi, who was paralyzed on the ground, looked back and forth between Suo Luo and Mr. 1, and saw that Suo Luo stepped back because of his incomparable strength with Mr. 1. She fully reacted. Please! Vivi shouted to Suo Luo, and then ran towards the palace without looking back. Now she has more important things to do. But Mr. 1 is not a fighting madman. Instead of solving Suo Luo here, he cares about Crocodile's orders. Seeing Vivi pass by myself. He pushed hard, separated from Suo Luo's scabbard, turned around and chased it out. However, as soon as Mr. 1 turned around, he saw Suo Luo blocking him and Vivi. Fast speed. 6 style shave. Mr. 1 half squinted his eyes and thought of Marine's advanced physical technique called 6 types. It is said what skills of the master. Even those who are capable of fruit can defeat it. However, he is not an ordinary person with fruit ability. Wanting to defeat oneself with only 6 forms is even more idiotic. Use your own life to resist the enemy's footsteps. It seems that this should be your justice, right? Mr. 1 took a deep breath, but it's a pity. If you don't have enough strength, no matter how beautiful justice is, it's just empty talk. The moment the voice fell, Mr. 1 further activated his fruit ability, turning his arm into several blades, and then spinning at high speed. He decided to solve Suo Luo completely here. Spiral cut. As long as this trick is used, Suo Luo's samurai sword is useless. But who knows, Suo Luo put down his weapon at this moment. There is no such thing as desperately trying to stop the enemy. On the contrary, seeing that Vivi has run away, Suo Luo appeared rather helpless. If I want to solve you, I can do it at any time. You are still alive, but my character really doesn't like fighting. I just want to lie flat until I retire. Suo Luo kindly persuades him and hopes Mr. 1 will stop pestering himself. But for the current Mr. 1, how could he give up all this because of Suo Luo's words? He even sneered at Suo Luo's remarks. When you are determined to block me, you are already dead. After all, Mr. 1 lunged forward, and his two sturdy arms slammed down at Suo Luo. Next second, a cold light flashed. On the spot, Mr. 1's body was divided into two diagonally. The blood gushes from his body like a column. Whether it is muscles, organs, or bones, they are all cut into a smooth balance. His upper body slowly pours downwards and moves with the effect of gravity. For a while, Mr. 1's eyes were even more exaggerated than bull's eyes. He lowered his head slightly and saw a pool of blood formed under his feet. Thump! Soon, his upper body fell into a pool of blood, and his lower body also leaned forward and patted heavily on the ground. From the beginning to the end, he had never seen Suo Luo pull out the unremarkable samurai sword. This guy! How did it do it? Chapter 41 really deserves to be the world's largest swordsman. Two more. Mr. 1's eyes widened, and his heart was extremely shocked. He never dreamed that the marine in front of him would kill himself with just one move. What's more terrifying is that I didn't even see Suo Luo's movements clearly. In this world, how could there be such a terrifying guy? His strength, I am afraid that it is not already infinitely close to Hawkeye. Yes. At the moment when Mr. 1 fell, he not only thought of the man sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman. Why? A man with such terrifying power is just a Marine warrant officer. What is his ambition and conspiracy? Mr. 1 panted heavily and wanted to raise his arm and grab Suo Luo's ankle. However, the distance between them seems to be close at hand, but it is far away. Mr. 1 gradually felt that breathing became more and more difficult. The body does not have the power to stand up or crawl forward at all. Even the consciousness is becoming more and more blurred. Just 10 seconds of effort. His heart stopped beating. The body becomes stiff in the sun. Looking at the corpse in front of him, Suo Luo sighed softly. He really didn't want to participate in the fight at all, but since leaving Logue Town, it's as if I go wherever I go in trouble. I often encounter strange and weird guys. After leaving Alabasta this time, I really have to plan carefully. Never mind. Suo Luo took a deep breath, not staying here for a long time, and turned to leave. Now Crocodile is no longer there. As long as Vivi and Koja meet, the war can be over. Thinking of this, Suo Luo is already drifting away. About half an hour later, Hawkeye and the clown buggy also rushed to the capital Albina, and solved the Mr. 4 and Mr. Merry Christmas of the Baroque Job Club. Then in the city, looking for Suo Luo's figure. As for the rebels, Hawkeye is not interested. Soon, the corpse lying on the flat road attracted his attention. That person. Hawkeye's eyes narrowed slightly, and he walked over in 3 steps in 2 steps. Seeing this, Buggy had to follow him silently. When he saw Mr. 1's death, he couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. A good fit man was cut in 2 unexpectedly. It's really miserable. However, Buggy suddenly noticed Hawkeye's eyes. Judging from his reaction, Hawkeye seemed to know the man. You know him? Buggy couldn't help asking. Hawkeye thought for a moment, then nodded. His name is Bonus, and he is a bounty hunter from West Blue. In order to fight Shanks, he went to the other side's hometown, West Blue. It was also at that time that I met Mr. 1. He can turn any part of his body into a blade, and he can make his skin as hard as steel. Although he can't be called a swordsman, his own strength is very impressive. Otherwise, Hawkeye would never remember his name. On Bonus's body, there was no second wound left. Hawkeye murmured to himself, and judging from the fall, the opponent should have shot in front of him. Duel. Based on the information on the scene, Hawkeye quickly deduced two things. The opponent was not a sneak attack, but a head-on confrontation. And with just one move, Bonus was killed in a second. It's the Marine. With such superb swordsmanship, Suo Luo suddenly appeared in Hawkeye's mind. It must be him. He is in Albina. Once the matter was confirmed, the passion deep in Hawkeye's heart finally cooled down, and it boiled again. The key is, according to the changes in bloodline, Mr. 1 can be solved by Suo Luo within half an hour at most. It shows that he has not gone far. If it goes well, I might fight him today. On the contrary, Buggy had an ominous premonition in his heart. It seems that the pirates who had something to do with Suo Luo did not end well. If it weren't for yourself, let Hawkeye bring yourself. I'm afraid it's not going to hide in the sea. This guy is a Shinigami. Thinking of this, Buggy couldn't help holding his head in his hands, and couldn't wait to disappear where he was. But just when Hawkeye was about to turn around and leave, searching for Suo Luo, Smoker took the Marine team and ran into Hawkeye again. You again? Seeing Hawkeye again, Smoker couldn't help but frowned, and then noticed the corpse at his feet. Judging by Smoker's years of experience, he was very convinced that this man was beheaded. It's Bonus. Suddenly, Tashigi beside Smoker couldn't help but let out an exclamation. She blinked her eyes hard, seriously wondering if she had an illusion. With a bounty of up to 75 million berry bonus, unexpectedly. It's so dead. Bonus. After Tashiji's reminder, Smoker also reacted. The guy who died at Hawkeye's feet was not a little pirate. If such a guy is put in East Blue, it is definitely a boss-level existence. Hawkeye, my hawk, what on earth do you want to do? Smoker couldn't help asking. Who is he fighting with in the desert? Why is it here to solve Bonus? For a while, Smoker couldn't help but a lot of questions popped up in his heart. And with years of experience, he seriously suspects that there is a conspiracy in it. As for Smoker's conjecture, Hawkeye naturally didn't bother to explain anything. On the one hand, he has no obligation to help Marine understand the truth. On the other hand, his character has always been this way. I am the world's #1 swordsman, why explain to Colonel Marine? You don't need to know. Hawkeye stared at Smoker, leaving a cold sentence, and then left here without looking back. Seeing Hawkeye's lofty attitude, Smoker also clenched his fist. It's really unpleasant, these Shishibukai. Smoker couldn't help venting his complaints. Then he glanced at the corpse on the ground. Although he has great resentment towards Shishibukai, he has to say. One move killed 75 million berries bonus. I'm afraid that only a strong like Shishibukai can do it. Really? Terrible swordsmanship. The world's #1 swordsman. Tashigi on the side rolled his throat and swallowed nervously, not only shocked by Hawkeye's swordsmanship. I even realized my insignificance. The gap in strength. Too poor. And the seamen behind them turned their adoring gazes toward Hawkeye. It's really worthy of being the world's #1 swordsman, and he solved the pirate bonus with just one sword. It's horrible, when will I have that kind of strength? Hawkeye is probably the strongest among Shishibukai. Chapter 42 The Civil War broke out. Speaking of which, the guy crocodile seems to have left a bomb. Suo Luo originally planned to leave Alabasta and head to Marineford after he got rid of Mr. 1. Anyway, the follow-up problem can be completely solved with the courage of Princess Vivi. But on the way to leave, Suo Luo suddenly recalled this incident. Crocodile in order to get clues to ancient weapon Pluton. In addition to provoking a civil war between the rebel army and the kingdom army, in order to threaten Vivi's father. He also stored a super bomb in the capital Albina. Enough to flatten the entire city. At the critical moment, it was Alabastus Lieutenant Bell who used the fruit ability to transform into a birdman before taking the bomb into the air and detonating it. Thus saved the city. However, the reason why Vivi and others knew the whereabouts of the bomb was because Crocodile himself threatened Vivi's father to obey his orders. Said it deliberately. Now Crocodile is solved by me. Naturally no one will tell Vivi about the bomb. Even if Vivi finds Koza and prevents this civil war, the power of that bomb will be enough to wipe out everyone. Suo Luo thought to himself. This is why he hates trouble. Winning a battle is very simple, but often after winning the next battle, it will only cause a series of troubles. Forget it, now is not the time to entangle these things. Suo Luo took a deep breath and slowly approached the clock tower in Albina. This is also a great advantage of being a traverser. Let Suo Luo have a partial understanding of what has not happened. For the bomb that Crocodile prepared, and where the bomb was hidden. Suo Luo remembered very clearly. So he hurried, bypassing the rebels attacking Albina. Come to this city, the oldest and most iconic clock tower. And whether it is the rebel army or the kingdom army, their attention is all attracted by the other, no one will pay attention to the clock tower or marine at all. In a short while, Suo Luo quietly sneaked into the clock tower and found the bomb. The senior agents of the Baroque Work Agency, Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day, are now here. Prepare to launch this super bomb as planned. However, as Suo Luo got close enough to them, they also found Suo Luo. Who are you? Mr. turned his head on Father's Day first, and then noticed the marine uniform on Suo Luo's body. Immediately took out the weapon. Aimed at Suo Luo's vitals. And warned him not to be nosy. They do things for 7 warlords of the sea crocodile. Looking at the two guys in front of him, Suo Luo didn't say a word. He pulled out the unliberated Zanpakuto with one hand, aimed at the huge bomb, and chopped it down. This sudden scene was even more shocking to Mr. Father's Day and Mr. 7. They never dreamed that Marine would suddenly come here and shoot the bomb they were guarding. Could it be that Crocodile's plan has been revealed? But it's not right. Even if Marine did discover Crocodile's conspiracy, and found the bomb based on the clues given by Crocodile, that would not be so reckless. Doesn't he want to live anymore? That's a bomb. A slight collision may detonate it in advance. Stop it now. Mr. Father's Day is almost subconsciously shouting. Although he is very centered on the Baroque Work Club, he does not want to die for the work club. What are you lunatic doing? That's a bomb. Powerful enough to raising the entire Albina to the ground. Mr. 7 on the side was even scared, holding his head with both hands, warning Suo Luo loudly. But now they, apart from showing horrified eyes, don't know how to stop Suo Luo. But where does Suo Luo care about them? He didn't even look at them more. With one hand, another wave, the last one hacked. A sharp cold light flashed. 3 invisible sword auras passed through the bomb at the same time. Cut off all the most critical internal connections. Next second, after slashing this huge ball bomb, it shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground one after another. There was a dull crash. Mr. 7 and Mr. S. Father's Day stood on the spot in an instant, like two statues, they didn't even dare to breathe. Time passed by every minute and every second. The bomb did not detonate at all. Suo Luo put Zanpakuto into the scabbard with a calm face. In this way, Alabastus' greatest crisis should be resolved. Suo Luo muttered to himself. But in this way, Mr. 7 and Mr. Father's Day, they also saw their own swordsmanship. When Smoker arrives in Albina, maybe they will be arrested. Maybe something extraordinary will come out of the interrogation. Combined with them, they are not a good person's setting. Suo Luo shot instantly and punched the air. Just the fist wind stirred the air here, forming a terrifying air current, crushing it towards Mr. Seven and Mr. Father's Day. How could they be able to resist such a majestic force? For a moment, the two of them backed away with a look of horror, and couldn't stop at all. Until I hit the window here, I turned over and fell from the window. Instead, in the midst of an inconspicuous muffled sound, the two of them fell into mashed flesh one after another. As for the screams they made during the fall, he was overwhelmed by heart-piercing roars. The civil war in Alabasta broke out. Has the war begun? Suo Luo couldn't help frowning. He made 3 steps and 2 steps before reaching the position of the clock tower and looking down from a high level. Although Crocodile did not appear in Albina, he had assembled all the members of the Baroque Working Society long before that, and informed them of their plans. Now, these people have started their own work. Using the status of the undercover agent in the Kingdom Army and the Rebel Army, they opened fire at the other side, causing war. That person is... Soon, Suo Luo took advantage of his position and noticed that Vivi was standing in the street in despair. She wanted to find Koza and tell him the truth. However, due to the smoke and dust and the fighting between the two sides, Vivi and Koza pass by. Now she has not been able to stop all of this at all. Not only that, several members of the rebel army quickly noticed her, raised their weapons, and approached Vivi. In their eyes, as long as it is not a rebel, it's the enemy. And as long as it is an enemy, it should be killed. In an instant, a rebel army raised a scythe for mowing the grass and swept it towards Vivi's white neck. And Straw Hat Crew, who was supposed to protect Vivi, is not here at all. Thinking of this, Suo Luo couldn't help raising his forehead. That's why he hates trouble. Once involved, it will never end. Chapter 43 Conqueror's Haki that shocked everyone. 2 more. Seeing Vivi fell into danger again, Suo Luo had no choice but to take action. Anyway, I have to shoot, it's better to stop this farce easily. Suo Luo thought to himself. The so-called rebel forces are nothing but civilians who have been deceived in the dark. Even the weapons they use are not regular cold weapons. They are all tools used in some farm work, such as sickle, rake, shovel, etc. And those kingdom troops are not bad guys themselves. If you don't see it, forget it. But it just happened to hit such a thing. It's still uncomfortable to watch these people die. Suo Luo couldn't help but murmured, his eyes condensed slightly, his eyes became serious. Next second, a faint breath burst from Suo Luo's body, and then spread like ripples. In an instant, this weak breath quickly strengthened, formed into a translucent sphere, shrouded the rebel army and the kingdom army living in the field. This force directly acts on their brains, stimulating their innate emotions. Fear. This fear keeps hitting their hearts, dominate their consciousness completely. Soon, regarding Suo Luo as the center, whether it is the rebel army in this conqueror's haki, or the kingdom army, his eyes suddenly turned white, and his vision became pitch black. Then, they released their 5 fingers subconsciously, and the weapons in their hands fell to the ground one after another. Next second, these people's bodies began to lose balance, and their bodies fell forward or backward one after another. This scene was so sudden that Vivi couldn't even react. Her brain was blank and she couldn't understand the situation here. What is the problem? Vivi looked around, then blinked vigorously, seriously wondering if he had any hallucinations. Otherwise, how to explain it? These rebels and the kingdom army will fall in an instant? Correct. Vivi suddenly realized that just now, there seemed to be some air current passing by him. Is it related to that thing? But who the hell is it? For a while, Vivi was puzzled. I don't know the current situation at all. And Suo Luo has no plans to show up at all. He stood in an inconspicuous position of the clock tower, condescendingly overlooking the whole situation. Confirming that no one was awake except Vivi, he turned and left. It's time to go to Marineford at sea. However, what Suo Luo didn't know was the Conqueror's haki he released almost swept across Albina. It had an indelible impact. The first to bear the brunt was Cobra, king of Alabasta. He was standing above the king's city, and he was still having a headache. How to stop all of this? But I saw that the rebel army and the kingdom army fell to the ground one after another. Do not. It's not just these people. Rao was the guards who followed King Cobra, and at this time he also fell into a blockbuster. The scared King Cobra quickly ran over to confirm. After discovering that they had only passed out, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God! Alabasta, finally saved. For a while, King Cobra was relieved and sat on the ground with a plop. The captains of the guards hurriedly stepped forward to investigate the physical condition of King Cobra. But Robin at this time is also here. I didn't expect that the Alabasta incident would end in this way. Robin couldn't help feeling. Presumably. It's also the masterpiece of that Marine. In Robin's view, the only guy who can do this is the Marine who rescued Princess Vivi in the desert. But what is he trying to impersonate Smoker? Robin couldn't help but suddenly a lot of questions popped up in his mind. With Suo Luo's strength, he can definitely become the Rear Admiral of Naval Headquarters at a young age. Could it be true as Crocodile said? Is this guy like him? Huge ambition and conspiracy buried in the heart? At the same time, inside the city of Albina, Hawkeye and Buggy are still looking for Suo Luo's whereabouts here. However, Suo Luo was not found. But suddenly, a powerful aura flooded all over the world. It instantly caught the attention of Hawkeye. So strong haki. In an instant, he realized that someone had released the strongest haki. Conqueror's haki. In his cognition, this haki's power is not inferior to the red-haired Shanks man. And what was certain in Hawkeye's heart? Can release this level of Conqueror's haki in Alabasta. Most. It's the Marine I'm looking for. Only he can be worthy of such a terrifying haki. Really, a long-lost feeling. The corners of Hawkeye's mouth rose, and just being immersed in this haki made him extremely excited. Now he can't wait to fight Suo Luo. Buggy, the clown standing beside him, was completely shivering at this moment. He suddenly recalled that It seems that on Logue Town, I feel this Conqueror's haki. And the other party, but the dragon known as the world's most ferocious criminal. Go on, just kidding, except for the unknown Marine with the most terrifying swordsmanship, even the dragon guy is also in Logue Town. Buggy can't help holding his head in his hands, just feeling his brain blank. Will die. I will definitely die here today. The other side. The seaport of Albina. Ace, the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He did not pursue the defected Blackbeard in Alabasta, and was about to go out to sea from here to the next location. However, at this moment, a powerful breath immediately caught his attention. Ace's face changed drastically, and he quickly moved away from the fighting posture. Look in the direction of the Albina Palace. The one just now is Conqueror's haki. This overwhelming aura lasted for about half a minute before it stopped. And the coverage is extremely wide. Conqueror's haki is different from other haki in that it cannot be inherited through genes, nor can it be cultivated. It's an ultra-rare haki that can only awaken 1 out of a million people. Moreover, even the people who awakened Conqueror's haki, not everyone is the top Conqueror's haki. This guy's haki, it's almost. Ace rolled his throat and swallowed nervously. Not much to lose, Dad. He didn't even dream of it. In the first half of the Grand Line, there was such a terrifying powerhouse. Could it be that guy Crocodile? Soon, Ace remembered that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was entrenched in Alabasta. It's a weird guy who has such a powerful force but doesn't enter the New World. Chapter 44 The Revolutionary Army Dragon must have prevented the Civil War. Conqueror's Haki. Smoker's face suddenly changed in shock. He couldn't be more familiar with this Conqueror's Haki. When the Straw Hat crew was making trouble in Logue Town, the Revolutionary Army Dragon appeared there and released the overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Saved Straw Hat crew. This Haki is exactly the same as it was then. Combined with the identity of Long Na Revolutionary Army. Like the Civil War in Alabasta, he does have the possibility to participate. Dragon, what are you thinking about? However, feeling this Haki at such a close distance also caused Smoker's brain to suffer a lot of shock. The seaman behind him with insufficient willpower turned Byakugan up on the spot, lost consciousness, and fell forward or backward. The seaman with a stronger willpower just persisted for a few more seconds. A few can't breathe, only Smoker, Hawkeye, Buggy, and Tashigi are left here without losing consciousness. But Tashigi's condition is not getting better there. Fresh sweat came out of her forehead and back, and her brain just felt like being hit by a hammer. The state of the whole person was extremely collapsed, and he knelt on the ground with a thump, and had to use a samurai sword against the ground to maintain his balance. Otherwise, she would collapse to the ground like other sea soldiers. This power is really terrifying. This is Tashigi's most intuitive feeling. Fortunately, the overwhelming Haki came quickly and disappeared just as quickly. Probably only lasted a few seconds. Otherwise, Tashigi would not be able to stand firm. You stay here. Noting that Smoker, who was in Tashigi's state, gave the order on the spot. On the one hand, he is worried about Tashigi. On the other hand, if the person who released Haki in the front is really a dragon, with her strength, she is not qualified to participate in this battle. Even, let alone Tashigi. Even oneself is not sure to keep the dragon behind. After all, he is the world's most murderous criminal. That guy Hina doesn't know when he can arrive. Smoker thought to himself, but noticed that Hawkeye was faster than himself. As soon as Conqueror's Haki dissipated, Hawkeye kicked one foot and rushed out very quickly. The way forward is the center of Conqueror's Haki spreading in all directions. Colonel Smoker. Tashigi gritted his teeth, trying hard to get up from the ground, but couldn't do it. The more so, the more she hated her weakness in her heart. At the critical moment, I am useless at all. I seem to understand Mr. Suo Luo. Tashigi couldn't help but think of Suo Luo. I am afraid it is precisely because of the lack of power that he will always have an indifferent attitude. That kind of powerlessness. It will really hit a person's righteous heart. Don't think so much, miss. If you feel that you are too weak, just become stronger. What's really terrible is not that it is weak, but there is no sense of justice. Ahead, leave it to me. Smoker glanced at Tashigi, and finally rode the motorcycle resolutely and ran towards the palace in Albina. However, when he came here, the scene greeted him completely shocked him. The rebel army, the kingdom army. Now all fell on the street, his eyes rolled white. It is not difficult to see why they have become like this. Conqueror's Haki. And the clown Buggy and Hawkeye are also here. Is it gone anymore? Hawkeye was slightly disappointed. When he arrived here, he used observation Haki for the first time. Want to find Suo Luo. The result was nothing. Buggy was dumbfounded again. Although there is no exact data, the scene in front of you. Even if it is conservatively estimated, there are at least hundreds of thousands of people who were killed by Conqueror's Haki. And the strong who can do this level. Buggy's first reaction was the Revolutionary Army Dragon. The most dangerous man. But, shocked, Hawkeye did not give up the idea of tracking Suo Luo. Anyway, he himself is the Lone Ranger in 7 Warlords of the Sea. There is nothing more important at present. And the more I track Suo Luo, the more Hawkeye can discover that this guy is stronger than he thought. While at sea, he split the sea with one sword. In the desert, the aftermath of his slashing is like the scorching sun. Now, Suo Luo once again swept the whole Albina with the overwhelming haki. Every piece of information shows that he is a top powerhouse. Even in Hawkeye's eyes, Suo Luo's true strength, I'm afraid, will not lose to Shanks in his heyday. Really? Long-lost excitement. It's been a long time since no one can make me so excited. Hawkeye took a deep breath. There is no clue for Suo Luo, so he naturally does not plan to stay for a long time. So he glanced at the clown buggy, and left here without looking back. Buggy's sight was between Hawkeye and Smoker back and forth. After hesitating for a second, he caught up with Hawkeye. In any case, he didn't want to stay with Colonel Marine. Grumbling. But at this moment, the phone worm that Smoker carried with him began to buzz. Ugh! Smoker let out a long sigh, and took the phone worm out of his pocket to answer it. Hina has arrived in Albina with a rain boat. Do you want to start raining now? Colonel Smoker. After learning that Alabasta's civil war was caused by drought and dancing fans, he decisively contacted Colonel Hina of Naval Headquarters and asked her to borrow the artificial rain boat in an attempt to stop the civil war. But now, Smoker looked around and looked at the rebel army, the Kingdom Army, who had fallen unconscious on the ground. There is no need for that now. However, Alabasta has more serious problems. Smoker paused and explained to Hina. It's a Revolutionary Army dragon. Although I don't know what his intention is to appear here, he has used Conqueror's haki to prevent this civil war. Upon hearing the dragon, Conqueror's haki and other key messages, Hina's face also changed drastically. Hina is shocked. Colonel Smoker, are you sure? If what you said is true, I'm afraid this incident will cause a sensation in the world government. Even Hina's tone was somewhat trembling. Smoker's answer is even more affirmative. Otherwise, who else can feint an army of hundreds of thousands of people in an instant? It's definitely a dragon. But the more affirmed Smoker's answer was, the more he shook his heart for Marine's justice. The man behind the disaster was Shishibukai Crocodile, recognized by the world government and the people who saved this country. But he is known as the world's most murderous criminal Revolutionary Army dragon. It's ironic. Smoker couldn't help muttering to himself. Chapter 45 Shocks Sengoku. 2 more, please. Referral ticket. Marine Ford. Naval Headquarters. A vice admiral from the headquarters, wearing a coat of justice, hurried to Marshal Sengoku's office. Boom boom boom. The knock on the door was rapid and loud. Please come in. With Sengoku's permission, the vice admiral pushed in. But his face was sullen. As if something terrible happened. The fact is indeed the case. Marshal Sengoku, something is not good. The vice admiral couldn't wait to speak. What he stated was nothing else, it was the Alabasta incident. And, according to Smoker's detailed investigation, basically it can be confirmed. The culprit of the civil unrest in Alabasta is no one else. It is Crocodile, one of 7 warlords of the sea. At first, I saw this vice admiral look so rude. Sengoku couldn't help frowning. But after he broke this information, Sengoku's face couldn't help but become surprised, then shocked, and finally fell into silence. That guy Crocodile. After a long time, Sengoku murmured. He had already heard about Alabasta's condition. It's just that there has been no evidence that Alabasta's civil strife is related to Crocodile, Shishibukai, and the internal affairs of a country. Let alone naval headquarters, the world government has no position of intervention. But if Crocodile is behind all this, the nature is completely different. Even 7 warlords of the sea recognized by the world government, in essence. Also a pirate. Do not. This is more influential than ordinary pirates. Once this matter ferments, it spreads. It will undoubtedly have a big impact on the credibility of the world government. This matter must be resolved as soon as possible. Not only the face of world government, but also the justice of marine. Certainly. For the current Sengoku, his heart is more towards justice. Not a face problem. At the same time, Sengoku also thought that Vice Admiral in front of him made such a panic report. It is because Alabasta is completely out of control. That's why Colonel Smoker asked the headquarters for support. Then consider the strength of Crocodile. This time, at least the Vice Admiral of the headquarters will be dispatched. But who knows, this Vice Admiral took a deep breath and shook his head towards Sengoku. It's over. Hey? What do you mean by the end? Could it be that Smoker defeated Crocodile? Sengoku couldn't help being stunned. He also had some impressions of Colonel Smoker. Although the level is not high, but the strength is very outstanding. And also a student of Zephyr. If it wasn't for his character, he would be promoted to Commodore or even Rear Admiral. But compared to Crocodile, Sengoku felt that there was still a certain gap. In fact, this part is what made this Vice Admiral so flustered. Because Smoker clearly emphasized in the content of the report. This time, they hardly played a positive role in the Alabasta incident. It's the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Saved this country. What? As soon as he heard the name of the dragon, Sengoku also got up from his seat with a loud noise. He never dreamed of. It was in this situation that I heard the name of the dragon, the world's most ferocious criminal. Worse. If the truth is exposed once, I'm afraid it will cause an uproar all over the world. Pirates recognized by the world government want to steal the country. The Revolutionary Army, regarded as a criminal by the world government, rescued Alabasta. Sengoku feels a headache just thinking about things like this. But the dragon guy really used Conqueror's Haki to kill an army of close to 1 million people. Sengoku couldn't help taking a breath. In fact, Conqueror's Haki is also hierarchical. Elementary Conqueror's Haki is just awakened, and is often triggered by emotions such as anger. It can stun the people around it, but cannot control it autonomously. Intermediate Conqueror's Haki can be controlled according to their own will, power, range, and even target can be precisely selected. In an instant, Conqueror's Haki was able to diverge in all directions and cause an army of hundreds of thousands to fall to the ground. This is undoubtedly the most superior Haki control. It is something that a truly strong man with both mind, skill, and body can do. Rao is the combat power of naval headquarters, and those who can achieve this level are rare. Although I have known that dragon is not easy, but... Sengoku took a breath. Joke. Men who can form a revolutionary army and overthrow a dozen countries. How could it be an ordinary person? He has practiced Conqueror's Haki to this level, which is actually reasonable. Only the whereabouts of the dragon has always been secret. Do things more cautiously. Before that, all the information about dragons was mostly speculation. And now, confirmation via Smoker. The guess has become a fact. For Sengoku, it is naturally a shocking thing. At the same time, this also means that the dragon is perhaps even more terrifying than the world government imagined. What about Crocodile? It took a long time for Sengoku to calm down. However, what Sengoku doesn't know is, the fact is not what he thought. Smoker hadn't seen the dragon at all this was just his reasoning, his brain filled. And really have that level of Conqueror's Haki. Actually it is Suo Luo. The man who really shocked Sengoku. It is also Suo Luo. It was only because of all sorts of mistakes that caused a huge misunderstanding. This, not very clear. When Vice Admiral heard the words, his face became awkward again. Because Smoker didn't see Crocodile. whether it is the person or the corpse. The only thing he saw was an extremely heroic battle scene. And the eagle eyes present. Combined with crocodile is a person who has the ability to eat sand fruit. Smoker speculated that crocodile was defeated by Hawkeye, and then fled. But he has no evidence. Even if he asked Hawkeye, this guy had a cold posture and said nothing. And, for the whereabouts of crocodile, he is also not clear. Even crocodile is the evidence of the crime behind the scenes. They were all brought out by Princess Vivi. But there is one more point that Smoker specifically advocates. He believes that the Alabasta matter should be, frankly declared to the world. Let this world know the truth about everything. Vice Admiral said righteously. In fact, the justice in his heart is very close to Smoker. Only Sengoku's face was uncertain. It's not that he doesn't want to, but considering the influence of this matter, I am afraid that the world government will not allow it. Who was involved in the Alabasta incident? Sengoku asked again as if suddenly thinking of something. In addition to Colonel Smoker, there is also Sergeant Tashigi. Vice Admiral paused. By the way, Smoker said that the Suoluo warrant officer who was supposed to be trained in this department also happened to be in Alabasta. Chapter 46 News from the headquarters, Suoluo is promoted to ensign. Alabasta. Albina. Although Suoluo used Conqueror's haki to wash the ground, he stunned the rebel army and the kingdom army and prevented the civil war. But this is just a means of delay. When these people wake up, they may calm down, but they may not. So taking advantage of the time when everyone was in a coma, Smoker asked Hina to act according to the original plan. Soon, the sky was densely covered with dark clouds, appearing in patches in various areas of Alabasta. Tick, tick. The raindrops gradually fell from the sky. The fighting rebels and the kingdom army also slowly regained consciousness. When they saw the rain coming, they stood there for the first time, seriously wondering if they had any hallucinations. Even some rebels called the rain a miracle. But in fact, even if Suoluo raised the ashes of crocodile to worship the sky, it is impossible for Alabasta to experience such a large-scale rainfall. The truth is that Smoker asked Hina to borrow the artificial rainfall boat from the headquarters. After all, according to Smoker's investigation, crocodile was able to provoke the civil war in Alabasta. It is to take advantage of the drought caused by dancing fans, making it difficult for the people to survive. At the same time, Albina and Rainland have become the only cities that can rain. Coupled with the rumors of the king's use of dancing fans, it led to the situation today. Since crocodile took advantage of the drought, the method of cracking him was simple. A nationwide rainfall is enough to calm everyone down. In any case, no one likes war at all. Princess Vivi also took advantage of the time when everyone calmed down and found Kosha, the leader of the rebel army, and revealed all of Crocodile's conspiracy. The key is, although Crocodile has disappeared from the world, Mr. 2 was defeated by Smoker and fell into Marine's hands. Plus the evidence that Vivi collected while undercover also successfully persuaded everyone. Recognized the true face of Crocodile. The war came to an end. Suoluo originally planned to leave after solving the bomb problem, but after thinking about it, he still found Princess Vivi. Although Vivi didn't know why Suoluo wanted to hide his identity. But she was very clear. If it weren't for Suoluo's help, the whole Alabasta, it is likely to be destroyed in Crocodile's hands. If anyone saved this country, Suoluo is undoubtedly the person who contributed. Seeing Suoluo again, she naturally expressed her gratitude to Suoluo without hesitation. The words you said to me in the desert, I will definitely remember them. Vivi folded his arms and bowed deeply to Suoluo. Justice means ensuring the lives and health of the people. Let the people live and work in peace and contentment. Let the people be old-fashioned. Let the people live with dignity. These words will be her life creed and will be thoroughly implemented in the future. but... However, just as Suo Luo was about to turn around and leave, Vivi took the initiative to take a step forward. Her eyes were firm. "Could you tell me your name?" In fact, Vivi actually thought about it and persuaded Suo Luo to stay in Alabasta. Help yourself to govern this country. But after another thought, how could someone like Suo Luo stay here? After thinking about it, Vivi felt that at least he had to know Suo Luo's name. Looking at Vivi with a sincere face, Suo Luo was silent for a few seconds before finally speaking his name. Suo Luo. With two simple words, Suo Luo left here without looking back. The other side. Artificial rainfall on the boat. Smoker and Tashiji arrested the fugitives of the Baroque Working Society based on the clues provided by Vivi. However, nothing was found about Crocodile's clues. It just happened that Crocodile escaped. Smoker couldn't help but complain. With that guy's ambition and strength. Even if he was deprived of the title of Shishibukai by the world government because of this incident, he will also try his best to make a comeback. It is precisely because of this. Smoker hates pirates very much. These guys are always reluctant to give up. Colonel Smoker. A seaman first class brought the phone worm to the deck of the artificial rainfall boat and spoke to Smoker. "My phone." Smoker glanced at the other party. A few hours ago, he had reported all the situation here to the headquarters. It is worth mentioning that after learning that Suo Luo also played a part in the Alabasta incident, he deliberately informed this part to the headquarters. This is also to allow Suo Luo to get the attention of the department when he is training. Now it is a normal process to receive a call from the headquarters. "I am Smoker. Colonel Smoker, the upper management has made a decision regarding the Alabasta incident." The operator on the other side paused for a while. "I will award medals to you, Mr. Tashiji CAO, and Suo Luo Warrant Officer, and upgrade each of you to 1 level. Awarding a medal. Smoker frowned upon hearing this. Regarding the content of each level up, he was not surprised. But the medal. "Have you read the report of my fight? The one who defeated Crocodile, not us." Although Long and Hawkeye's shots made him unexpected. But I have to admit that if there are no such people, their strength alone is not enough to shake Crocodile's Baroque Work Society. Most importantly, Smoker has a strong sense of justice in his heart. It's not his credit, he doesn't want it at all. However, the other parties seem to have not heard Smoker's words. The upper management hopes that you can come to the headquarters and attend the medal award ceremony. After all, you can save Alabasta's heroes. Although the world government has read Smoker's report, if it assigns the credit to the leader of the Revolutionary Army, it's more than telling the world that it was the pirate who saved Alabasta. After some discussion, Smoker also became the man behind the scenes. If you change someone else, you might just accept it with peace of mind. But for Smoker, this way of handling made him very upset. "Hey, you guys, tell me the old men from the world government." The blue veins on Smoker's forehead burst, and he took a deep breath. Smoker. Realizing what Smoker was going to say, Hina hurriedly stopped his behavior, but was still a step slower. "Let them eat shit," Smoker yelled, then hung up the phone angrily. These guys, in order to maintain their image, would rather deceive the world. What kind of justice is this kind of behavior in the end? Chapter 47 Robin, being a pirate has no future, 2 more. Albina Doc. In order to thank Suo Luo for saving Arabates, Princess Vivi specially sent Suo Luo a boat that could go to sea. But before leaving Alabasta, Suo Luo has one more thing to deal with. Actually, your true identity is Nico Robin, right? Suo Luo blocked a woman's path with her body. Although she pressed the brim of her hat very low to block her appearance, Suo Luo spotted her in the crowd. Although Hancock is the world's #1 beauty recognized by the original author, but Robin's appearance is not much worse than Hancock. Just a little dress up, walking in the crowd is bound to attract the attention of many people. Coupled with observation haki, Suo Luo wants to find Robin is not a difficult task. When Robin heard the words, she stopped immediately. She raised her head and looked straight ahead, facing Suo Luo's eyes. In fact, Robin joined the Baroque work agency to a large extent to understand the historical text owned by Alabasta. She has no interest in Crocodile's ambitions. And the two sides are not companions. That's why she helped Vivi several times. Now Crocodile has been killed, and the Baroque workshop has been forcibly disbanded. Most of the members were arrested by Marine. It is Robin, and there is no reason to stay in Alabasta. She is now preparing to leave this country. Go to the next place and look for clues to the historical text. Unexpectedly, Suo Luo was foreseen here. Until now, she still remembers clearly the shock that Suo Luo brought to her when she first met Suo Luo. With the strength of this guy, if you want to shoot yourself, a spike can be achieved in an instant. There are also battles in the desert. Although Robin was not present for the first time, he inferred from various clues. The person who solved Crocodile was probably Suo Luo. And later Conqueror's haki. Be more sure of Robin's ideas. The strength of this guy. Very horrible. For a while, Robin couldn't help feeling pressured. The forehead and back were all fresh cold sweat. But Robin still suppressed this emotion, pretending to be calm, and tentatively asking, "So, are you here to arrest me?" "Yes, nor is it." Suo Luo's answer was ambiguous. "It mainly depends on your attitude. I'm here to negotiate terms. Since Luffy appeared in Logue Town, I seem to be in bad luck all the time. When I didn't want to meet Luffy, I just ran into Luffy. When I didn't want to foresee the dragon, I ran into the dragon again. Then there is Hawkeye. After the Red Line, it was Princess Vivi and the killer of the Baroque Job Club. Then it was Crocodile. Obviously I only want to salt fish, but I always encounter a lot of troubles. If you continue, maybe you will encounter any problems before Marineford." After thinking about it for a while, Suo Luo wondered if he should take Robin to go out together. You know, she was regarded as a demon girl by the world government at the age of 8. The bounty is as high as nearly 80 million berry. However, she only fell into an ice lobby when she was 28. This is because she wants to protect Straw Hat Crew. If she was the only one, she might be able to remain anonymous for a while. What is this ability? This is Go. In addition to this, she herself is a pretty intelligent woman. It was easy to sit down at the Deputy President and Supreme Commander of the Baroque Working Society, codenamed Mr. Sunday. Knowledge is also very profound. I know everything about world government, navigation, and pirates in detail. And her fruit ability. Eavesdropping of information can be done easily. He has a calm personality and can read a book in a chair safely even in a storm. In addition to being wanted by the world government, Robin can be said to be a pretty good teammate. Even if it weren't for being wanted by the world government, he would like to invite Robin to join Marine in an open and honest manner. Become your own assistant. So Suo Luo recounted his general thoughts. He hopes Robin can get on the boat. This sudden scene naturally made Robin unexpected. She was stunned on the spot, seeming a little at a loss. Now, what's going on? I was invited by Marine to board the ship? He said he was not arresting himself? Stop kidding, Marine. A black line appeared on Robin's forehead. Since you know my identity, you should know the attitude of the world government towards me. I'm not kidding, I'm serious. Suo Luo said slowly, anyway, disguising your identity is what you do best, and what's wrong with being a Marine? There are wages, benefits, and safety. As long as you don't let the world government find you, there will be no problem. And the more dangerous the place, the safer it is. It's better than you go out to sea as a pirate. Being a pirate has no future. Suoluo gave a serious explanation. In fact, going to naval headquarters this time is just a process. When the time comes, just stay away from those vice-admiral, admiral, and his like. Give Robin another identity. No one should find out. Secondly, it doesn't matter if you find it. I said I was fooled. Feeling cheated by Robin. This kind of thing that will never lose. There is no reason not to do it. Looking at a serious Suoluo, Robin frowned. She knew very well in her heart that she could not beat Suoluo. Knowing that he could not beat Suoluo, he still shot Suoluo, which is undoubtedly an idiot behavior. What purpose do you have? After a moment of silence, Robin couldn't help asking. In her opinion, there must be some conspiracy and ambition in Suoluo's heart. Otherwise, how could such a thing be done? I need your mind. Robin. It's like this, I have a friend. Suoluo organized the language a little bit. He is an excellent marine, but he is easily content with life. There is nothing to maintain the public order of the town, and life is also nourishing. As a result, due to some force majeure accidents, he was called to naval headquarters. You should be familiar with things like world government and marine, right? So I want to help my friend ask if there is any way he can go to the Sahai branch safely, preferably East Blue. Suoluo thought for a moment. After Luffy went to sea, all the big things were focused on the Grand Line. Coupled with the end of the war at the top, Garp returned to East Blue. There are very few pirates there. There is simply no place more suitable for elderly care than there. This friend you are talking about, isn't it you? Robin couldn't help but spit out. Is this man's ambition in East Blue? The birthplace of One Piece Roger. Chapter 48 Departure to the City of Seven Waters. Although Robin still did not guess what Suoluo's ambitions and conspiracies were, she still decided to go to sea with Suoluo. On the one hand, there is a huge gap in strength between himself and Suoluo, and the opponent is marine. Said it was an invitation, but I am afraid I have no chance to refuse. On the other hand, it is not the first time Robin has met Suoluo before this. He is not only powerful, but also a little mysterious, which makes Robin somewhat curious. After thinking about it, Robin felt that there was nothing wrong with agreeing to Suoluo's terms. In this way, Robin and Suoluo hit it off and boarded a boat together in Albina and set off for Marineford. It is worth mentioning that, although Shuangzixia can choose 7 different routes to enter the Grand Line, but as we approach the holy place of Marie Joyce, the islands will become less and less. This is why the 11 supernova will eventually meet in Sabayati Archipelago. Simply because the further the route, the less the choice. Regardless of combelt and marine forces, Sabayati Archipelago can be said to be the last island for the pirates in the first half of the Grand Line. If you want to continue traveling, you can only coat the pirate ship, and then pass under the holy place Marie Joyce to the Fishmen Island. Start again from there and arrive at the second half of the Grand Line. Suoluo himself is a traverser, coupled with Robin's profound knowledge. He quickly figured out the next route. There are about 3 routes to reach Marineford smoothly. The first is to go to Combelt, from there you can go straight to Impel Down, and then to Marineford. But what Princess Vivi prepared for Suoluo was only an ordinary sailing boat, which was unable to sail in the Combelt area. Secondly, between Impel Down and Marineford, there is a gate of justice. There is basically no hope of passing through. Although the Combelt route is the safest, there are a lot of problems. Suoluo thought to himself, vetoing the first route. Then there is the route taken by Straw Hat Crew. After leaving Alabasta, head to Gaia Island, then Long Ring Long Island, and finally reach the City of Seven Waters. Or head left, head to Carnival City, and then use the sea train there to ride all the way to the City of Seven Waters. The good thing is that you will never encounter Straw Hat Crew or Blackbeard on the way. A lot of trouble can be avoided. The only downside is probably If you choose to take the sea train, you must go to the capital of Seven Waters and find a new ship. However, one thing is certain, no matter what Suo Luo chooses, the capital of Seven Waters will not be able to bypass it. After careful consideration, Suo Luo decided to take Robin to Carnival City first, and then take a sea train from there to the city of Seven Waters. Anyway, the most famous thing in the city of Seven Waters is the boat house. It's certainly not hard to find things like boats. The only thing to be careful about is probably the undercover CP9. However, since you know who the CP9 people are, there is nothing to worry about. In Suo Luo's view, the reason why Straw Hat Crew is stale in the city of Seven Waters. In addition to the problem of strength, Straw Hat Crew is also in the light, and CP9 is in the dark. Was caught off guard by the opponent. But his situation is just the other way round. I am dark. CP9 is bright. Just pay attention, there should be no problems. And I am also different from Straw Hat Crew. I need to repair Going Merry in the city of Seven Waters, so I have to stay there for a while. Maybe, I took Robin through the city of Seven Waters, but the CP9 people hadn't waited for the reaction. I have already left. After making up his mind, Suo Luo adjusted the course of the sailboat and set off directly. Robin, let's continue the previous topic. Suo Luo moved the beach chair to the deck and began to enjoy the sea breeze and sunshine. Even in the first half of the Grand Line, such good weather is not common. And Robin also has a general understanding of Suo Luo through these days of contact. Knowing that he decided to join Marine 9 years ago, and became Smoker's subordinate in Logue Town. Because he performed well in Logue Town, he was recommended by Smoker and the military commander there. This allowed him to go to naval headquarters for training. And his rank is just a warrant officer. Certainly. This also caused new questions in Robin's mind. Obviously the strength is so powerful, but now he is just a warrant officer. What is his ambition? Treasure? Strength? That power? If you want to hide your strength from others, the best way is to stay by the side of the strong. Robin began to share his experience. Over the years, she has been able to escape marine capture time and time again. In addition to getting some help from friends. This principle is also in character. Even Robin will choose to board Suo Luo's ship this time because he is strong enough. At least. In Robin's mind, Suo Luo is a strong presence. Only. Up to now, there is no such strong person who truly accepts himself. They just see themselves as a tool. When necessary, it can be discarded at any time. Even Robin thinks that Suo Luo has the same idea. If he finds out those things between himself and CP9, he will definitely betray himself like everyone else. As long as that strong person is strong enough, there will be no chance for you to shoot, and naturally no one will discover your strength. Those troubles will not find you. Robin said calmly. It's not me, it's my friend. Suo Luo corrected it. But he thought Robin was right. Think about it carefully, for the first 9 years, I was able to live in Logue Town unharmed. Isn't it because Smoker is a strong one? At least. Few of East Blue's pirates are Smoker's opponents. Those who have been able to fight Smoker will not come to Logue Town to make trouble. As a result, Luffy's uproar caused Smoker to leave him. Instead, every time I met a pirate, I couldn't help myself. Of course. Smoker's strength is also limited to Logue Town. Entering the Grand Line, Smoker's positioning does not belong to the range of the strong. Whether it's the Eagle Eye that I met, or Crocodile. Both are better than the current Smoker. If it is encountered, I am afraid that instead of trying to save Smoker by himself, the strong. Suo Luo took a deep breath and began to use the identity of the Traverser, thinking that the strong one would better meet his own requirements. In addition, your friend can also join the faction to allow him to achieve some goals, such as operating through the faction, allowing your friend to go to relatively safe waters. Robin added. Chapter 49 The Dragon Became My Backpot? Regarding Suo Luo's question, Robin actually has many ideas. But considering Suo Luo's terrifying strength, Robin felt that his mind would not be bad either. On the contrary, Robin even thinks that Suo Luo's intelligence is quite terrifying. The reason for asking such a question is that it is a kind of temptation on oneself. After thinking about it, Robin only provided two ideas. Stay by the side of the strong, or join the faction. Suo Luo thought to himself. In his opinion, these two things are not in conflict, but just a matter of final choice. And can meet the strong personality. Naval headquarters are nothing more than just those few. Sengoku of Buddha, Tekken Garp, and Marine 3 Admiral. From the current point of view, Sengoku is undoubtedly the best candidate for him. He is strong enough, and he is also the marshal of his headquarters. It is the strongest one in Marine's internal faction. And, as a traverser, Suo Luo is also very clear in his heart. This guy Sengoku chose to take the blame and resign after the top war and retired to the second line. But if you want to join the Sengoku faction, what will be easy there? Not to mention that I can't reach this guy. Even after getting in touch, considering Sengoku's personality, it is difficult to get closer to each other. Then there is Marine 3 Admiral Akainu. Suo Luo couldn't help shaking his head as soon as the image of Akainu emerged in his mind. This guy is definitely a radical of naval headquarters. After becoming the headquarters marshal, he made a radical move to move naval headquarters into New World. If I join the Akainu faction, I am afraid that he will be sent out to fight Kaido. No, no. Suo Luo denied on the spot. Then there is Aokiji. He believes in lazy justice, which is somewhat similar to himself. But after the war on the top, Aokiji and Akainu fought for the position of marshal. After the failure, he left Marine. Although the original work does not mention more detailed parts, it is based on Suo Luo's guess. At that time, I am afraid that people who are not from the Aokiji faction will be rearranged by Akainu. Either be transferred to all over the world. Suo Luo muttered to himself. If he can be transferred to all over the world, he will be able to live in peace of mind. But according to Akainu's character, it is more likely to be transferred to New World and for emperors to die. As for the green bull coming from behind, Fujitora. In Suo Luo's eyes, they are just senior wage earners. Kizaru. This guy's style is pretty good. After thinking about it, Suo Luo felt that Kizaru Admiral was also suitable for him. But, except for Kizaru, there is one more candidate. Suo Luo felt very appetite for him. Tekken Garp. Although he is only a Marine Vice Admiral, anyone who knows One Piece knows it. This guy and Roger teamed up to destroy Rock's pirate in the Battle of the Valley of Gods more than 30 years ago. What monsters are in Rock's pirate? Whitebeard. Ant. Kaido. Of the 4 sea emperors of New World, 3 came out of Rock's pirate. With this battle, Garp became a marine hero. It is no exaggeration to say that it is the spiritual pillar of all marine. The key is, after the top war ended, Garp submitted his resignation and returned to East Blue. Occasionally help naval headquarters train new people. If it can mix with Garp, I can definitely retire decades in advance. And with Garp's prestige, I think, there won't be that pirate who would be stupid to run to him to find something. An easy life. Besides, there is the most important point. Although Garp is Vice Admiral, his usual job is probably to train new people. And this time I went to naval headquarters to receive training. Maybe you can get acquainted with Garp through this opportunity. Then, join Garp's faction. Suo Luo thought carefully. According to Robin's proposal, the final target was Kizaru and Garp. Of course, how to operate it, you need to go to naval headquarters. Be adaptable. However, if you want to join a faction, is it better to let the upper class notice my friend? Suo Luo suddenly thought. Factions are not something you can join if you want to. After all, no one needs cannon fodder. But Suo Luo also knew in his heart. Regarding this point, it is a matter of choice. Forget it, anyway, my hidden strength system can get rewards as long as I don't reveal all my strength. A slight display of Rear Admiral level strength should be able to attract the attention of the upper management. As for Smoker's question, just say you eat devil fruit. Suo Luo suddenly thought that in the world of One Piece, there is also a setting like devil fruit, which can forcibly enhance the strength. After determining the next goal, Suo Luo casually enjoyed the sea breeze and sunshine. Go to Carnival City with Robin. But just the second day of the voyage, the phone worm that Suo Luo carried with him began to make a humming sound. I am Suo Luo. This phone worm is actually dedicated internally by Marine. Apart from Marine, no one will use this phone worm to get in touch with themselves. The result was the same as Suo Luo expected. Mr. Suo Luo, this is Tashiji. What's the matter? Tashiji? Suo Luo asked calmly. The Alabasta incident is over, but something went wrong. Judging from the tone of Tashiji's speech, Suo Luo felt that she was not in good shape. In fact, it is true. The Alabasta incident not only allowed her to recognize her own weakness, it also made her waver at the justice that she had always believed in. Obviously, it was the dragon who saved Alabasta. As a result, the world government chose to cover up the truth and assigned the credit to Colonel Smoker. Although Colonel Smoker, I, and Mr. Suo Luo have all been promoted to one level, what justice is there in this kind of thing? And the guy Crocodile, obviously a pirate recognized by the world government. Tashiji couldn't help but began to complain. On the contrary, Suo Luo couldn't help but stunned. This matter? What does it have to do with the dragon? Wait, I break through again? I was a warrant officer before going to sea. If you get one level up, then it's ensign. In addition, Logue Town is a town under the jurisdiction of Naval Headquarters. This also means I am now ensign of Naval Headquarters. However, Suo Luo quickly realized why Tashiji and Smoker were sure that it was the dragon who saved Alabasta. It was Conqueror's haki that he released, which caused Smoker to misunderstand. In other words, it is known as the world's most murderous criminal Revolutionary Army Dragon. Become his own backup man. Chapter 50 Monkey D. Dragon? He knows the revolution of a hammer. Although Suo Luo was not expected to be promoted by one level, he considered his next plan. This is not a bad thing. In addition to this incident, Tashiji suddenly called, hoping that Suo Luo could travel with them. Because of the Alabasta incident, Smoker needs to go to Marineford to receive the medal. The plan to capture Straw Hat Crew was completely disrupted. Certainly. Suo Luo, who knows a little about Smoker, naturally doesn't think Smoker is going to accept the medal obediently. If I'm not mistaken, Smoker wants to go to the upper class to make a theory. Suo Luo couldn't help but complain, and then refused Tashiji's kindness. Said that he had already gone to sea. Arranged to meet at Marineford. Seeing Suo Luo like this, Tashiji did not force it. And the next trip will be very comfortable. Because Suo Luo chose a detour. What Straw Hat Crew? Blackbeard Pirates? Silver Fox Fox? Suo Luo never encountered it. After several days of sailing, he took Robin to Carnival City. Then take a sea train from Carnival City, all the way to the city of Seven Waters. Unobstructed. A few days later. In front of the sea train, a prosperous island city is located in the front. Sitting by the window, Suo Luo could even witness the prosperity of the island at a glance. It's really worthy of being the city of Seven Waters. The prosperous level is far beyond the reign of Crocodile. Suo Luo couldn't help but exclaimed. Although he had seen One Piece before crossing. However, the shock brought by this kind of personal experience is far from comparable to the picture displayed through a screen. No wonder there are countless pirates rushing to the sea. And as the city of Seven Waters came into view, the sea train also ordered to move forward at full speed and prepare for landing. For a time, the sea train moved forward at full speed. The distance from the city of Seven Waters is getting closer and closer. And this prosperous island is more clearly displayed in Suo Luo's eyes. The entire city of Seven Waters is not like an island, but a city built on the sea. Whether it is structure or structure, it is refreshing. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a water park. At the top of the city, there are countless waterways flowing continuously downwards, forming waterways for sailing ships. Very convenient. Besides, the sea train is also the pride of the 7 capitals of water. On the entire Grand Line, only the city of Seven Waters can be built. Rao is the world government, and it only uses these sea trains in a cooperative way. At this moment, Suo Luo seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He turned to look at Robin beside him. You said that the speed of sea trains is not slower than that of sailing boats, but it is also very convenient and comfortable. It is far less bumpy than sailing boats, and it can travel steadily even in heavy rain. Such a convenient means of transportation, if it can cover the entire world, wouldn't it be very convenient? Originally, Suo Luo only regarded this sea train as a spectacle on the Grand Line. But after personal experience, he saw a certain way. Robin, who is knowledgeable, didn't expect Suo Luo to ask this suddenly, staring blankly before opening Shikai. Although the sea train is convenient, it costs a lot of money. If you want to spread it all over the sea, the cost is quite a headache. Don't say that the world government only cooperates with sea trains. It really has the technology of sea trains. They will not do such an extravagant and wasteful thing. Robin paused for a moment, but, what are you asking for? Then you say, what about the Revolutionary Army? Will they? Suo Luo didn't answer the question. Revolutionary Army? Robin frowned, wondering what connection the sea train had with the world government and the Revolutionary Army. But according to her knowledge of the Revolutionary Army, it is estimated that this kind of meaningless thing will not be done. What the Revolutionary Army has to do is to liberate the country and defeat the privileged celestial dragons. As for the construction of sea trains, that is not their revolutionary thinking. What are you trying to say? Robin asked again. It's nothing, just more emotional. Suo Luo was silent for a moment. Maybe it was too long after being away from the flower planter. Maybe it's because I haven't talked to anyone about my past. Suo Luo looked at the Kishui city getting closer and closer outside the window, and said with some emotion. Somewhere, there is such a country. Even in small villages with only dozens of people living in them, we must provide them with water and electricity so that they can live the lives of modern people. Even if they spend a lot of money, manpower, material resources, and no profit for this, their leaders will not hesitate. Hearing this, Robin naturally widened his eyes on the spot, and his mouth opened into an O shape in surprise. Even she, who is very knowledgeable, has never heard of such a country. Even Robin once felt that the king of Alabasta already loved the common people deeply. But compared with the country mentioned by Suo Luo, it is simply not worth mentioning. Is there really such a country? Where is it? I really want to take a look at the country you are talking about and the king who governs that country. Then you will definitely make a worthwhile trip. Suo Luo said with a smile. However, there is no king in that country. The so-called leader is just elected from among the people. For a while, Robin, who finally calmed down, was stunned again. Robin doesn't understand, no one in this world will understand. The reason why that country is like this is not because of the king's love for the people, but out of the true feelings and responsibilities of the family, the country, and the world. Even Robin, in her cognition, is bound by the king's ideals. Don't talk about Robin. It is the leader of the revolutionary army, Long. Suo Luo is also skeptical about whether he really understands revolution. It just overthrew those tyrannical countries and then replaced them with a king who was close to the people. This is also called a revolution? It's hilarious. Especially the plot of Wano Kuni in One Piece. Drive the tyrannical snake down, defeat Kaido, and support Momonosuke to take office. It's almost the limit that people in this world can think of. Then why are you leaving there? Seeing Suo Luo's side face looking out the window again, Robin couldn't help asking. Since Suo Luo is a very contented person, he should stay in that country. Why? Want to join Marine? It's not that I left, it's that I can't go back. If you can go back. With my current strength. I am afraid the first thing is to destroy the Lighthouse Nation. Suo Luo thought to himself. Soon. The sea train successfully arrived at the city of Seven Waters and stopped steadily. Passengers on the train got off, and the station also gathered all kinds of people. Let's go, Robin, get out of here as soon as you find the ship. Suo Luo said so. In any case, he didn't want to get involved with CP9.